right, we're getting even closer and closer, guys. 7 minutes until that first heat should be out in the lineup, and the Hooter's going to go here. We're going to kick into the live broadcast introduction here shortly, and then come back and be talking to you guys live for that first heat. There we go. Green paddling out. All right, everybody out there, good morning and welcome here live, the WSL Surfing for Hope, stop number 1 on the LQS regional qualifying tour. We got men's round 1, women's round 1, and going into men's 2 and women's 2 today. Sitting here with Bucky Berry and Carla Zamora. We're going to be bringing you the action all weekend long. Bucky, the waves are looking fun. Everybody's fired up. Yesterday was a little big. They had to call the comp off, so we've got a compressed schedule today and tomorrow. And I know we have a announcement to make.
Yeah, so definitely a lot of energy. As the energy in the ocean has come down a lot more longboardable conditions. As the day goes on, it should become even more so. The tide's still rising. Still plenty of swell, still plenty of waves to be ridden, but a lot more longboardable. And we're going to get the day started off. We're going to pay homage to one of our own, Martin Cabada, beloved son, brother, uncle, and friend to anyone lucky enough to meet him, has passed away. A staple in the California surfing community, Martin was a part of the WSL Longboard Tour evolution and respected well beyond the judges' tower and in the water where he thrived. He illuminated any room he walked into and will be sorely missed. We love you. Your life will be celebrated every day, and time to time, we will just have to sit there and look at it with you. All our love and support goes to his family and friends in this tough time, and we'd like to have a moment of silence in his honor. Rest in paradise, Martin, and we're going to have a quick moment of silence for 34 seconds.
Well, thank you everyone for having a little moment of silence there. And with that, we're going to bring brighter days here. Sad news, that is for sure. The surfing population globally celebrates our tribe. But we are getting ready to kick off heat number 1. We're about 2 minutes away, surfers in the water, so hold your positions. Wouldn't want you to ride a wave at this moment. Getting closer to that countdown, 20-minute heats. Top 2 waves advance into the next round. We are ready and we are set, guys. Again, what I was saying is men's round 1, then women's round 1, so don't go too far. These rounds go fast with 20-minute heats. So I'm just locked into the monitor, guys, waiting for that head judge to tell me to count it in. And everyone viewing at home, sit back and enjoy. We are doing the live broadcast to the surfers and the beach and the web to you, so double duty here for all 3 of us.
Yeah, it'll make for a fun, interesting day.
Okay, we're almost there. Watch for the countdown.
We're really close, guys. Hold on. Here we go. Count you in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we are live. Heat number 1, round 1. In the red, Noah Hogel. In the blue, Federico Gobi. In the white, Josh Stepnowski. And in the green, Yoshiaki Uchimura. I butchered that. Uchimura.
Uchimura, all the way from Japan. We were discussing earlier how this first heat, even though it's a qualifier for North America, a very international affair, world stage going on right into heat 1.
Yeah, you know, I mean, this event's been going on since 2017. The first few was on the shortboard side, but they more recently incorporated having the men's and women's longboard, which is great, here and at Morro Bay, and they've scored. You were in a semifinal. I watched you almost make the final. You were comboing someone, it seemed like, in the semifinal. It was perfect Morro Bay. And when the event was here a couple years ago before the first Malibu finals, the waves were firing. So, you know, the Mals have a great time here on the Central Coast.
Yeah, it's a cool area. Last year we absolutely scored at Morro Bay. It was a long, long week. Lots of treacherous conditions for the guys on the shortboards all week long. And then, of course, right when it was longboard time, it turned into perfect longboard waves, long peeling lefts, which is what I always like to see. And then this year we got the kind of rambunctiousness of today. And if you make it through your heat today, tomorrow's going to be the real deal of longboard conditions. So you got to make it through the tough stuff to get to the good stuff. It's going to be a good weekend.
That's right. That's always that philosophy through a surf event that runs over multiple days. There's always ebbs and flows, different tides, super good moments in the day and horrible, and you just got to get through to the next. So we're waiting. It's solid overhead. There's a lot of water moving. This Central Coast provides a bigger ocean feel, strong currents, long paddle outs too. We were watching some of the surfers paddling out before their heat, electing to just paddle out on the south side of the pier, but not using the eddy to the north side of the pier, which is kind of common.
Yeah, it's interesting. This pier tends to be a little different sometimes. Although yesterday it looked like there was no hope using the eddy along the jetty or along the pier there. But today it looks like there's a little more of a chance of it. And and here we go. We got action. Noah and Red straight up. Nice 10 on the takeoff too. Walks it back, sweeping it all the way off the foam. Ooh, nice hard, bring it around there. Big section to hit, and he decides to kick out, stay out the back, get a short paddle. He's got the feet in the wax. He's ready to go. Couple good nose rides, couple good turns. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, that opening nose ride was beautiful, just straight up, instantly on the nose, and then I think smart in his heat strategy right away to, kind of extract the most out of that and not try to go for the finishing lip bash and ride that whitewash in, so to speak. So get a number on the board and paddle back out quickly.
Yeah, and here we go. Blue taking a look. Federico from Italy, but that one just doesn't quite let him in. It's pretty tricky out there to tell which waves are going to actually break and which ones are going to kind of back off on you. That one clearly became one that just turned into nothing. As we see the one behind it, kind of a closeout. Everybody out there looking for more. Like you said, though, I think that's a big strategy today is getting what you need to get done out the back and then kicking out and not having to deal with the paddle back out with the short 20-minute heats.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of times with these high tides, you do see that reform action happen here, but at the moment, it's just the whitewash rolling straight in, no green face in front of it. I wonder how the offshore is affecting, you know, the guys because they want to jump up quickly, run to the nose. They're like a big sail with that strong offshore wind. Where that last wave of Federico, he got up and it looked like he just went backwards.
Yeah, you can, without that big nose out there, all that, it's like a big parachute kind of catching that offshore wind can make it a little trickier to get into some of these waves today for sure. And we still have the tide coming up for another hour and a half too. It's all the way up to a 7-foot high tide, so you're also dealing with that, and some of the waves may look like they're going to break and just kind of vanish with the high tide.
Oh, that was green. Well, Noah making quick work, gets one of these little under runners. These were looking really fun before the heat started. You can see the wind, long 5. But you can kind of see, if you're watching the webcast, the ribs on the wave. This one running all the way through to the beach for him. So a great backup wave there for Noah.
Yeah, that one lined up a lot better than his first one. Got a nice long nose right there. Had the 5 stretched out, stalling it so that he could get a little more vertical wall to hang 10 on. Got a little 10, a nice cut back there, and through the inside it kind of ran from him. But he's got a nice little easy paddle out maybe to get right back in position with 2 waves under his belt already. And the first score is trickling in for him. And the second one, so we'll see what comes in here. Still waiting for him. Yoshiaki still waiting for his score. It's just going to be a small up and down.
Did you say you were going to show Red's replay?
Here we go. We got the replay up. Noah stalling, holding that. And then he gets the quick 10 there. Lots of water coming off the nose as he drops down, like Jeff was saying, with those ribs across the face. Stylish cut back there, and now it kind of just runs from him, gets some speed. And then the dismount. Be able to make a quick paddle back out, not ride it all the way to the beach.
Well, we're first heat. Judges are just sort of deliberating, trying to set that scale, so guys will get you the scores as soon as they come in. Noah, we owe you 2 scores. I can tell that it looks like your first wave is going to be your higher of the 2, but and then Yoshiaka got that quick up and down. We thought it was Federico, but it was green. And you can see Josh way off to the south in the white jersey, holding down the far bar.
Yeah, he's looking for those lefts maybe. I saw a couple good ones yesterday. I'm always looking for lefts. And there was definitely a few yesterday that were coming in over there, but I think so far this morning the best ones I've seen have been kind of that right off the pier bowl like we've seen Noah get.
And with some of the bigger sets that sweep through, there's a long slopey right that goes way down, so maybe he saw those too. But yeah, the way that this pier creates the wave, there's the pier bowl right, then there's the secondary peak where he is, that's a left coming out the pier, in through the hole, and the long right down the beach. Well, priority, now that most everyone's ridden a wave, Josh in the white down the beach has first priority. Blue has second priority. Green with third priority. And here we go, our surfer from Japan.
Green, nice stylish drop knee there. Nice stylish drop knee there. Setting up, it's getting pretty frothy, foamy on him. Back up to the tip though. This one's lining up pretty good. A lot of foam on the face, but a nice wall. He decides to kick out before the inside double up. Like we said, it's a big deal trying to make it all the way back out with 20-minute heat, so.
Ooh, there we go. White had a look, had a long paddle, so I wonder, he drops down to second priority. First priority is with Blue.
Is there no fifth judge?
the scores are in, just not a total.
Oh.
Hang on.
12 minutes left in this heat. So guys, we're waiting on those scores. They're almost in.
This one.
Right now, it's easy to say Noah's out in the lead with his 2 waves, somewhere around a 6 and somewhere around a high 4, but just telling you that unofficially. Yoshiaki, your second wave was a 3. The first wave is a 0.5. And Federico has a 0.3. Priority is blue, white, red.
Oh, and here we go. We got White taking a look down the beach. He's finding that left. It's just a mini one for Josh right there, trying to make something happen, and it just kind of vanishes on him. Body language says he wasn't into it. Other than that, we got a nice little lull going on right here. So while we have that, I just want to say thank you to Surfing for Hope, nonprofit organization up here on the Central Coast. Been around for a pretty long time now. We'll get all the exact details for you in a bit.
Yep, and on Sunday we'll sit with Bob Vogel, one of the co-founders. I saw him in the jacuzzi last night. Here we go, up by the pier, our surfer from Italy, Federico Gobi in the blue. Regular foot, big deep down carve. Whoa, you saw the wobbles kind of get him on that inside rail.
Yeah, it looked like on that cutback when he went to do the bottom turn, the wave grabbed him more so than he grabbed the wave. Took him down a little bit, and out the back over here we got Josh down to the south area, and we got Noah again up at the top of the pier bowl. Josh has kicked out, Noah has kicked out. Quick little run there. Green still with priority out the back. Still waiting for some scores to come in.
Well, there you said, Josh looking for the lefts. The goofies know. The goofies, right? They're always hunting the left.
Oh, yeah, if there's a 1% chance, I will find it. Oh, here we go. We got somebody taking a look here. That's green. That's Yoshiaki right up to the tip. A nice 5 there. Holding it as well, too. Very stylish on there. Getting some speed around that section there. Ripping the cutback back towards the foam, and this inside setting up pretty cool. A little foamy on him again, so he's kind of having to stay on the tail. Nice little double up wall in front, though. Gets a nice nose right there. Gets back in time. Straighten outs just before it closes out all the way around him. And he's going to make his way out of that one and have the big paddle out ahead of him. Nice score, probably going to drop in from that one.
Yeah, he's going to be sitting in a nice position with that opening wave of a 3, or at least a scoring wave. Now, how long will it take him to paddle back out? That will be interesting. White got his first wave, which was a throwaway of 0.80, and we're waiting on that second score, the short left. The third wave for Noah. Looked like it was going to be a nice long right for him, but he stood up quick, and maybe the wind kind of messed with him. So, Noah, you have first priority. Red has first priority, blue with second priority, white with third priority. Noah, you're in the lead. I just don't know the specific detail of your score with the average, sorry. But you have somewhere around a 6 and somewhere in the high 4s. Ooh, look at this. Deep, deep. Our surfer in red can't get into it.
As we see the replay of Green working his way all the way through the inside, and there's that inside little double up where he gets another little section to get to the nose. frothy on him, and he gets back just in time, straightens it out, waiting for that score to come in for Yoshiaki. All the way from Japan, we got a surfer from Italy in this heat. We got Noah from down south. We got Josh hanging out on the left down the beach.
Man, if you miss a wave, you can pay the price. We saw that just there with Noah. Got up on that set and then had to cut out quick, and the next one annihilated him.
Yeah, lots of water still moving out there. You can even see as the tide comes up, when there is a lull, those medium ones aren't breaking really anymore. You've got to kind of wait for the bigger medium ones. The sets are still a little too walled. You got to be really picky and have really good wave knowledge out here to really get the right ones to do what you can do on a longboard out there.
Yeah, looks like it's a tricky wave. Guys, there's just over 6 minutes left in this heat. All right, the score monitor is almost up and perfectly working. Noah, your opening wave, your first wave early in the heat was a 6.25. Waiting on the average of the second wave. Yoshiaki, your two waves are a 3 and a 4.85. Federico, you have a 0.3 and a 1.75. Josh, you have a 0.8 and a 1.75. Both Josh and Federico looking for 6.10s, and look at the wave there. Josh is already onto a score with this left.
Yeah, he's already gotten a couple nose rides, a couple turns. Kind of shuts down on the inside there, but that's going to be his first real wave of consequence. We'll see what it does for him. And Noah's second wave, we got the average in. It comes in at a 4.5. So Noah out in front, Yoshiaki in second with a 4.85 and a 3. Josh down in third with a 1.75 and an 8 with that third score coming in.
Look at this by the pier, making quick work. Our surfer from Italy, kick it down and over it. Is he?
Oh, perfect.
You should be good now, guys.
All right, and we got scores. Josh's last wave came in at a 3.25. So Josh, you're still in third, looking for a 4.61 to advance. Yoshiaki in second. And Federico down in fourth, looking for a 6.10 to move into second. Still 4.15 to go.
So yeah, we're
Down under the 5-minute mark. We got all of our technical things sorted out, guys. Moving into the rest of the day. Look at this one. Like you said, one of those medium inside ones, more of a clean face, the rib out of it. Nice cheater 5 there. Oh.
Yeah, hit that deep spot quick. There's definitely a few out there that stand up, and then that deep spot in the middle there that can be a safe zone on your wave out to kind of make it halfway and not get quite so smoked. But then when you're on a wave, sometimes that deep spot can really flatten out quick. Like it happened to Noah right there, mid-nose ride, just no more wave on him. Still out in front though. Noah still has that 6.25 and that 4.5. So now that it's a little quiet, you guys can hear us. 3:20 to go. Noah out front, Yoshiaki in second, Josh in third, looking for a 4.61. Federico down in fourth with priority, looking for a 6.10. 3:12 to go.
And that critical second and third priority, Josh with third priority in third place, like you said, looking for the 4.61, but he's kind of surfing his own heat over there to the south, hunting those lefts coming in towards the pier. I'm sure that next heat is all checked in and probably paddling out on the north side. .240 left, guys. 2:40 on the clock. Well, a beautiful morning here on the Central Coast. Pismo Beach for the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. The first stop on the LQS Tour here. The beginning of what makes the championship tour. The top few men and women from each region around the planet. get invited?
Yeah, pretty much each region gets one guaranteed representative, and then a few more can be added in with wild cards and such. So North America is a pretty tough region to get through. There's a lot of talent, and then you got people coming in from other parts of the world to come hang out and play as well. So real tricky area to make it to that stage. Last year, I think Jack and Chase were the representatives that made it through the regional qualifiers, and Chase ended up in the top 8. Jack's here today to try to requalify.
Yeah, how is that, knowing there's one spot, possibly two, or at least on the men's side, same on the women's.
Yeah, both.
I mean, and you're competing against the 48 or so of the top in the country. We're down to just over 1 minute, guys, so we're getting down to the tight end of this heat here. Second priority is with our surfer in green. First priority is with blue. Josh must have paddled for a wave, so he is with force priority. Time check. There's just under 1 minute, 55 seconds now.
The energy is just.
Josh, you need a 4.61 in third place to get up into second. Frederica with priority, you need a 6.10. And our surfer in red and our surfer in green sitting in first and second. Here we go.
24 seconds to go. Green hung up funky on that one. Maybe got tangled in the leash or something as he got up. Looked like something went wrong.
So we're down to 15 seconds. It's going to wind out quick. Can Josh Stepnowski find some small wave? We do have a surfer by the pier.
Here we go.
Counting it down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And it didn't look like either of those waves changed anything. Well, we're probably going to go to a quick commercial break soon. The judges have to get some scores in. We'll recap it on the flip side and be back for heat number 2. Four, three, two, one. All right, we are back and straight into heat number 2. Thank you for joining us on the webcast. We just saw Noah Hogo and Yoshiaki Uchimura move on through into the second round. They will come up later today. We are into heat number 2. Arturo in the red, Kai McPhillips in the blue. Mike in the white and Aiden in the green.
Yeah, this is a cool heat here. We got Arturo all the way from Italy, keeping the international field going. Kai, one of our surfers healing bills, all the way down from San Clemente. His dad's a 3-time world champ on the longboard. Actually won it at Jeffreys Bay, one of his world titles too. Saw a cool, I was looking through an old surf magazine and saw Colin, after he won his world title, holding baby Kai in the old longboard magazine from, I think it was like 2000. He won it over there in J Bay.
Surfers through and through. That must be a fun wave to longboard.
Oh, here we go. Arturo right up and at him in red. Finding kind of a medium-sized one, a little foamy for him. And he decides he's going to kick out. Yeah, so he's got that bloodline going, San Clemente squad. did a nice long surface healing tour with him on the East Coast with him and his brother, so full family affair. And then we got Mike Ciordi out there in white, known him since we were just young kids surfing all the club contests around here. He's getting back into competing just to kind of be a part of the scene, likes to be around humans and surf and have a good time, like surfing waves with nobody out, just like all of us do. And then we got Aiden Cruz from down south in green as well. Was hanging out with him and Tommy Coleman watching that fight last night. Oh, and here we go. Kai right up to it, a nice long 10 there, held it for a bit. Kind of airdrops out of it a little bit, hangs on. Big cutback. He's got a section coming at him, and he wants to do something with it. Bam! Big off the top there. Just like pops, and he's grabbing his board, probably going leashless, so you don't want to have to swim and then do the big paddle. So he does a nice job of getting out of the wave there, staying in that middle zone, and being able to get a nice clean paddle back out.
Wow, that was a solid wave, complete from start to finish.
Oh, and here we go, white. There's Mike. Oh, and oh, he's leashless too, and oh, he's going to have a big swim maybe. Hopefully it bounces out for him.
Ooh. It's
looks like
ghost riding really nicely at the moment, though.
Yeah, it popped out there. He's diving under. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that was Kai's. I'm going to say, here we go. We're going to get the replay of it. I'm going to say that was the wave of the morning so far.
Yeah, I was going to say we had the 6.25 or whatever in the first heat, but this replay, look at that long extended 10, and then how he dealt with the bumps in the midsection through a big wrapping carve, and the way he completed this, really nice.
Yeah, I like the patience he had there too in that middle zone after that turn. Instead of trying to force something in between, he kept the glide by staying in the middle part of the board, step back for that big hit at the end. And out the back, that's Arturo on the right, and he kicks right out. We got really good surfing by Kai, and so far, the first score that comes in looks like it's going to be the wave of the morning.
Well, and, the judges so on it, top judges in the country and the world, and know that we see, the camera's not showing it, but I'm looking down live, and that board of our surfer who lost his board is definitely all the way on the shore. That is a long 200-plus yard swim in and collect the board and paddle back out. So I love not using a leash, but sometimes.
Yeah, when it goes wrong.
When it goes wrong.
When it goes wrong, it goes wrong. But we got a score for Kai, too, and like I thought, it is the wave of the morning. Kai, that was a 7.75, so you're on the lead with that 7.75. Arturo in second with just a quick 1.5 and a 0.3. Mike in third with that 0.5 on the one he had to do the swim on. Aiden still out the back with priority, waiting for something to come through. Arturo was second priority. 15 and a half minutes to go, and Kai, first wave we've really seen, really well put together. And the score reflects it, and he takes another look right here at a nice one. Straight to the tip, nice 5, quick 10. Oh, and he's not that into it, so he kicks right out.
Well, you even saw right there the wobble definitely got him there. But what an opening wave, start to finish, from the outside to the inside.
As we got Aiden taking a look on his first one, he's got the hood. You can always tell the guys from down more south or from the more tropical regions, we're wearing probably a little more rubber than the guys from up here that are a little more used to dealing with this cold, frigid weather.
Yeah, it's the wind in the ear that gets you.
Oh, yeah.
It's not that your head's cold so much, it's the wind in the ear.
Oh, Aiden taking a look here and doesn't quite get into that one. The rest of the surfers kind of taking a set on the head here. We'll see if somebody gets into this one out the back. All right, and we're going to head down to Carla. She's got Noah, the winner of that first heat, down below for an interview.
Alrighty, here we are. I'm standing here with our Heat 1 winner, Noah Howell. He was out actually yesterday. It was kind of the guinea pig, I think, to tell us that it was a no-go yesterday. And what a great morning you started out with. Noah, how did you approach your first heat here?
Well, I woke up before everybody else again, and I went back out. And I took a deep breath, and I was like, "Oh, it's under chilly." And then I got to the nose, and I felt it out. And I actually switched boards because it was a bit bigger than I expected. So, yeah, catch the middle-sized ones. They don't close out.
Right, so that was a good strategy. We do still have some bigger sets here, but getting those in-between waves, you kind of stuck closer to the pier, yes, getting those rights. What's your strategy going to be in the next round?
That kind of depends on the waves. If it drops more, I might switch boards again, but if not, I'm going to just keep doing what I'm doing.
Awesome. Well, super stoked to see you here, and you're moving on, and it's going to be a great morning here in Pismo Beach. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you, Carla, and great job, Noah. Moving into round 2, we see our surfer in white made the long swim in, collected his board, and how long will it take him to get back out in a 20-minute heat? The downside of leashless when it goes awry. In the meantime, we have a few scores. Arturo opened with a 1.5, backed that up with a 2.85, and is in second. Kaitlin Mikkelsel, like you were saying, Becky, the best wave of the morning so far, although it is young, but a 7.75, really complete wave from the outside through to the inside finish, and then he backs that up with a 2. He's out in the lead with first priority. And our other 2 surfers just with small throwaways at the moment. So blue with first priority, green with second priority. Great situation for Aiden. He's got sort of the space to play and find a wave.
Yeah, we're seeing that one peel off the pier right there pretty nicely. There's definitely, so far this morning, the rights definitely have the most scoring potential, it looks like. As we saw with Kai's wave, it allowed him for that nose ride to turn and then gave him that end section to scabat. So you want to see that out here. You want to see some nose riding, some turning. You want to see commitment to those end sections there as well. That's how you're going to get rewarded. But you also got to take into account making it back out quickly and all those things with these short 20-minute heats. Oh, and green, Aiden with a nice nose ride to start. Nice carve to avoid the section there. That's going to be a good start for him. A nice tip ride there and really put it on rail. Nice powerful turn.
Yeah, when you saw the spray and the whole rail line just carved right in that face, beautiful.
Yeah, I didn't get the length of ride going there, but still going to be probably one of the better scores of the morning with that committed turn in that section there.
Yeah, and there's such a difference, right? It wasn't like he was up in the lip carving like the shortboard. Longboard's doing that committed down carve with 8 foot of rail fully in the face. Nice turn. Ten minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Priority still with our heat leader, Kaitlin Mikkelsel, in the blue. Somewhere along the route, we might get a replay of that. That was a nice wave, a 7.75. Second score for Aiden comes in, a 4.25. So Aiden, you jumped up from 4th to 2nd with that last wave, a 4.25. You can tell when the priority doesn't get settled in really quick that it's a long paddle out for these guys. And here we go.
Yeah, Aiden finding kind of an inside one, but setting up pretty good for him. Quick nose ride there. Little off the top. He's just trying to get a second score on the board, make it a little tougher for the guys down in 3rd and 4th. As we see with 9:45 left, Mike's made it out the back. He's taking a look at this one after that long swim. He's got something setting up for him right here. And Aiden's still milking this thing through to the inside. This thing's still setting up for him. One of the smaller waves, but lots of open face for him to work with. Getting to this inside, looks like it might double up a bit for him. He gets another nose ride. And he's got the end section coming. He's going to bring it off the top, bring it down nice and clean. So Mike, after the long swim, makes it all the way back out, gets a good one. Still has 9 minutes to find another.
Picked a gem, too. I mean, that wave had a completely different look to any of the waves we'd seen before. And who was finishing up on the inside, also on the little inside left, blew out the back. Kaitlin Mikkelsel running the nose. I love those little down checks. His board looks so loose.
Yeah, that was definitely one of the best nose rides we've seen of the day so far. On the peak, out the back. It's definitely going to better his 2, I think, even though he kicked out real quick. It's still going to make it tough on these other guys. He already has that big score. Aiden's got a second score coming in that's going to help his situation, but I don't think it's going to quite get him to Kai.
Well, good heat strategy there for Kai McPhillips, knowing he's got the highest score so far, and he's going to throw away the 2, and he's going to sit back on priority and be able to relax. The replay of White, Mike, who found the gem after the long paddle. Look at this beautiful sequence of 5s and 10s, negotiating those ribs well and keeping just kind of a casual, flowy pace. The reform. It's the first reform we really saw all day. And he milked the most of it, got a bit more nose fun on the inside.
Yeah, I like the way on that nose right out the back where he had the 5 and wiggled from the nose a little bit back to the section, brought it back, and that set him up for that quick hang 10 as well that he was kind of able to hold for a bit. So if we're still waiting for that score to come across, I think it's going to help his situation pretty greatly. He only had a 0.5 before that. And there it is. It's a 5, so he's in third. He only needs a 3.5 now to catch Aiden in second. Kai's still out the back with priority. We're still waiting for his second score to come for that quick nose ride and cut back and kick out. And there that score is. So that's a 6. So Kai way out in front with priority. Aiden in second looking for a 9.5 to catch Kai. So really we got a battle going on for second with Aiden holding it down right now. Mike needing a 3.5 and Arturo in red needing a 5.65. The only priority set is Kai with first priority way out the back.
Sounds good.
So we see Kai's 6 right here on the replay. Sets it up, gets a nice lifted nose ride right there out the back. Nice quick little just check turn there. And then he's going to kick out before anything really happens. So pulled a 6 out of that.
And obviously the judges loving the connectivity that he's putting on display, right? The jumps to his feet, up on the nose, seamless transition, his footwork, the rail completely engaged, not getting like outside his rails, bucked off by the bumps or anything. So he's having a great heat, reading the ocean really well at the moment, and has priority while he sits in the lead. That second score came in for Aiden, another 4.25, so he's in second with a pair of 4.25s, bombing sets out the back. We saw someone roll under, and is this Kai
That's Kai again.
on a screamer?
This thing's going to go for a while, it looks like, too. He had a nice nose ride to start, nice turn, setting up another nice long nose ride right there. And he's got the section coming at him. Oh, and he's going to do a nice little car straighten out to save himself, hanging on, as Aiden out the back, flying through that section. And, oh, he goes for a big hack that goes into the layback, stay back approach, and he's going to go for a little swim.
Wow, that would have been a woulda, shoulda, coulda. That was a monster turn that Aiden went for. You saw his arms open up, the whole 9 foot of rail engaged. And what a smoker for Kai McPhillips. He was on his way to Rincon.
Yeah, that thing looked on and really got the start nose ride right out the back, straight up to the nose. Nice carve, and then it set up for another nose ride. And then even the straighten out to avoid that oncoming section looked really nice the way he carved out of it. And out the back, Arturo, straight into it. This thing might set up pretty nice for him down the line. Nice big wall up to the tip, runs it back. And he's going to kind of straighten out. Let's see if it reforms for him. It might. I'm not sure if he's waiting for that to happen. Now he's going to kick out, try to keep priority. And that looks like Aiden's still swimming right there. So waiting for scores to come in for that last exchange. As we're about to get a replay of Kai's last one. Here we go, straight to the tip. Had a lot of speed on that nose right there. Gets a little caught up right there, but then straight into that turn and then stalls it real nice. Gets another nice 5 there, gets the 10, lots of speed out of it. You could tell he kind of wanted to hit it, but plays it safe. He's out in the lead. Doesn't want to have to swim.
He was mocking. He got a couple of whirlybirds where his hands went, swinging.
Yeah, that thing had some speed on it for sure. And we're getting some big scores coming in for it. It looks like it's going to better his 7.75 and take him way out in front. It comes in across at an 8.5, Kai. So you have a 7.75 and an 8.5. You now have comboed the field, you could say. Aiden in second, needing a combination 16.25 to catch you. So like I said, now it's really substantially a battle for second place. Aiden hanging on to it right now. And then Mike in third, still looking for that 3.5 after the swim. So still in pretty good position with 3.5 minutes to go. Kai way out in front, making his way back out there. No priority set at the moment. Kai with the 8.5 on that last one. Beautiful surfing this whole heat.
So we're down to under, 3.5 minutes at the moment, just under 3.5 minutes. Priority's still not set because everyone's kind of sprayed through the lineup. Mike, after getting that 5, did himself a favor. He needed an 8. Now he only needs the 3.5. And it seems like he's kind of hanging on that inside bit, looking for a reform or waiting for the sets to pass by. 3 minutes left. Red has first priority. Red, you need a 5.65. Kai, your last wave, an 8.5. So smoke and heat for him. Carry this momentum into the next round for sure. Like you said, it's the fight for second at the moment. White needing a 3.5. Mike to go from third to second. We're waiting for those priorities to get set, but I don't know where green is in the lineup.
Yeah, definitely. And Kai looking like he might even grab another one here.
He's looking for these inside ones, so he knows he only needs a small score, 3.5.
And here we go. Mike grabbing one right here. Kai out in front holding a nice 10 real quick. And Mike with a big off the top looking for that 3.5. Looks like Kai's going to make his way in. Mike's going to kick out. So Kai with 2 minutes to go. Looks like he's going to just accept victory.
Yeah, he's like, why do I need to battle these big rolly whitewashes? I'm going in.
Yeah, conserve his energy for surfing again later today. Although paddling for him in this is nothing. He's used to doing surfers healing with us and having a whole nother giant human on the board with him paddling around. To paddle your longboard alone, no big deal for him.
No. All these guys. And women to come. So here we are down to a minute and a half.
And Mike's last score comes in just a 3.05. So Mike's still looking for that 3.5 to advance. Minute and a half remaining. See what happens here. Arturo out the back with priority looking for a 5.65. Minute 20 to go. Aiden out there somewhere maybe, or did he swim in? And
Well, surfing is cruel. Kai takes a wave in, gets a 3.9. Mike needing the score, took a wave behind him, or at the same time, got the 3.05 just under. Mike, you're still looking for the 3.5. Arturo, you have priority and you need a 5.65. There is 1 minute left in this heat. Red using his priority. Will he get it? He does.
this one's got a nice wall on it too. Gets a quick tap of the 5 right there. He's going to get around the section. It's got a lot of open face for him to play with. One of the smaller waves of the morning, but
Clean.
clean, really clean. That's what you kind of got to look for out here. You got to be real picky. Another little nose ride there. And this one's setting up real nice through this inside section.
Wow.
Getting that board moving forward. Puts it on rail. 30 seconds to go. And here we go. Arturo making his way in. It looks like Mike trying to race out there with 20 seconds remaining. Maybe Aiden trying to... Aiden's sitting way out the back there.
Well, he couldn't have done much more with 15 seconds left. He beaches it. Will this be the score for Arturo? We're under 10 seconds. I will count it out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow. So photo finish. We'll see if that score settles in and gets Arturo more than a 5.65. We're going to go to a short commercial break here in a minute, and then we'll recap heat number 2 and go into heat 3.
And it looks like Arturo came up short, so it looks like it's going to be Kai and Aiden.
Counting the next heat in, guys.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
And it looks like Blue doing a little, Blue and Green out in front. Interesting situation there. Blue still going, that's Benjamin. Up to the 5, stretches it out. Lots of wall out in front of him here, standing up pretty nice. Gets another nose ride there. Got a surfer taking a look out the back. He doesn't get it. Nice cut back to the foam. Oh, and just when it looked like he was going to hang on, he doesn't. Goes down, but a nice little start to the start of that wave.
Well, yeah, an interesting start. You wonder what blue and green were Colin and Benjamin. Benjamin had the inside for the right, and there is no priority established right at the beginning of the heat. It happens after every surfer's ridden a wave, so we'll wait for the judging on that. Nice wave for Benjamin in the end.
There we go. Brett taking a look. There's that replay of Benjamin's wave right there. There's that midsection that sets up for the little 5 right there. Splashes it back to the foam, and this is where it looked like he was going to recover and then just did not.
Splashes it back. You know, we got a place up here called the Splash Cafe. A lot of times they'll cater.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah, there's a bunch of great restaurants. The last 2 days, getting to tourist around, utilize beautiful Central California, Pismo up to Cambria and beyond. So those first scores settling in. Benjamin's first wave, a 2.75. All right.
Here we go. Christian up and going. Got some open face in front of him. It's getting a little thick and fat, but he might get down that double up, and he's going to just kick out, stay safe out the back. And we got Brett. We got Brett and White out the back. Out here from Florida. Splashes it back. This thing's setting up for him out in front. Oh, and it takes him down. He's got the leggy to hang on to. And out the back, we got Green taking a look. That's Colin. As he goes down, back up. Looking for something on the inside here. Up to the tip. Oh, goes down for the layback, but stays back. And that's going to take him down.
Well, we got the official ruling on that opening wave where both Benjamin and Colin went. It was a non-priority interference, green against blue. So what that means is that Colin will get scored only half of his second wave. So he'll get his top one wave and then half of his second wave. Christian finds a left to do some cruisy turns through to the pier.
Yeah, and that was kind of a left off the pier bowl, too. That wasn't way down the beach at the peak we saw Josh sitting at earlier. That was just a pier bowl right with a left kind of off of it. He chose to go left. His first one was a quick 2 where he got that nose ride and kick out on the right. So we'll wait for that score to come in for Christian. Ben's first one comes in at 2.75, and we just got a score in for Brett. Brett, your first score comes in at a 3.5. And Christian, that second little left you had right there comes in at a 3.75. So out in front, Christian, Brett in second with that 3.5. Benjamin with priority in third. He's looking for a 0.76 to move into second as he's up and riding. Cuts back towards the foam there, nice and smooth, nice and cruisy. The inside setting up for him right here. Stalls it up, gets towards the nose, walks it back. And now he's going to bring it left. This thing's got a kind of nice little underrun reform, but it looks like it's going to just shut down on him. So we see kind of one of those bigger bombing sets coming on out the back. See if somebody wants to be a part of it. Looks like it went under somebody. All right, and we have Kai down below with Carla, our winner of the last heat.
Yeah, that's right. Kai, heat winner for heat 2 here. Big shoes to fill that you totally fill. You smash that heat. You get a 7 and then an 8.5. Walk us through that 8.5 there towards the end of the heat.
Yeah, at first I thought I was going to break on my head, so I was scrambling out pretty fast, and I thought I could get it, so I'm like, hey, I got to give it a shot, and it ended up being a pretty good wave, so I was stoked.
It was a super good wave. It kind of got a little hollow there at the top there, and you got some really critical nose rides. How are you feeling about the waves today in relation to what's been the last couple days?
It's definitely better than yesterday, but it's pretty tricky for a log, and you just got to find the in-between ones, and when they come, it's fun, so yeah.
Awesome. Well, great job, and we'll see you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Carla. Great job, Kai. Yeah, ripping it up on the log. I like that term.
Yeah, keeping the family tradition alive as we see Christian with a nice little inside one here. Nice 10. holding it for a while, wiggling it even through the flats. That was a nice long hang 10 there. He wants more. Now that he's got some action that's happened for him out the back, he wants to milk this thing all the way through for the score. And it looks like it's going to set up again for him for another little nose ride. Maybe not, but he's going to bash it. Boom. Bringing it through to the inside. Christian with a nice run right there. We'll wait for that score to come across as he makes the paddle back out.
Well, he said it's difficult out there, but he definitely didn't make it look difficult with the 7.25 and an 8. So,
Yeah, no, he was harnessing the power that's going on out there for sure. Really hanging it out off the end with the nose rides, putting it on full rail commitment on the turns. Like I said, even on that big score, even the straighten out was a cool rad carve to avoid that end section to keep it safe. So really good surfing by Kai there. And Christian with some really good surfing on that last one gets a 5.25. So Christian out in front now with a 5.25 and a 3.75. Ben in second, he's got a 2.75 and a 3.85. And down in third with priority, Brett looking for a 3.11. And here we go, he's up and out.
well, we're moving right through. 12 and a half minutes left here in heat number 3, round of 48, the first round. Moving through this round, we're going to go into the women's first round and then back into men's round 2, women's round 2 to complete the day. Set up for final Sunday. Thanks for joining us here on a chilly Saturday morning in beautiful Pismo Beach. We love the Surfing for Hope events. You've been a part of a few. I've been part of a bunch of them, Bucky. It's amazing foundation, and we'll get to talk to the founder tomorrow. He'll sit in booth with us. Right now, live action out in the water. Brett Staska gets stuck behind it there. No doubt he has a leash if they're jumping off like that.
Yeah, you're not going to do that just to go for a swim.
Well, we saw Mike.
Yeah, Mike did a nice big swim. Aiden as well. Aiden snuck through the heat. I think he might have, after his swim, just stayed in. I never really saw him again. But he still snuck through the heat. Mike lost his board early in the heat, and almost snuck his way back through. Got one real good one, got a good score, and just didn't quite have the time to back it up after doing that swim.
Yeah, that was tough. I mean, both guys, because Mike got the 5 and he had a throwaway score. He needed only a 3.65 to advance. Aiden had a pair of 4.25, so, an 8.5 two-wave total. You're not safe in that range, but he scrapes through. And then Kai McPhillips, obviously, with a 16.2 wave total. He was way up there.
Yeah, basically doubled the field. Real good surfing. Here we go. It looks like something's coming by the pier. Oh, but nobody's going to have a look at it.
I've seen a few. It's underrated what the Warriors are going through out there. I've seen them turtle diving some big sets, missing the first set and getting smashed by the second. And when you're dealing with 9.6 longboard and however much they weigh, all that volume, and it is rough water here.
Yeah, lots of water moving. Like Kai said, it's still tricky out there. Tough on these bigger boards when you got, waves the size of typically waves you would be riding coming across the wave and behind the wave and up the face and all those things. Here we go, and we got Green taking a look by the pier. That's Colin. He's got that interference, so he's looking for some big scores. Waiting for something to happen here on his backhand. There it goes, up to the 5. Nice stretched out nose ride right there. And this one's kind of staying flat on him. He gets a nice little cut back to the power source of the wave. Oncoming section coming at him. He goes for the bash and fades out.
Anything can happen, though. I mean, you know, like we saw that last heat, low scores, a low 2-wave total getting on through into round 2. Don't lose the faith, right?
No, yeah, exactly. You got to just keep your surfing going. Right now, second place, only holding down a 6.6 as the heat total. So those surfers in third and fourth really don't need much, even with the interference. Just a 5.5 needed.
Great job on the interviews.
We had Red take a look right there. Christian had second priority. See if that changes anything or if they're cool with it. Looks like nobody else really established a third priority, so looks like he's going to hang on to it.
So, Bucky, do you know, I mean, we have this swell, it's 4 to 6 foot or so, what they were calling, came down from 6 to 8 feet yesterday. The winds have kind of mellowed out, which is nice. We do have these swing tides, big high tides, over 6 foot and going down to minus something with the full moon.
Yeah, we're actually coming up to, we still got 40 minutes till we hit the peak tide at 7 feet today.
7 feet, wow.
7 feet, Shaquille O'Neal tide today. As we got Ben taking a look here, he's looking for that 361. And he starts it off a little cut back to the foam. Gets up there, nice quick nose ride. He's going to cut back again, hoping for this thing to set up for him on the inside, but he's just going to fade out right before that inside section. Not looking for a big score like we said. Or sorry, Ben's in second. Or no, that was Brett though. So yeah, Brett, sorry. Brett looking for that 361, so we'll see if that helps him at all. He's holding a 385 and a 325, looking for something in the middle there. That one looks like it's going to come up short. 5:45 left in the heat. Christian out in front with priority. Benjamin in second with second priority, looking for a 516. Brett in third, looking for a 361. And he gets a 285 on that last ride, so not going to help him. And here we go, out the back, Christian again. Getting pumping, getting going down the line here. And there he is up to the nose ride, nice 5. Holding it, moving the board around, gets a 10. Back to the 5, holds it a little longer. All the way back, off the foam, and just goes down as he tries to bring it back in. Good start to the wave there. Doesn't get the finish he would like. He's out in front, though, and that might better his 375. We'll see. Judging by some of the scores, when you get good stuff done out the back, that could be pretty solid score. We'll see what happens.
Well, there still is hope there for Colin. Under 5 minutes, like we were saying, low 2-wave totals. Keep that door open for, you know, having your second wave cut in half. Right now, even with that, Colin needing a 6.0.
As we see Christian's last ride in red, he's out in front, so he's not trying to get a score, just trying to better everything. Gets a nice long nose ride there. And then there's that cut back, and when he gets the foam, just gets a little stuck trying to bring it back around. Trying to better 375. So far, the scores are looking like it's going to just do that, and it comes in at a 415. So, Christian, your last wave, a 4.15. You now are still out in front with a 9.4 heat total. Benjamin, you have priority in second, looking for a 555 in order to move up into first. Brett, you have second priority. You're looking for a 361 to move into second. Down in fourth in green, Colin, you need a 6 to get into second place. 3:45 left in the heat. As we see a little bump coming. That looks like Colin taking a look. He's going to fade left, bring it back right. This one's going to kind of, the left underrun from way down the beach kind of makes this one disappear right out from underneath him. As we see Benjamin in blue using his priority. Nice stylish cross steps up through that midsection there. Puts it on a rail, back to the foam, brings it off the bottom. He's got the oncoming section coming at him. See if he wants to bash it like Kai. What's he going to do with it? Goes right off the top, rides it down. Nice and clean. He was looking for a 5.55 before that to move into first. Trying to better a 3.25 to make it really hold on to that second place a little better. And White out the back taking a look. That's Brett. He's in third. Looking for a 3.61 up to the nose. Gets back. He's going to ride around this one. Going to cut back towards the foam, trying to stay in it. And it's just going to make him fade out. So probably still going to need the score. 2:45 left. Christian out the back with priority and the lead. Waiting for scores of basically everybody except Christian. Christian, his scores are all in. We're waiting for the last wave of green, white, and blue. And here we go. Blue's looking good to better his spot in second place. Might even sneak into first with the score coming in. As Christian's up out the back. Nice 5 out there, quick 10. This thing's setting up pretty good for him. He's going to go around that section there, up off the top. Little spray to set up for the nose ride there. Nice 5. Getting through here, and he's got the oncoming section. He goes big off the top, but it hits him back just as hard. Sends him down to the bottom.
Just a little late to the section, but that deep hole that's kind of dividing the left and the right, backing off just enough for the potential of getting that finish. Whose wave was it that came through the inside that, it was it Blue's? Benjamin's.
Ben just got that score.
Yeah, this Benjamin, a 5.75. His wave cooperated so nicely and opened up for that last finishing turn. Didn't work out there for Christian, but the work was done on the outside. When they get the right wave with clean face on the outside, they're moving. I love that. A lot of air under the board. And then him committing to the late attempt into the lip. Wow, White had first priority. So green behind him, or is that blue?
No, that's green again.
That's green behind him. Not sure. A little confused on the priority, but he knew he has the early interference.
As we have a little change there, Christian, Ben with his last one, he got a 5.75 to move into first, but Christian then on that set, he gets a 4.6 to move back into first. And then we had Brett and White on that last wave. He was looking for a 6.10 now to move into second as we wait for that score to come across. .24 seconds to go. Waiting for that score to come in for White. As we're coming down to 10 seconds, waiting for that score for Brett. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough, and we're going to count this thing out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And Benjamin got one before the Hooter, so will he get that clean down carve?
Oh, yeah. I'll come back pretty quick, but yeah.
Thank you. Well, we're going to throw to a quick commercial break. We will come back and recap Heat 3. We'll bring in Heat 4.
SlowCal Roots starts with natural and sustainable farming right here in SLO County. We offer a carefully curated selection of cannabis, both medical and recreational, from
All
small
right,
batch
guys,
craft
I will be
concentrates
counting
and
you in
sleep
shortly.
gummies to locally produced fresh flower and extracts. Come
5,
join us on
4,
our journey
3,
to support family
2,
farms, support
1.
community, and support culture from the roots up.
We are
Slow
on
Coffee,
and
locally
live,
owned
surfers
and
here in
operated
heat
by
number
patients
4.
for
Note to the
patients.
surfers finishing their heats, make sure to leave your jerseys on as you walk up and take them off at the beach marshal. That's a little WSL rule. They appreciate that. You come on up that way when they're, filming or whatever. It all shows. And here we are, heat number 4, and welcome into the booth, Carla Zamora. How are you?
Good morning. So lovely to be here today. What a beautiful morning here at Pismo Beach.
Absolutely, and you've been out talking with the athletes as they come in victorious, moving into round 2, and now you get to be up here. And
Yeah, I get to see the front view action. We got Blue up and riding right off the bat. Emiliano Mendez Rosas out of Mexico.
so another one of the international field getting a sweet one. These ones that are reforming as high tide hasn't even gotten here all the way, so I think that is what's created these reforms from earlier this morning when we got here.
Yeah, and my bad, that green and blue are a little close to me. That riding all the way in is green. Julian Schweitzer from Uruguay. Such a cool international contingent here in Pismo Beach. I really competitors from all over the world.
Yeah, I know that the green and blue with the side light, it does get confusing at times. Good thing we have the camera work and the replay monitor, so beautiful opener there for Julian Schweitzer.
Yeah, Julian Schweitzer, he is a big competitor, just comes off a win from the Alas Tour down in South America. In this heat right now, wearing the red jersey, we got Mac Landry, wearing blue, Emiliano Mendez Rosas, wearing white, Jameson Roller, and again in green with that nice long wave onto the inside, Julian Schweitzer.
And white, one of the goofy foots, they always find their lefts. There is this traditional peak off to the south that offers the left, especially with the high tides coming into the hole towards the pier. They're far and few between today, but a couple of the goofies have found them.
Yeah, every morning this week I was checking the cam, right? First thing in the morning, checking the cam here. They actually have a really nice camera. It really gives you a good view of the lineup. And there was tons of lefts coming through, but up and riding on the right, a little bit closer to the pier, that's our blue.
Emiliano Mendez Rosa in the lead at the moment with an opening 2.75. We've seen a few of the surfers lose their boards, and even if you just lose it on the inside, like Jameson has, although the camera on the web isn't showing it, we're seeing it live. It's still, a bit of a journey in to go get your board with a 7-foot tide. It might wash all the way up to the wall.
Little did he know that he was going to have a paddle out and a sprint back to the beach.
Yeah.
So full-on athletic prowess going on here. You can see him. He's going to make his way out. It's a bit of a walk just into that, in that shallow zone there, and then to get out. So definitely you want to be on your game. Hopefully these boys have been training and kind of, getting themselves ready to kind of deal this kind of bigger wave energy.
Well, it's interesting here, the sand in Pismo, it's fine and heavy. It doesn't move a lot. And so what that creates is this shallow sandbar that you'll walk for 200 yards out and you're still in waist-deep water. And up the beach, further south, the sand's really granular and it moves a lot here. So I guess that's why the clams love it here.
Yeah,
The famous clams that you're not allowed to take, even though you can just dig your hands down in the sand and pull up 10 of them in every scoop.
Yeah, there's a bit sign there. I think they have to be over 4 inches. There's a size limit you can take if there's certain size, but they also give you directions on, if you do find them, how to put them back.
How to put them back, and you have to have a permit, like all fishing licenses, and even if you do and you find the right sizes, you can only take a certain amount. But it's amazing. There's millions of them right here. At low tide this evening, you could walk out. It's fun to dig down.
Yeah, it's super special to be here in Pismo Beach. This is kind of a stop off for those of us living in SoCal. When we're heading up to Santa Cruz, I usually just stop in here, sometimes refuel gas, get a bite to eat. But I haven't had the opportunity to really be here, and it's just a beautiful set of coastline. And the city of Pismo Beach has been wonderful hosts. They're super proud to be the host city this year for the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. There's clean air, great waves, and wide open beaches, which makes this area the perfect place for this wonderful event. Pismo Beach is a classic California. You know, it's got the wine, the waves. It's a wonderful destination, and you always want to make sure to stop by into all these great businesses that are in this little cute community. Enjoy the outstanding restaurants. We've already had a couple. There's a great barbecue place that we stopped by, and so you can find out more if you're not sure about where to go. You can go to experiencepismobeach.com, and that'll give you all the info of how to find the kinks, or I should say the little cute corners there of Pismo Beach.
And everything's relatively close. If you want to go to the sand dunes or down south, if you want to go golfing, you want to go wine tasting, you want to go all the way to Hearst Castle, or even to the edge of Big Sur, it's all within 45 minutes basically in any direction. And so there's a lot of fun to be had.
Yeah, time check, you guys. 14 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. Situation is this: opening ride for green 6.5. We've got blue with a 2.75 and a 1.6. Jameson comes in with a 2.9 and a 1.35, and then Mac in the red, you came in at a 2.9 and a 1.0. So, sitting in first place at the moment with that one wave at a 6.5, that would be Julian Schweitzer, needing a 3.67 blue. Emiliano, you need a 3.76, excuse me. In white, you need a 1.45. That's Jameson. And currently also needing a 1.5. That'd be Mac Landry in the red jersey. 13 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Lots of time for stuff to happen. Slight lull in the action for a few minutes here, but I possibly see some action on the horizon.
Well, while we have a little lull in the action, although we do see sets coming in on the horizon, we're going to throw it down to Bucky Berry with our last heat winner.
Hey guys, yeah, we're here with Christian. So Christian, let us know, how was it out there?
It was more fun than I really thought. I kind of knew that the paddle out was going to be quite a thing. I think I spent about half that heat paddling back out from a couple of those waves, but once you're out there, waves are clean and swells dropped from yesterday, so it's actually kind of fun when you get the right one.
Yeah, it looks like it takes a little effort to find them, but you found some really good ones. You got a little back and forth with Blue out there at the end. He took over, you got the lead back, and then held on to it at the end. So any good shout-outs or anything you want to give to anybody?
Absolutely. I got a shout-out, of course, Jose Barahona. He's the one that makes my boards, and Blue, Ben Goldstein in that heat as well. We both are riding on Barahona shapes. Perfect boards. Also Barefoot Surf Wax and Macho Fins for the fins, and then just my family, my wife, everyone for supporting me along the way. Thank you all.
Awesome. Great surfing, Christian. Look forward to see you later today, and then hopefully into tomorrow. Keep it up.
Thanks, Buck.
Yeah.
All right. Well, great job, Christian, and thank you, Bucky. We have established 6 surfers moving on through into the second round this morning so far. Who will come out of heat number 4? Right now, Julian Schweitzer in the lead in the green with a 6.5. He does have priority. We just saw during that interview maybe one of the bigger sets of the day, closing out the whole beach, and all the competitors taking lickings.
Yeah, and you see White kind of staying off away from the main pack, trying to pick off these lefts here. He hasn't had a whole lot of luck. He is looking for a 1.45, not a huge score. But Julian, as you said, sitting in priority, sitting pretty with that single wave of a 6.5. Really in a good spot there, having priority, already having a nice score. So he's definitely sitting in a comfortable, confident position.
Yeah, so far this morning, the average second place score has just been above 8-ish or so. So first places have been running away, getting the two, getting above 13 or whatever, 2-wave total, and then everyone else, it's been wide open for second. So, don't discount those 2.9s or whatever. They might come into play looking to advance through.
Yeah, definitely. These guys are hoping for another run of decent waves here. Looks like we've got Blue taking a look here. This is Emiliano out of Mexico. He's going to navigate this wave, kind of switches it to the left, gets some nice tip time kind of into the pier there. He's going to try to negotiate. This pier a bit different than some of the spots that we're used to seeing Huntington, Oceanside, where there's a bit more play that you can do into the pier, even going under and through the pier. But this pier, it's got a different dynamic. It doesn't quite work the same.
It doesn't work the same. The way the sandbars, you get the long right, the right that they're riding outside has been very consistent this season, I've heard. You do sometimes at different times get that left that runs more towards the pier, but no one's shooting the pier like Huntington Classic pier shoot,
Yeah, no Alan Sarlo shooting through the Malibu Pier or anything like that. Situation update, 9 minutes, 45 seconds. Currently in first place now because he's got 2 waves. He opened with 4.0 and he's got a 2.75. That's Blue Emiliano. In second place, in priority, sitting just with that single 6.5 wave. That's Julian Schweitzer. He's looking for a 0.25. In white and currently third place with a 2.90 and a 1.35. That's Jameson Roller. Jameson, you're looking for a 3.61. And in second priority, in fourth place in the red jersey, Mac Landry. You're sitting with a 2.90 and a 1.0. You're looking for a 3.61. Up and riding. Wow. We got White on the left. He comes unglued. But then we've got Julian Schweitzer. He's looking for that second score. He's only needing a 0.25. I think he's going to get this.
Big time.
More than enough.
Look at this. And with it, he's just hung out on the nose for the whole ride through that midsection. He's going to complete it on there. Little super floaty, hops down into the flats, and the white from Jameson. So some scores that are going to reshuffle the deck right here. You think that Julian's going to go up into the lead after that well-ridden wave, and then Jameson needed the 3.61. I don't know what that will be once it shuffles around, but it was a nice left until right up when you caught him and he kind of fell on the cutback.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think I like the approach that that Jameson is making, trying to kind of set himself apart. He clearly wants the lefts, but those lefts don't seem to quite be materializing for him. Unlike Julian Schweitzer in the green, who's just really been able to pick off these rights that have just given him so much scoring potential. And we got White up again. He's really kind of committing to that left there. I don't know if maybe with 7 minutes, just under 8 minutes on the clock, it might be time to readjust his strategy.
We got a broken board. Dun, 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 just in. Yeah, exactly. Well, the Goofy Foots love to channel the David Nueva, Rob Machado-esque style at these pier beach breaks, sitting off down to the south. Well, we got a broken board there for James. Was that Jameson? That's why he turned around and took that little left. So I wonder how that happened from the 2 waves ridden and the wave we just saw.
It's got the tip of the nose, looks like it's snapped off.
Oh, man.
So he must have kind of had some sort of pearl situation. Maybe it was a bit too shallow in there and it just nipped that.
Like we were talking about,
yeah.
that it's really shouts waist deep.
Yeah.
Halfway out. We do have a score. Julian, your second wave, a 6.5, so you got a pair of those in your back pocket. 2 6.5s for Julian out in the lead. Emiliano in second with second priority. Jameson in third. Still waiting on, well, I think his last score isn't going to change anything, but Jameson looking for a 3.86.
Yeah, and up and riding.
It might. Sorry about that.
In second place and up and riding right now. He's looking for a 9, seeing as though Green really set himself apart right here. But this is a really nice score for Blue. Should be his highest scoring wave thus far. So, again, looking for a 9.00 Blue to move into the lead. And, again, we are waiting for a score to White. It may or may not affect, his situation, may up the ante a little bit for him, but perhaps not.
Well, some good waves ridden there. Did that score come in? Jameson's wave before he ran in to change boards was a 3.60. So he's still in third, needing 1.6. Jameson, you need a 3.16. There's just over 6 minutes left, so it's going to be a quick paddle out. They got to hurry to get out there and ride another wave. Priority is with our heat leader in the green. Well, here we go. A nice replay there for Emiliano on his backhand.
Yeah, a bit of a kind of a stretch wide 5 there, but really kind of trying to get that work done there, waiting for that open section. Looks like we got something happening out the back there.
Late drop.
Yeah, a little foamy washing machine takeoff there. Little bit of the wind kind of shifting around here, but the wave face is still staying, pretty clean. And we were comparing earlier, before the event started, saying, oh, well, Saturday will be a lot like Thursday. But I was here Thursday, and I think this is better. Yeah.
It's bigger, too, isn't it? Thursday was half this size from what I saw when I got here in the afternoon.
Yeah, and it just seems a lot cleaner, a little more put together. The swells, we got some nice faces, lefts, rights. So definitely excellent conditions for this Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. This is an LQS 1000 event for North America, one of the regional events that will qualify for that tour.
So it just seems the biggest challenge is if you ride a wave all the way in, it's a long paddle out, and just due to the way the sandbar is and the way the ocean moves, there's a lot of bubbles and foam. It's hard to paddle fast in this inside section. So even the, paddling a 9.6 or 9.5 or whatever they're riding, it's still a challenge to get back outside.
100%. You got to have your game on. As I said, with a lot of these guys, you think that they just go surf and have fun, but there is a lot of work, and the champions, the ones that are winning heats, they're putting in the time. They're working out, they're paddling, they're maybe doing gym time as well, just to make sure that they're in shape. And we're working with a 6.9 tide that's about to hit high in about 15 minutes or so. So there's a lot of water moving out there. You really want to be on your game. You want to have that cardio up, and then on top of all that, you've got the adrenaline that's running through your body. So really being able to manage that both physically and mentally is kind of the name of the game out here. And you're going to see that with the winners. The winners are the ones that are able to kind of put all those things together. We've got 3.5 minutes on the clock. Situation is relatively the same. 4th place, but in priority is red, Mac Landry. Mac, you're looking for a 4.85. In 3rd place, wearing the white jersey, Jameson, you need a 4.15. Currently in 2nd place and in 3rd priority, that's Emiliano. You're looking for a 9.0. And Julian Schweitzer sitting in 2nd priority in the green jersey. He's your heat leader with a pair of 6.5s.
Well, in that next heat coming up, I'm sure you got your jerseys. You might want to be making your way out. It's definitely a 3-minute paddle out. We know that. Well, nice break down there, Carla. I mean, Pismo is consistent. Year after year, we score waves on the south side. Before the event used to be on the north side, and we scored like fantastic pier bowl rights and runner lefts. Right now, the swell is definitely sizable. I mean, looks today just a little more ruly.
Yeah.
There's definitely more opportunity today than yesterday, but these guys, they're working for their rides, that's for sure. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. Bombing sets on the horizon. Jameson needs a 4.15, and Mac with priority needs a 4.85. Is this Mac up and riding right now on a set from the outside?
That is Mac on his goofy foot. Gets some nice clean footwork and tip time. You can see a little bit of the bump and froth on that wave, but he's negotiating it really pretty well. I'm not sure if he's got a leash on or not. Looks like he might be going leashless there, which is definitely a risky, I'm a no-leash gal, but I would definitely be considering wearing a leash in this sort of situation, just given the fact that if you lose your board so early on, you're really sorry. There we go. We got Blue. He's trying to get that 9.0, tries to get the tip time right off the bat, but that too much water, it kind of gets hung up, not able to drop down.
All right. Surfers in heat number 5, can you guys just stay right by the pier, hug the pier? Head judge is asking you to stay away from the current heat. There's 1 minute and 15 seconds left. And we are closing it out. We're getting close to the end. What will happen here in the last minute? Julian still holding that commanding lead with priority. Emiliano in 2nd. We do have those scores coming in for 3rd and 4th place. Will the Jameson get the 4.15, and will Mac get the 4.85? So Emiliano, his head's on a swivel out there with 2nd priority. We see this replay. There was a lot of lumps and bumps, and it's it was challenging for him to have connectivity from start to finish between turns just because of that. So
Yeah.
we'll see how that plays out for Mac in the end.
Yeah, Mac looking for that 4.85 to move into an advancing position. I liked his footwork in the beginning part of it in the nose ride, and here we got Green, your heat leader, Julian up and riding, really just smashing this heat right now.
He's picking the dreamy ones without the lump and the bump. I mean, look at that sweeping full rail carve with 10 seconds to go. I'm going to count it out. Hands up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, that is a beautiful way to finish a heat when you're leading it like that. Good work, Julian. Thank you for the entertainment on that last wave. Picking the clean and dreamy ones.
Yeah, and he was ready to go yesterday. Yesterday morning, we were, is it on? Carlita, is it on? I said, well, it's not on. He was like, oh, damn, I'm ready to go. He was pretty game to get out there. We ended up going up Cayucas. He took off with some good bombs up there. So, no surprise that Julian came out here in full force. Took that heat down kind of by a landslide. Coming in second place, I think it's going to hold down there, will be Blue, Emiliano Mendez Rosas, and unfortunately it'll be the end of the line for Mac and Jameson.
Well, we're going to go to a quick commercial break and catch you up on the backside of that.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
Just ride one time for your mind. Just ride one time for your mind.
Jeff Baldwin, we are here into heat number 5, round of 48. Kevin DeWald, Tim Reed, Curtis Perdue, and Micah DeSoto grace us. We just saw Julian Schweitzer have a beautiful heat also. I don't even know what he got on that last wave, but I think it might have been better than his other two 6.25s or whatever, or 6.5s that he had. So we'll hear from him on the winner's stand coming up. But right now, riding Tim Reda on his forehand. Will he lose his board right there? And out the back in the red. These waves, if you pick the right one, as we saw with Julian on the last heat and some Noah before, there can be clean faces, Carla. Then there's the ones in between that are just like devil's work. There's just lumps and bump and foam and soup and currents and eddy, and they can't find their feet right.
Yeah, I mean, you could call it luck, but there's also a lot of wave IQ happening, and you have to really be able to kind of have your sights set down the line and be able to make a read on that wave as to whether it's going to kind of keep that open face or is it going to run too much, in front of you and end up closing out. And so, like you said, a lot of our heat winners, they've had that wave IQ and been able to pick the right ones that just continue to give that open face, well into the inside zone. Opening ride coming in for Blue. Tim Rita sets in at a 3.25. Gonna start things off. On deck out there, guys, make sure you're getting ready. We got Jake, Steven, Brandon, and Cody. You guys should be waxing up and getting your jerseys, getting ready. It's a nice paddle out there, so you want to make sure you're up and down on the beach and ready to go with plenty of time to paddle out. Some of the guys are choosing to paddle out on the other side of the pier. If that's the case, please make sure you hold close to the pier and stay away from the current heat in the water.
Yeah, it seemed that whole last heat must have, because we couldn't even see where they were, and the head judge said, hey, keep them by the pier until the heat finishes. Well, we have got a full day of action, Carla, here. For everyone joining us online, thank you, and for coming down on a brisk, beautiful Saturday morning in Pismo. We love it. The coffee shops are all open. All the cafes are open. Another gorgeous day here at the Surfing for Hope WSL LQS Qualifying Series for the men's and women's. You were just down in El Salvador watching world champions get crowned. On the women's side, refresh me, because I know Taylor Jensen won another one on the men's side.
Yeah, Rachel Tilley.
Rachel Tilley, there we go. Another world championship in her cap, right?
Yeah, and
Is that 3, 4?
That was, I think, her second world title.
Second. Oh, that's it. Rachel Tilley.
She currently holds, she's one of the youngest to win a world title, and in her first world title, and she smashed it. It was pretty undeniable, her win there in El Salvador. So, congratulations to her, and she'll be on the tour this year. And somebody here that gets crowned today, or tomorrow rather, could be facing up against her eventually on the tour in 2025.
That's right. Well, we've seen over all the years that these beautiful, Andy McKay's standing in here with us right now, but he created these events, and well, Andy McKay and Surfing for Hope, going back to 2017, started these events, and it became the sort of fostering ground for so many of the young men and women we see on the World Championship Tour on the shortboard side. And now that the longboard, the LQS, has gotten folded in, it's the same thing, and we saw a great event here a few years back. Shannon Hughes and I were doing it. It was all longboard. It was perfect. Then Morro Bay last year, which was pumping and huge, turned into longboard heaven on the Sunday. So it's great to have all disciplines involved in the Central Coast in these qualifying series events, and leapfrogging up into the World Championship Tour or the Challenger Series on the shortboard side.
Yeah, 100%. It's really great that, we see WSL really stepping up and giving longboarding kind of the platform that it deserves. It's been a long time coming. Back in my day, we had the one event. You had to travel to Costa Rica and hope that, you got some good waves and you were crowned a champion. So it's really refreshing to have all these different spots, the regional events that kind of help bring that international contingent to, the main tour. And this heat, a bit slow to start right now. We are in heat number 5. This is round 1 of the men's. Only 2 surfers showing up for this 4-man heat. So these guys kind of lucky here. They're just surfing. They're going to make it through, going to kind of just, work on those points to kind of determine where they get seated in the next round.
Well, we're going to throw it down. Bucky Berry is with Julian Schweitzer.
Hey guys, how's it going? We got Julian here, winner of the last heat. Absolutely putting it on a rail out there on that last one, the nice roundhouse. Julian, tell us how it was out there.
Thank you, Bucky. I'm really happy to be here in California one more time, sharing and meeting again some friends. I'm stoked to make the first round. The last one was a wave that I was waiting for. I think I catch a couple of medium ones, with our long line, but wasn't able to put my surfing on it. Hopefully I find that last one. And I'm so happy to make the hit, to keep going, and I'm ready for the next hit.
Awesome, yeah, and Julian's all the way out here from Uruguay. So he's one of the guys coming here just to hang out with everybody, have a good time, and try to score some good waves, and got out there and did it. Want to give any shout-outs to anybody at home?
Yeah, I'm going to say it in Spanish because my English is a little bit rusty. Un saludo grande a toda mi familia, a mis sponsors, a mi equipo de trabajo que son parte fundamental. Así que vamos arriba Uruguay, un pasito más. Nos vemos en el próximo round.
Awesome. Thank you, Julian. Good surfing. See you in round 2.
All right, there we go. I'm liking that. Julian going for the samurai bun.
Dude,
ripping it up there.
Julie's my boy. Chuchi for the win. I love it. Go. Super stoked.
Well, like you were saying, there's just the 2 surfers in this heat, so they get a pass-through. But regardless, pride and, who's going to take the first place over second place in this heat. Beautiful surfing there. Kevin DeWald, had a smoker during the interview, and that's a bit of a replay there for that wave.
Yeah, Red opening up with that 4.0, backing it up with a 2.50. So he currently sitting in that lead. Blue's first wave coming in at 3.25. He's waiting for that second wave to get on score. But as we said, this is only 2-man heat. Both these guys are going through a lot of pressure taken off them. But they just want to, they can kind of get the jitters out, kind of get a feel for, how the wave's going, and then and get themselves ready for round 2, which will be a much harder draw because we're going to have just a lot of good surfers. We'll see Chase Leader out there, Tucker Coleman, Kai Takayama, Dakota Fairclough. Bunch of really good surfers that these winners from round 1 will be facing up with later today. We will run both rounds 1 and 2 of the men's and women, leaving us for a fantastic finals day tomorrow.
Yeah, it'll be a full day of action, and because of yesterday being suspended, that round of 16 kind of effectively was abandoned, and it just goes into the quarterfinals are 4-man and 4-women heats. So that's how it changed, so that we get the time back that we lost yesterday. And then it goes into the head-to-head format semifinal, or actually no, it goes into that head-to-head quarterfinal semifinal.
Yeah, I think we're going to be holding on to four-person heats throughout the day just because we weren't able to run yesterday. So just kind of a bit. Not a problem, though. Plenty of waves happening. Red up and riding. That is Kevin DeWald. Currently your heat leader. Looking to better his 2.5.
Well, it seems like the trick of the day, and I mean, you see it so often, carrying that speed, staying in the middle of the board through the funky, bumpy sections, not getting too tipped on the tail or the nose and getting stuck in those moguls, so to speak.
Yeah, I definitely like the way his board kind of cut through some of that slight bit of chop there in that wave, and he just kept that consistent flow, had that speed, power, and flow throughout. So that should be a decent score coming in for Red. Not a lot of work done on it, but definitely composed and showing a lot of nice style. Time check, you guys, 10 minutes on the clock.
Well, the judges loving the right to the nose, straight off the beginning of the waves.
Yeah, you can see he got some tip time done. This is actually a pretty strong wave. I really like the way he put it together with that tip time into that carve back into the section. He's going to set up here for that little rebound off the whitewater. Really good, well put together wave for Red. One of the better ones we've seen in a minute.
Well, and I liked in the beginning, he got up on the nose, but he didn't stand tall. He kind of had to suck down low because there was a lot of foam and current coming up the face, but he made it look like it was what he wanted to do.
Well, yeah,
so he adapted so well.
That's the whole key, is to kind of make it look easy. If it looks hard, then that's not going to really score high, but keeping it nice and low, keeping himself in control, and really showing like nice style, keeping his arms in control, really, is going to give him that score line that he's looking for. So again, he opened up with that 4.0, came in next with a 2.50, but on that third wave, as we predicted there, high score so far, 5.75 for Red. So it makes the situation a little more difficult for Blue. But Blue's only got one score on the wave, and he's up and riding right now. He's going to negotiate around that whitewater, not able to stay glued to his board there. Going to come down. That'll put a second score on his board, but he's going to be looking for something in the 6 range in order to move into first place. But that said, he's already in. He's going on in round 2, and he's just kind of, getting the jitters out, getting wet, feeling the wax on his feet. Got Bucky back in the booth here with me.
Yeah, you could say these guys are having a little expression session. No matter what goes right, what goes wrong, they're in.
That's such a nice feeling to have when you're out there, All of a sudden you look at your sheet and you're like, well, they didn't show up. Sweet, So it definitely takes pressure off and makes you, hopefully have a little bit more flow and just relaxation.
Yeah, no, it's always cool too when you only have a heat where you're both gonna make it. You can just cheer each other on, call each other into waves. Hey, bro, your turn. Go get it. Get after it. That'll be rad. No stress on kind of hoping the guy falls and all that.
Well, I suppose so, as long as they're definitely some sort of friends. Otherwise, who knows how it could go down.
Everybody's friends. We're all on.
Everybody's
We're all
friends.
on Earth. We're all homies.
Friends. Time check, guys. 7 minutes, 30 seconds. This is Heat 5, round 1 of the men. We're going to be coming up with Heat 6. Coming up next, we'll be seeing Jake DiMatteo, Stephen Newton, Brandon Elderkin, and Cody Craig. We'll have 8 heats for this round 1, and then we'll be moving into the ladies, which I can't wait to watch these ladies approach these waves. Saw a couple of them charging up at cayucas yesterday, some big sets, some messy conditions, but girls were on it. Same with the boys. Situation remains the same. Tim, you're looking for a 6.50 to move into first. There's 6 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. Seeing a replay here of Red's last wave. I think that was the 5.75. Really nice, nicely put together wave. I like the finish at the end there where he gets the nice little roller coaster off the whitewater. It's really important, I feel like, in longboarding to really have that kick out or the finish, a clean finish. Really tops it off. Far more than maybe shortboarding. It's not quite as critical maybe in the shortboard arena, but for longboarding, in my opinion, it's a scoreable maneuver, and I want to see that finish.
Oh, yeah. I always like to say the simple principles: hang 10, turn hard, finish your waves.
Yeah.
That's the simple way to put it. Go out, do that. You'll be doing pretty well. Show control while you're doing it. Do it with style. Do some hard stuff. Make it look easy. All those things is what we want to see. That's what the judges want to see. I always like to say you don't always have to surf for the 4 to 5 judges in the tent. You can also surf for everybody on the beach. It's also a show we're supposed to be putting on too.
Yeah, definitely in my younger years when I actually thrived off the competition, it was more about the stage. I was a dancer when I was younger, so this is so much like a stage. It wasn't so much about the points, but just being able to show your stuff for people and give them a good time.
Yeah, exactly. And here we go. We got Tim taking a look. He's just gonna kind of wiggle out of it. Yeah, I mean, every time you go surfing, when you go with your friends, you're paddling out. You see your buddy do something cool. You want to do something cooler while he's paddling back out. There's always that inner competitor going, but just in a contest, the pressure's on that. It's right now for these guys. It's you two out there, and everybody's watching.
Yeah, no pressure, guys. Everyone's watching you.
We love it.
We want to see it. We want to see some action. We want to see some 5s. I want to see some 10s. Like you said, turns and a nice finish.
Yeah, hang 10, turn hard, finish your wave. And here we go, taking a look. Kevin, he's using his priority right up to the tip. I like that. Turn into it, runs it back. Yep. Nice rail carve back to the foam, straightens it back down the line. Looking for trying to find a little barrel right there, but just doesn't happen for him. Gets around the section, get through that bounce there halfway through that turn.
Yeah.
That was really cool the way he controlled himself as the backwash side chop tried to take him out. He wasn't having it. That was a really cool turn.
Yeah, I definitely handled that one a little bit of shuffling in the beginning there, going into that nose ride, but then just holding his ground, keeping it all the way through. He's trying to just kind of maintain that lead over Tim. Tim having a little bit slower start of a heat, but that can change so quickly with all the time that is in a heat. It's 4 minutes on the clock. Tim's looking for a 6.5, and you can see Red here on the replay. You notice he had that kind of cross step to shuffle on the 5, but then brings it back in there, but negotiates its wave really quite nice. A little bit of chop there, but he holds his ground. And then we bring it back out to the outside.
Yeah, while we have a little break, I was kind of just reading up on the Surfing for Hope Foundation. It's pretty cool. They've been around for 13 years, and in those 13 years, they've raised over $1 million to help local families recover from all types of cancer, while also providing surf camps for cancer survivors, as well as their families and the kids, and really providing some really cool stuff, along with throwing these surf contests for the longboarders and the shortboarders on the side of the WSL, providing a platform for everybody to show their stuff. And they're a 501c3 nonprofit organization, so you can always donate, always help out their cause. Really cool organization to check out. You can check them out at surfingforhope.org. I'm sure you can consider donating right there through the website. Like I said, they're the reason we're all brought together and get to hang out. And, oh, by the way, we're all going to show off for each other surfing.
Yeah, shout out to them and all their volunteers, especially to Andy McKay and his partner Laura, who are just really passionate about Surfing for Hope, the organization, and just doing good for others. So I think it's really great of this event. And thank you, for having us here. It's such a beautiful day, and I think that's what really speaks volumes is when your heart's in the right place and you're doing things for the right reasons. You are blessed with beautiful conditions like this right now here with 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock for this heat number 5. Really great start to the morning.
Yeah, Kevin's last one came in at a 4.75, so helped his situation a bit. Tim up and riding now. He's looking for a 7.25. This one's pretty foamy and frothy for him. He's playing the patience game, waiting for something to happen. Down to a minute 50. Could also just be getting this one to get to the beach. Nice nose ride there through the frothy section. Puts it on rail, brings it back to the foam. And yeah, it looks like he's going to kind of just bring this one in. Kevin now, solo sesh for a minute and a half. Check that out. Not a bummer to surf alone.
Lots of stuff going on here this weekend at Pismo. Not just this contest, but there's a VW car show happening right now.
Yeah, check that out. Like it looks like a cool little courtyard they've created in between all the buses and such. Then you got the playground to play on with the kids, the big old Pismo Beach sign letting you know where you are in case you forget. And here we go. Look at those. There's some old ones. I see a pickup version of the bus right there.
And what
Pretty
a setup.
Cool. Yeah, I love the setup they get to do here where the judges and announcer tower is on the diamonds as you head out the pier. You can describe where the swell is, where, first diamond, second diamond, third diamond. And then we've had waves breaking all the way past the end today as well. So and with the low tide, I'm sure we'll see more as we get down to 35 seconds to go in the heat. Kevin out in front with priority, just hanging solo out the back. As we see Timmy's last one. Kind of just taking this one. He knows he made the heat. He's just cruising. And we got Kevin. He's taking a look, probably just to make it in, not have to ride on his knees. Here he goes, up and riding. Right up to the nose. Oh, it almost fades out, but survives it. Rides down that cascading whitewater.
Yeah, gets a little stuck on that foam ball, but really maintains that control. Gets up to that 5 again. Gets a little bit of a stretch. Doesn't quite get up there right off the bat, but really showing a lot of control in that bumpy condition.
Yeah, hanging on through it. Way funner way to come in than just paddling in as we get to the end of the heat right there. Next heat, stand by to get counted in. As we're still watching Kevin work his way all the way to the beach.
It's one of the few that actually kind of reformed and had a little bit going on as it came on the inside.
Yeah, radical start to the wave, rad little middle zone, and brings it all the way to the beach with the reform. Good surfing, guys. And we're just waiting for the count in for the next heat.
And in the meantime, we are going to go to a commercial break.
The world has changed, and the workplace has evolved. The option to live free of the commute and busy work life is here. Midstate Containers specializes in custom remote offices ready for your new journey. Customizable.
And that last score comes in.
Our team is ready to reimagine remote
and we're going to count you guys
your
in.
specific needs.
In 5, 4,
we are
3,
excited to help create
2,
your workplace
1.
so you can embrace more of life.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast with no contracts and no limits.
So that you guys are, guys in the water, heat number 6. You guys are underway, 19 and a half minutes left in the heat. So you guys can get yourselves in position out there. And we're back live. So welcome back. In this heat, this is round 1, the round of 48, heat number 6. In red, Jake DeMatteo. In blue, Stephen Newton. In white, Brandon Elderkin. And in green, Cody Craig, coming out from the East Coast. Kind of taking care of a lot of America out here. We got Jake from Jersey, Steve from down south in San Clemente, Cody out there in North Carolina, Outer Banks guy. 18:50 to go in the heat, and this might be kind of our calmest we've seen the ocean all day.
For sure, yeah. It's been an active ocean since arriving here. A lot of us coming here Wednesday or Thursday. Some of the competitors coming up even early just to kind of get a feel, lay of the land, if you will. But this moment right here is kind of a lull, a calm, hopefully before the storm of the next set of waves.
Yeah, and after seeing that last heat with just 2 guys out there, now we got full competition underway here, and we got Jake right into it in red. Straight to the nose. He's going to wrap that back towards the foam ball. Good backside surfing to start right here. Nice footwork. It's another cut back into the zone and out the back. That's green. That's Cody out the back. Oh, nice layback hack on the corner there out of the nose ride. Straight into the stall. Nice long 5 there. And he's going to walk back and goes for the big off the top, but gets taken down. Going full commitment on that one. Great surfing by Jake and Cody to start the heat. 17:50 to go. 2 guys with waves underway. 2 guys waiting to get their campaign started. And Jake with a good start. Cody with a really good start before absolutely sending it on that last section and going down.
Yeah, I think if he had made that last hit, that would have been a very excellent scoring ride. Both of them, though, coming in really strong in those opening rides, just a few minutes, down on the...
Can.
You want me?
And there's that replay of Jake, and then out the back, we got White taking a look here. That's Brandon. Big roundhouse all the way to the foam. And he's going to bring it around side section, setting a really nice one. He gets back in time, brings it off the top, carves it around. All right, what a start to the heat. Now we got Steve in blue out there with priority waiting to make his first crack. As we got scores coming in, trickling in for Jake's first one. And Jake, your first score is going to come in at a 4.75. 4.75, Jake, that's your first score. So you're in the lead with third priority right now. 16:12 to go. Like I said, Steve out there with priority, still waiting to make his first crack of a wave. Brandon waiting for his score to come across. Cody out there in third priority waiting for his. Like we said, Cody with a cool start to that wave, a nice nose ride, a cool layback hack to show a little different approach than we've mostly seen as we see the replay here. And out of that turn, stalls it, gets a nice arched out 5, and then goes for the big hit there and just looks like the wrong rail got in the water on him a bit there and it flipped on him. Still really cool start to that wave, so we'll see how that score comes across. 15.5 minutes to go. As we see late takeoff there, that's Cody again in green. Nice stylish 10 off of that cool bottom turn as well. Air drops through it and hangs on. Rad surfing right there by Cody Craig all the way from the Outer Banks. Switching the stance coming in through the foam there. Hoping for a reform with this high tide. We have seen a couple, and he's going to kick out right there. But good start to that one. And Cody, now that you're close right here. Hey, non-competitor right there on the small board. You're paddling right out into the contest area. You're going to want to go to the other side of the pier. Just come in and then go walk around to the other side. Yeah, you can catch this little white water straight back to the beach and go ahead and walk around to the other side there. That's why it's not too crowded out there.
Well, that replay, beautiful secondary wave for Cody Craig, who his first wave got a 5.75, so doing well in this heat. Nice backup for him. That score not in yet. Thank you to the free surfer for coming in. Bucky Berry, it is just full throttle out there.
Yeah, we're seeing some really good surfing. Julian, in a couple heats ago, really putting on rail. We saw Cody throwing the layback carve. Jake on the backhand doing some carving work. A little tricky to get real long, good nose rides out there, but we've seen a few. But it's really cool to see the guys really putting the board on rail, using all 9.5 feet of rail out there. As we see Jake taking a look at this right. He straight up stalls it off right to the nose. Nice quick 10 there out of the 5. He's going to switch his stance, get around the section here. And it's got a lot of open face if it's going to reform for him. He kind of hits that deep spot. We'll see if he can stay with it. He doesn't. He kicks out. So Jake now with 2 rides under his belt. Cody as well. We're still waiting for a score for Cody's second wave as well as Jake's second wave. Those guys are in first and second respectively.
Well, yeah, good to get another backup there for Jake, and he did well. I love how he went, goofy foot, regular foot, kind of utilizing the right stance to get around the foam. Blue, beautiful work up on the nose, and throws it up there late for that, rock and roll float climb. You don't see that often.
Yeah, Steve Newton really putting a nice nose ride to start, had the little 5, did the little wiggle to get it in position as we see Cody's replay here. Rad bottom, turns straight into the stall up top, right to the nose. Full soul arch, makes that drop down. That's the score. That's that second wave we're waiting for the score on. Hangs on clean and smooth.
He did so well too. He was in the middle of his board and then just air dropped out once he ran to the nose. Free fell to the bottom of the wave. White up and riding outside, and that one, that kind of current that pushes up and up the face off the pier. It's caught a few of the surfers through the day so far. It's definitely something to be aware of. The surfers that have gone on to win the heats have found the ones that were really clean and the bottom was smooth. They weren't getting stuck at the top of the wave. That score, the second score for Cody, comes in at a 4.85. So now Cody out in the lead, a 5.75 and a 4.85. Still waiting on that last wave of reds to back up his opening 4.75. And it looks like he's going to stay busy here.
Oh, and he goes down. Yeah, we're also waiting for a score for Steve's first one there, where he had that cool little hang 5 wiggle to get the quick 10, and then sent the board almost vertical if we get to see that replay. Going that early 90s, early 2000s, late 90s style longboarding, throwing the board straight up into the lip. Really cool to see. And even though the lip kind of tried to hit him first, he overpowered it to finish the hit anyways. It was really cool.
So what do you think the judges do when a surfer takes off on their regular stance, which in Jake's case was goofy foot, and then he switches to regular foot to kind of, get around that whitewash section easier, it seemed like, than having the whitewash hitting his heels. He decided to go forehand and then went back to his regular goofy foot stance.
Yeah, they want to see the switch stance surfing, but they also want to see you do things switch. Just standing switch doesn't really do a lot if it's just to say, hey, look, I'm standing the other way. But if you're doing cool stuff while switch, that's unreal. As we see Steve's wave here, as he does a little 5, wiggles it into position. Here's that cool straight off the bottom, right up through the foam, overpowers it, pulls it down nice and clean. Still waiting for that score as we see Cody again in green, wrapping it all the way to the foam. Nice bash there. As look at this inside setting up for him again, too. Throws the soul arch on the hang 5 there. Getting around this section all the way to the inside, off the foam coming at him. He's going to do another nice little turn off the foam, just keeping that board moving, switching from rail to rail, even through the foam in there. Now he's going to get that switch stance going, trying to get through the inside here.
So kind of utilizing that criteria, he does the little skate kick. What's that called again?
A little skater boy action.
Yeah, on the inside, but utilizing the speed power flow. But in longboarding too, they incorporate grace and that connectivity and the footwork portion of it.
All right, and we're going to head on down to Carla for an interview as we see Steve taking off. Let's do it right after this one. Steve with a nice on-rail turn there. Back up to the nose, a nice 5, holding it for a while right there too. He's going to get around the section. Still a lot of open face for him to play with as he hits that deep spot, so where it might have closed out, stays open for him. Gets another nose ride. Trying to stay in it here, and he does. He gets down it. Well, he's going to kick on out. So let's head on down to Carla with the winner of that last heat.
All righty, here we are on the beach with our last heat winner, Kevin DeWald. So stoked. We've been chatting a little bit. You're from the East Coast, New Jersey. These conditions are a bit similar to home. Talk about how that you think worked in your favor.
Well, for starters, there was only 2 of us in the heat, so that was great because I got to surf with my friend Tim. But the conditions were very similar back home. A lot of chatter on the surf, so I had to really stay low, keep a low center of gravity on a couple of the turns. But it felt good. Felt like just back home, just bigger.
And speak a little bit about that, having only 2 people in your heat. You already advanced into round 2, but also you had your good friend Tim out there. How does that make for you, mentally and physically when you're in the heat?
I try not to even think about those types of, like competing. When I'm out surfing, I just focus on myself and just try to put on a good performance that I'm happy with for myself. But I was stoked to see Tim because I saw his name beforehand and he's a good friend of mine. I haven't seen him for probably 2 or 3 years, and it was stoked to talk to him out. We were chatting a little bit. He has another kid now, 2 kids, so pretty awesome, pretty rad. And that's how we stay connected. A lot of us surfers is through these contests, so it's a privilege.
Yeah, super awesome. How about who would you want to shout out to? I'm sure you have a lot of support back home and around. Give some shout outs to those people.
Okay. It's just pretty much everybody in South Jersey. Love you guys. New Jersey. Fam, friend, there's Chase over there. Lighter, yeah, man. Northeast. All right, cool. Yeah, my wife, she's at home. She's working right now. She couldn't make the trip, but I'm sure she's watching. And my mom, my grandmother, love you. Love you.
Well, that's so great. It's great to see you, and we'll look forward to seeing you in round 2. Back to you guys.
Well, thanks, Carla. And Kevin DeWald, what a nice interview. Gratitude, right? Oozing gratitude and appreciating it all, saying hello to his wife. But, yeah, we keep connected through these events, from place to place. We do have some housekeeping. Some scores have come in. So right now, Cody Craig out in the lead. He has a 5.75 and a 5.65. Stephen Newton on that second wave that you got a 5.5, you went into second. Jake DeMatteo, your top two scores. Your first wave was a 4.75. Your backup wave a 3.9. You're in third. You need a 4.96. And Brandon, with first priority, you need a 6.2 to go up into second. Priority is white, red, and third and fourth haven't been established yet. So priority white, second priority red. 7 minutes left on the clock. So some really nice waves. How about that that wraparound cutback into the foam that that Craig, was it Cody Craig, that roundhouse wrap and gained speed off the whitewash rebound.
Yeah, I like the way he made the maneuver, the hit. And here we go, Jake on a nice quick nose right up start on that one. Nice carve straight into the bottom turn. Kind of going to shut down on him. We'll see if he tries to wait it out. Looks like he's going to just hop off, get out, so he stays with a nice short paddle, get back out there. Get another wave under his feet, looking for that 4.96. Started with a cool nose ride. Got the good carve into the good bottom turn, but then just kind of shut down on him. But he, like I said, jumped out nice and early. Have a nice short paddle back out. Cody's still out in front. Yeah, like you said, when you wrap that roundhouse, and I liked how when he got to the foam, he really committed to hitting the foam and letting it push him back around to get the speed and straight into another nose ride. As out the back, we see White Brandon taking a look. Nice bottom turn to start, brings it back around.
Well, the conditions really seeming to clean up as the sun rises a bit more. The offshore winds die a bit. Beautiful footwork there. Thought he might get that last hit, but he carves back into the whitewash and finishes the ride. Yeah, like you were saying, making the foam hit the move. You don't see that as often on longboards. It takes the most critical, perfect timing in that engagement of the rail, then releasing the rail to let the tail float up into the whitewash. A lot of times the full rail gets buried and they kind of get sticky in the whitewash. That was just really clean.
Yeah, it's almost comparable when you're driving a car, as we see the replay right here real quick of Jake. Quick nose ride there. I liked this kind of carve down straight into this cool bottom turn. And then he has to kind of straighten out and shuts down on. But really cool surfing there. Still waiting for that score to come in.
And it takes a lot of strength. There's a lot of pressure coming against you as you're carving those big boards with all that volume and foam.
Oh, and here we go as we see Steve taking a look here. He's got priority. He's straight into it. And he's going to go right around this section. And he loves to put it on rail right there. Nice carve. Kind of stalls it out before going all the way back to the foam in order to set up this next section.
Looked like he was even going for a little drop wallet.
Yeah.
Layback action. Finishes nice and clean. That board looks like it really carries speed up and over the foam well.
Yeah, and his and Jake's last wave comes in at a 4.1. Yeah, and Steve with really committing there, and he kind of e-braked it to not get all the way back to the foam in order to stay in the good spot. But like I was saying, on those roundhouses, it's cool. Sometimes you see a lot of guys, they do the carve, and it's almost like turning a car. You make the left turn, and then you let the steering wheel just come back into place. And then you see the guys where they wrap it all the way around, and they take control of the steering wheel and whack it off the foam and bring it back, repositioning themselves as compared to letting the board position themselves back nice and slow into the spot, really hitting it and bringing it back around, taking control.
Well, our current world champion, who's not here, but he does that often, Taylor Jensen, always throws it up into the whitewash. And
oh, Cody with a killer hang 10 soul arch on the corner of that foam there, trying to stay with it. Oh, and he doesn't. It actually sets up pretty nice for yet another nose ride. And he's going to bring it off the top there. Really committed surfing. Really putting everything on a rail, and out the back there's Jake on the backhand. This one's a nicely set up wave as well. Cody switching stance to the inside. Jake out the back, working on his goofy foot stance. I like to say groovy foot.
Groovy foot. Well, all these surfers taking advantage of the 7-foot tide. Look at this little knuckle he gets on the inside. Beautiful cheater fives. It got so steep for him, but comes unstuck there.
Yeah, that wave set up really cool the way it came and set up like that wedge running down the beach. Really used it well to start, but then it just kind of bit him, and now he's doing the swim. 3:10 to go in the heat. So both these guys that are on the inside, we'll see if they try to make their way back out.
Well,
Cody looks like he's kind of cruising. Got some good waves all the way out here from the Outer Banks.
When I was on my quick little break, the water tide seriously goes all the way up to the seawall. So your board could go nestle up, as far away as possible if you do lose it.
Yeah, and the tide should just now have started spinning back around, so it should start cleaning up a bit. And we're waiting for scores of Jake's last one. He was looking for a 5.65 on that last wave. Had a good start and had that cool setup on the inside. before he went down. So we'll see how they like the outside section. Like I said, looking for a 5.65. Steve bettered his situation with his last wave. He's got a 5.25 and a 5.15. So Steve in second, looking for a 6.2 to move into first. Cody in first with 2.18 to go. Jake we're still waiting for that last score of Jake's to come in as he's down here grabbing his board. It looks like he's not going to try to make that 2-minute race back out. We'll see if he squeaks into second to join Cody or if Steve's going to hold him off. And that score is in, and he comes up short. It's a 4.25. So Steve with priority out the back in second place, looking for a 6.2 to take over first place from Cody. In fourth place, Brandon, you're looking for a 6.9 to move into second. You have second priority. Minute 45 to go. 2 surfers on the beach. So it looks like Cody's going to take the win, but Steve out there with priority can say something about it. He's taking a look right now with a minute 30 to go. Nice long fade back towards the pier. This is actually a pretty nicely set up looking wave if it stands up for him. Nice 5 there.
Well, it's
holding it around that section.
Yeah, it stood up. It just opened up for him to get up there and hang those toes on the nose.
Yeah, and another nice little bash. Really smooth surfing through that one. One of the smaller waves of the heat. Kind of just trying to get one in. You never want to have to do the paddle in or have to ride in on your knees. You want to be able to finish your heat surfing.
Well,
and he's going to do that.
Yeah, and he wanted to increase on his low of a 5.15 and put a bit more pressure on Jake and Brandon. So that could change things with 45 seconds left. If he does better his score line, Jake would need more than a 5.65 and Brandon would need more than a 6.90. So both of those surfers, that last wave in a 4.95. So Jake and Brandon, you still require what you did. Jake a 5.65 and Brandon a 6.90. White, you have priority with 20 seconds left.
Brandon out there all alone, just hoping something comes at least to get the chance for that 6.9. It's looking like the ocean's gone quiet on him for the last 12 seconds of the heat here.
Well, I'll count it out. We're getting really close at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So even though the door was open for 40 seconds, no waves come in. Cody Craig and Steve Newton moving on through into the round 2 that will be coming up later today. No scores to come in, so I'm sure we'll throw to a quick commercial break, and we will be back with heat number 7. Well, next heat, counting you in right away.
competition. He's going to kick out before the shore break. Parker coming out here to try to get ready for that one at home to try to qualify for the tour. And gets a good start there with a nice nose ride and nice carve, and keeps the board moving all the way through there as Raymond out the back. He's up from Ventura, and he just has to kick out Ryan.
You can't break old habits, right? The flyaway. When you don't have a leash and you get used to doing that, and he's like, oh, I have a leash on. I don't even need to do the flyaway. But better than having the board tug towards the beach. That last wave of
yeah, Parker's first score comes in at a 4.75 for that nose ride turn combo going on. So he's out in front as we see.
Here's Bodie. Yeah, it looks. I think maybe he's local. I don't know. I heard him when I was on the pier. A bunch of friends were screaming. He's like fired up. He looked like he was excited to get out there.
Nice. Love to see the support, like when it gets real crowd noise for one specific person. Like we saw the U.S. Open with JR, where just brings the squad, and then you had Kevin with his squad battling it out. Even these QS events, you can always have your squad making a ton of noise. We're all for it. That's awesome.
Yeah, boy, JR. He's a fan favorite, or Filipino surfer. Here we go, up and riding, straight to the nose, Tommy Coleman. Beautiful drop knee, drags that cut back. Cool pace, again, working on that drop knee. Good cross step action, keeping so calm in the upper body through the midsection. And the wave kind of, running out of speed, but carries with it so nicely.
Yeah, still making things happen. One of the smaller waves we've seen ridden, but really made it work pretty well for what it was. Just trying to get his feet in the wax. His first one was just a 0.1, so now he's ridden a wave. He's felt the board under his feet. He's done the turns. He's gotten the feet in the wax, as they say. And he's actually going to get a pretty decent score for what's going on out there. As Tommy's last wave comes in at a 4.0. So Tommy in second, Parker in first with that 4.75. Tommy's got the 0.1 and the 4. So Raymond in third with priority. He's looking for just a 2.36. Still early days. Bodie out there in fourth. He's got second priority. He just dropped that quick 1.3. So nothing of consequence for our surfers in blue and green. As we got blue taking a look here, Raymond straight into it. Stylish footwork to get to the nose there. Gets around that section. Bringing it back. Another small one, kind of like Tommy's, but he's making things happen. As the day's gone on, we're definitely getting less and less energy out in the water. A little bit longer in between those big closeout sets.
Wow, what a cool reform we've got here for Raymond. Right, left, cruising to the finish. I hear some of his friends screaming out there live on the pier. That's the cool thing about any event at the pier. Your friends and family and support crew get to come right up above you and scream down. Here's Bodie getting a little caught up on the rail there.
Yeah, some good surfing there by Raymond. He's one of the taller competitors for sure. He could have probably been a pro surfer. Maybe he could have been an NBA type pro type of thing. He's on that tall end of the spectrum, like our Taylor Jensen world champ. Now, as we see Parker taking a look all the way out from Virginia Beach, trying to back up that 4.75. Wild bendiness going on here, kind of looking like a little bit of a right runner off the First Street Jetty there, where he's real used to surfing. Nice carve there. Keeping things going. He's going to jump off in the shore break right there. Get back out there. No need to milk it all the way through.
So you think he thinks the conditions are warm? What's it like in Virginia right now?
I don't know.
Colder than this?
I don't know what it's like now. I've only been in there somewhere where it's much warmer. And here we go. Tommy straight into one. And he's going to get back just in time. Yeah, I've spent a lot of time over there with, and here we go. Green taking a look. Right up to the nose there. Bodie cutting back, really trying to get right in Tommy's face. Show him what he's got down the line. And this thing might set up pretty cool through the inside. A little foamy, a little frothy. But, not too much of a bummer when it's setting up like that.
So
on the backhand, too.
Yeah, nice. And he might get around this section to the reform on the inside with the 7-foot tide. He slips off.
Right when we thought it was about to get pretty rowdy, goes down.
So you, Bucky, has a goofy foot. Obviously, there's not many lefts right there. The main peak is that right. the waves are slopey, there's lump, there's a lot going on, and the sun's in your eyes as you're going down on the rights. What would be your strategy, kind of like how you might be approaching the waves or equipment-wise with these conditions?
Well, the interesting thing is this morning it was an easy decision which equipment you would want to ride. A lot of guys probably brought one board as well, so it makes an easy choice. For me, I brought a couple, so this morning it was pretty easy. Like, oh, you ride the 9.3, it's pumping. But as the day's gone on, it's gotten slower and slower, and those middle ones, like we saw Tommy get a pretty good score on a smaller wave, you might want to ride the 9.7 in order to be able to put to use those smaller in-between waves. And so far in this heat, those have been the ones that have kept these guys. Parker's 4.75 wasn't really on a giant one, and he's about to get maybe a slightly lower score on his bigger wave. And then Tommy, his highest score of 4 was one of the smallest waves we've seen. So you got to take that into account as well with when you're doing your board selection, which waves out there are you going to be selecting to really get your scores on? And you want the board for that, not necessarily the board just for the bombs.
Gotcha.
As we see Tommy go down hard. And here's the replay of Bodie's one.
Good breakdown from a longboard master.
Raymond getting right up to the tip. As you can see him work on his backside. These rights, it's not like they're running, so you can surf them pretty good backside, do a lot of creative things. We saw Jake doing some cool turns in the last heat. Raymond really making this one work out for him. Another nose ride, quick 10 there. And look at this inside still going. He might even get a little reform, we'll see. Up to the nose going left now. Wiggles it into position, gets down the face. So we'll see what that score turns into. Before that one, he was in second, looking for a 3.71 to get in first. This is Tommy out the back. He had priority before that one.
Wow.
He's our surfer in first, and that beautiful drop knee out of the nose ride. Another little check turn drop knee, make it 2. Brings it, whips it around right before the foam can get to him. And he's going to bash it right there. And he goes down right in front of Raymond. His board bounces out before it takes out his competitor. Good surfing by both surfers on that exchange there.
So loose and groovy. I mean, he was putting so much power, but making it look so effortless and graceful in those cutbacks, and his technique with his hands real high, allowing the sort of the power to distribute through his heel. Really clean sequence of turns there. Well, we're down to just under 10 minutes, surfers, things. We got a few scores to come in. We'll see where this wave for Raymond goes. We'll see where the score for Tommy. Parker, your last wave was a 3.65. Parker, you're in the lead. You have first priority. You have a 4.75 and a 3.65. We do have scores coming in for red and blue, so this might all shuffle, and then we'll let you know who's in third, what they need. Bodie, you have second priority. You're in fourth at the moment, needing a 4.2, but that might change. And it looks like, will he get into this? No, he doesn't. So the priority changes now. Priority is with green. Tommy Coleman goes into the lead with his last wave. Tommy, your last wave, a 6.65. So he earned every point in that wave. Red in the lead. White in second. Raymond in third, but still waiting for that last score to drop. Priority is now with white. First priority with white. Well, Raymond's board, man. What board is he riding? Can you tell by the...
It looks like maybe Takayama, maybe speed shape type thing. I saw the little... It's in that realm for sure.
The way it moves from rail to rails, super fluid.
Yeah, as Raymond brings this one to the inside, and as we get out of that replay there, as we come to the end, we'll head on down to Carla for an interview with our winner of the last heat.
Alrighty, we are here with Cody Craig, longtime surfer, used to be from this area. You were talking about how good it felt to be up here. Talk to us a little bit about being back home.
So good to be back home with my friends, family. I got my girlfriend here, my sister and her kid, Ford. It's just, just like a flashback memories, just like coming back, surfing Pismo Pier. I remember growing up here as a Grom and just like shropping the NSSA contest. Yeah, just a flood of memories coming back.
100%. It was really good to see your name on the draw. I remember, seeing you in the contest back in the day, and a bit cold out there. You were fully suited up, gloves, boots, all of it, and you were pretty explosive. I believe it was that first wave, and you really came out with a really explosive approach. Talk to me a little bit about, your board you're riding and how you're approaching this wave today.
Okay, start off, I'm riding a 9.4 Wayne Rich It's a Surf Tech technology. It's got like a moon tail, concave nose. It works really well in all types of conditions, especially barrels and bigger surf. So there's a lot of juice out there. I figured this was the board to ride. Watching previous heats, I could tell this is what I needed to ride. And yeah, I just wanted to start off the heat with a bang and catch a wave right off the bat. And I just went out there and did that. I kind of visualized it in heats 1, 2, and 3. Got my stuff on and just went out there and did some business.
You definitely took care of business, and you did it with a lot of energy. It was super fun to watch. Go ahead and give a shout out to all your friends, supporters here at home and then home back on the East Coast.
All right, I want to get a shout out to my sponsor, Reel, on the East Coast in Waves, North Carolina. My girlfriend, Leah, standing right there, been supporting me the whole way. My parents, Tom and Lori, Sean, Courtney, and Ford came down to watch me on the pier. Kelly, Stewart, I don't know. There's too many to thank, but thank you guys for supporting me. And it's so nice to come back here and surf one of my favorite waves in California.
Awesome. It's all love here at Pismo Beach, you guys. Back to you in the booth.
Nice work. Cody Craig, all loving here in Pismo. Congrats moving into the next round. White just finishing up there. Parker Sawyer, kind of a small in-between wave and did a lot of fun stuff. Raymond Sales, your last wave was a 4.9. So this heat just continues to reshuffle. Another beautiful drop knee turn there for our heat leader, Tommy Coleman. Again, he's got that thing on lock. A little late in the section of the whitewash there, but he's going to get around it to this reform, Bucky.
Yeah, look at this inside setting up for him. Little double up right here. Gets another 5 there. Taps the 10. Going to make it back and survive. And Parker just had a nice end bash there. So lots of scores happening. Raymond got that 4.9, and Parker looking for a 3.81 to move back into second. Looks like he's going to do it with that last score. And looks like Parker, 5 minutes to go. Parker, your last score comes in, 4.35. So you have moved back into second. Raymond, you're now in third. You need a 4.2 in order to move into second. Bodie, you're in fourth, looking for a 5.95. And Parker, you're in second, looking for a 5.91 to get into first. Might be doing a little run around up the beach. 4.47 to go. Tommy out in front, and we're waiting for his last score to come in. Trying to better a 4.0 as Parker has moved into second with his last ride, and there's one more score coming from Raymond. He's looking for a 4.2. As we get Tommy's last score, it betters his situation. He gets a 5.45. So Tommy's still out in front. Parker, you're still in second, now looking for a 7.35. Raymond in third, still looking for that 4.2, waiting for a score to come in.
Well, we're ripping it up here. Just over 4 minutes left here in heat number 7, and there is no shortage of waves. The judges just trying to play catch-up continually. More ripping going on. Our local boy, or I don't know if he's local, but I just heard people screaming before he was running out. Bodie in the green.
We got scores coming in for Raymond. So Raymond has now moved into second. He got a 4.85 on his last wave. So Parker now in third. You're looking for a 5.0 in order to move on. And Bodie, you're down in fourth, still looking for a 6.6 to move into second. Raymond out the back with priority. Tommy's still out in first. Raymond looking for a 7.2 to get into first, as we see Raymond up and riding right here, trying to either get into first or make it a little tougher on Parker as he gets another nose ride right there. He's going to get back in time for the big off the top. He's a big dude doing some big off the tops there. He jumps off. So he was trying to better a 4.85 right there. Parker, like we said, you're in third. I don't know if you ran around and if you can hear us, but you need a 5.0 to move into first, or move into second, sorry. 2:20 remaining. Tommy's still out in first with priority. Raymond, his last score comes in. It's a 5.4. So Parker, you now need a 5.55. Raymond in second. Tommy still in first. Bodie still in fourth, looking for a 7.15 now. Like I said, Parker, you now need a 5.55.
No priority set at the moment as all four surfers paddling out into the lineup. Kind of a critical period in the heat with under 2 minutes. Parker and Bodie definitely wanting to get the jump on priority. I don't know where they are. All scores are in, so we know what Parker, you need a 5.55 to go into second. Bodie with priority needs a 7.15. Tommy has second priority, our heat leader.
As we see some waves coming out the back, trying to see who's in position for it. Minute 15 to go. We got Tommy taking a look, heat leader, and he's into it. Nice 5 to start straight to the nose, kind of wiggling it around to keep the speed. Back up again, nice 5 there. Gets a nice close 5, almost 10. Getting some speed through this section here. Stylish drop, and he even grabs the rail, wraps it around. He wants more on this inside, but it looks like he's just kind of going to stay in the foam, ride this one to the beach. He's out in front with 50 seconds to go.
Yeah, he's earned it. He doesn't need to protect. He got a possible wave to better one of his lows. His low score is a 5.45, so we'll see if that increases his lead, but a nice way to finish with 30 seconds on the clock. Well done, Tommy Coleman. Out the back, Raymond sails with second priority, and he's in second place. Bodie with first priority, 25 seconds left. Bodie, you need the 7.15. And Parker Sawyer, somewhere out in the lineup, he will have third priority change. Blue with first priority, Bodie with second. Blue uses that priority on a bomb. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, that ends that heat. What a way for Raymond to finish in second. That pretty much closed the door on anyone else moving on through. We'll wait for those scores to come in. We are going to throw to a quick commercial break here at the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic.
Next heat on hold, but you can move into the lineup. Next heat on hold, but you can move into the lineup.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
The Pismo Beach Pier, newly constructed. It's been live again for 2 or 3 years now. It took a while to build. Run amok photography, flying those drones, giving us the cool downtown Saturday morning view of what's happening at Pismo. I think there's a Surfing for Hope fair that's kind of happening simultaneously with this on the pier. A lot of the medical sponsors that are involved with the event. It's a local event. It always has been. They set up their booths. It's a health and wellness area of the world, and they bring all their physicians and top, people down to you can consult with. Stop by any of the vendors. Check in. Surfing for Hope, a 501c foundation that works with cancer survivors, cancer patients, families of, friends, family, moms, dads, brothers, sisters, uncles, cousins, whoever with cancer, so that there's outreach for everyone within the community to learn and better understand what's going on all sides of it.
Yeah, a lot of sponsors and supporters make this event possible. The official hotel sponsor, Vespera Resort on Pismo Beach. We've had the opportunity to be able to stay at this amazing facility, just such a beautiful spot to be able to be here right at Pismo Beach. It's an upscale getaway. It's located right here on the stretch of surf here at Pismo Beach. It's got this iconic boardwalk, and they celebrate the best of classic California beach culture with a beach house-inspired design offering stylish accommodations and a super swanky lobby. It's got a pool and a deck and a hot tub. It overlooks the ocean. It's really an awesome deal with the bar and the lawn, the fire pits. It's really a pretty cool spot. I was super stoked that we got to land here, for the event. It's just really lucky, and a lot of people make this event in play. A big thanks to everyone and all the sponsors and the Burgers and More Pismo Beach. They've been supplying us with food. Penny's All-American Cafe, Cool Cats Cafe also, and Beach and Biscuits.
I saw the Beach and Biscuits this morning, and I met the owner of Cool Cats Cafe on Wednesday night when I got in late. He came over to our table. There was just me, girlfriend, and I sitting there, and he said, "Hey, how's everything going?" He didn't introduce himself. After he left, I asked the waitress, is that the owner? And it was. So there's been a quick priority change. Right now, priority is red, green, then white. Obsidian, you opened with a 1.5. Lot got a 0.65. Kind of a bunch of closeouts. Where Wesley Rayberg opens up with a 3.5, but we might have to redo these scores because everyone's duck diving, paddling out, getting obliterated by sets at the moment.
That's right. We've got 2 waves that have dropped for green. Obsidian Walangitan. Must be a Filipino name if I know anything about my Filipino roots. And he opened up with a 2.5 and a 1.5, so he's currently sitting in first place. In second place right now with a 3.5, that's Wesley Rayberg in blue. Currently in second priority, he opened up with just a 0.65, is Lotte Harvey. And then in priority, still waiting to get on the board, Gavin Idone.
Well, I love the Filipinos. We love JR. I'm a big fan from when I was introduced to his longboard acumen. I know he, like a lot of the Southeast Asian and Asian surfers, they're amazing shortboarders and longboarders and have won events on both sides of the disciplines. JR stole my heart with his grace and style. I love watching that guy surf and what he brings on the beach. So I wonder if Obsidian is Filipino, if he's got the flags in the family and the group here like JR brings.
Yeah, the Filipino community is really, there's just so much positive pride that comes from that community. They're very heartwarming and welcoming. Everyone knows that when I'm talking, I speak a big game about the Filipinos, being married to a Filipino myself.
There you go.
So yeah, JR is one of the highlights from the Filipino community, but oddly enough, or not oddly enough, there is some really good talent out there that I think we're going to be seeing over the next couple of years. But right now in the water, sitting in priority and still waiting for his first wave is red, Gavin Idone. There's 14 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Only one surfer on the board with 2 waves. Not some really high scores at the moment. Kind of a lull in the action. Perhaps that switch in the tide is kind of changing things up.
And we'll see, but there's going to be a lot of water when you've got a 4 to 6 foot swell and a 7 foot tide. When the tide decides to start really draining out, it's going to be a lot of water moving, back out into the lineup. It'll be interesting to see what the sandbars do or how the waves change, but I'm sure the athletes coming up later will have surfed some low tide stuff to prepare.
Well, yeah, and while we've got a break in this action here, we'll go down to Bucky, who has got the interview with our last heat winner, Tommy Coleman.
Hey, guys. Yeah, welcome down. So we got Tommy Coleman down here, our winner of the last heat. So, Tommy, how was it out there? What went on in your head out there?
It was a great time. There was a lot of waves. There was a lot of water moving. Didn't have much time to think, but stoked I put it together and happy to go on to the next one.
Yeah, so next heat, since you got first in that heat, you get to come hang out with me and Cole. Round 2, heat 7. How you feeling?
Kind of blew it getting first. I should have gotten second, would have had a nicer heat draw in the next one, but get to surf with Bucky Berry and Cole Robbins, so it'll be fun for sure.
Right on. Can't wait, bro. See you this afternoon.
Well, there we go. Few words spoken by our last heat winner, Tommy Coleman, and that's okay. Save the energy. Look at these sets on the back as our two surfers in white and blue finishing up all the way into the shore. Big floater comes unstuck. Blue, if you look out the back, the camera crew showing some peaks capping outside.
Yeah, Red sitting in priority all the way out there decides to pass this bigger wave up, but it looks like might be Blue. Blue leaves the rails, or Green perhaps that is. That blue-green is a bit tough to see as the sun rises up, but Green going for that bomber. Not a lot of tricks or maneuvers done on that, but definitely some cojones coming onto it.
Yeah, and when they do the old, windshield roll up, there's a lot of current that hits the board in funny waves. That's what throws them off balance. You see them when they're swinging their arms backwards. I was wondering, I was talking to Bucky about the different equipment choices for the waves, and he was saying, hey, I try to identify the board to go with the waves that I want to pick and score on, not so much the size or the bombs that are out there. Then it made me think about what fin, if you would possibly be changing that for the conditions, a longer, rakier, flexier one, a bigger, heavier, wider one, what stabilizes or gives you the opportunity to maximize what you're seeing here right now.
Yeah, well, I think you definitely laid it out just right. I think that's what a lot of the surfers are doing. If they are able to have more than one board, if they're fortunate enough to have a quiver of boards, which hopefully they do, they're deciding which board is going to work in these kind of bigger conditions, slightly bumpy on some parts. They're going to want to have that board that's kind of able to get through some of that chop, and then their fins, well, that's just going to be dependent on the board that they choose. And I know one of the gals, she was trying kind of a new board with a new fin setup yesterday, and it wasn't really working for her. So that's going to, shift her mindset. She's going to change things up a bit, and rework her scenario. Right now, this is the last heat of the men's. Current situation sits with, in fourth place, still waiting to get some scores on the board, Gavin Idone. He isn't in priority, so we're waiting for him to drop some scores. In third place with just the one, we're waiting for a score to come in for White, so that will change the situation. He's looking for a 3.35, so we'll see how that fixes things up. We were watching a replay here, some foamy action. In second place currently is Green Obsidian, sitting with a 2.5 and a 1.5. And your heat leader at the moment with a 4.25 and a 3.5 is Wesley Rayberg. Time check, gentlemen, 10 minutes, 5 seconds on the clock. We got White riding here on the inside left, kind of a little smaller one, but nice clean wave. You notice the wind has died, but then over on the right near the pier, Red's first ride, up and riding, trying to get some tip time. He's just looking for an opening ride here. He needs a 5.30 to advance. We've got scores that just dropped for White. The second wave of White coming in at a 4.65, putting him into second place. So situation currently looking for a 5.30 is Gavin Idone, and he's riding this wave right now all the way in the inside. In priority on the outside is Obsidian Walangitan. He is in third place looking for a 2.81, but that situation may change when we get Red and White's final waves. Time check, 9 minutes, 10 seconds.
As we see Gavin's replay coming in all the way to the inside. I like that behind the wave angle going on too. And then right now we got, that looks like Green, that's Obsidian getting around that section, putting it on rail. Obsidian, an awesome dude. Good to see him out here. Didn't even know he was here. And then all of a sudden I walk up here and he's in the heat. That's awesome. Good to see. Straight up to the tip, right there through the inside. Another little turn, stalls it to 7. He's going to kick out to race back out there. As you can ride him a little farther in now and still make it back out relatively quickly. A lot less big closeout sets coming in. You can see the tide dropping quick, even though it just happened, the high tide.
We're still waiting for that first score of Red to drop. We do have some scores dropping for other riders. We'll give you a situation update momentarily with 8 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. We're looking at the replay here. The judges are making sure they get that score down properly for Red. He got some tip time off the stop. Right off the top, redirects it back into more tip time with a tight 5. kind of resetting and waiting for that next zone on the inside. Looks like three different nose rides on that wave there. So the judges really making sure to break that down, looking at the other, riders and waves, making comparisons. Lots of tip time work for Red there, so he will be dropping a decent score for his first ride. In priority right now is Blue, followed by White. Time check, 7 minutes, 35 seconds.
Yeah, some good surfing going on right there by Gavin as we're still waiting for that score to come across. We're waiting for a score for Obsidian, waiting for a score from Gavin. And Lotte Harvey, his score comes in. He's moving into basically we're in a tie for first place, both with a total of 7.75. Wesley needing a 3.51 to take first from Lotte. And Obsidian, he's looking for a 5.25 to get into second place. As his score is coming in, it's going to make it a lower score that he needs. It's not going to be the 5.25, but should better his other scores. And here we go. We got Blue taking a look. That's Wesley. He gets around that section there, sets up for a stall, stretching out that 5. He's going to splash it back to the foam. Has a little bobble there, but recovers straight back to the nose. Nice quick 10 out of the 5 as well. Cuts back again. Out the back, we got White taking a look too. That's Lotte, our heat leader right now. Kind of both our heat leaders right now. Wesley was the one in second. Lotte with a nice long 5 there, but he hits that dead spot while on the nose, and that doesn't usually work out too great for you. As we got a score in for Gavin. Gavin, your score comes in at a 3.9. So Gavin down in fourth with a 3.9, looking for a 3.86 to move into second. In third is Obsidian. He's got a 2.5 and a 2.9. He's looking for a 4.85 to move into second. In second place, Wesley, like I said, you're tied with a 7.75 heat total. Wesley's the one in second with the lower high score. And as I say that, Wesley gets a 4.25 to move into first. And so now he's in the lead. Lotte in second, needing a 3.3 to move into first. Out the back in green with priority, Obsidian, looking for a 4.85 to advance.
That's right, 5 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Sitting in priority, Obsidian. Second priority, Gavin. Waiting for White and Blue to get into the lineup to kind of set that priority for them. Wesley comes in on his last wave with a 3.70, so coupling that with a 4.25, he sits in first place. Lotte in second place, needing a 3.3 to move him into first. And green, you're looking for a 4.85 to move in an advancing position. Red, still looking for a second ride, opened up with a 3.9, looking for a 3.86. Super, super attainable scores right now. We've seen much bigger scores throughout the day. So these guys are just kind of waiting for the wave to line up, get some of those sets in there so that they can really show their stuff.
As we see Obsidian showing his stuff. Gets around that section. I really like that bottom turn he did coming out of that turn. Out the back, Gavin perching, holding a nice 5 there. Gets a solid 10 on it as well. And a nice little turn there. Keeping it going, and just steps right next to the board instead of on it. So Gavin was looking for not too big of a score there, 3.86. We'll see if that early part of the wave helped him at all. It's going to be close. Lotte in second with priority. He's looking for a 3.3 to move ahead of Wesley. Obsidian, like we said, looking for a 4.85, and Gavin, before that last fall, was looking for a 3.86. But we'll see if he got enough done early.
Yeah, we'll see if it was super great opener. Really started off nice. I was feeling a really strong ride there. Unfortunately, not really able to connect into that inside section, I think is really key right now in order to get those excellent ranging scores. So he's going to be a bit disappointed with that, but he's got 3 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. He'll be in third priority. First priority sitting with White, second with Wesley in blue. Last of green comes in at a 2.9, so he's sitting with a 2.9 and a 2.5. We got some scores, though, coming in more for green. Got a bunch of scores coming in, so we're going to update the situation shortly. 3 minutes, 20 seconds. Coming up next, we're going to see our first heat of the ladies. I can't wait.
Oh, this is when it's going to get good. This is when the stuff's going to happen. I was just talking to some of the ladies down there as they were getting ready to head out, and the conditions are just getting better and better. We're seeing less of those big closeout sets, more that seems to be too the waves that are getting ridden, the way they're hitting the sandbar, a lot more opportunities for nose rides and turns. We're seeing it stand up a little better, not fatten out so much and stay flat faced, really lining up and walling well. Starting to see too kind of the left work a little bit more. It's not so walled, they're not outrunning themselves as much, so probably going to see the ladies kind of change their approach compared to what the men have been doing all morning, just because of the way the conditions are cleaning up and just getting better and better for a longboard.
Yeah, and we can see how it's just really setting up for a beautiful longboard day tomorrow. I think the conditions are really going to line up for some impeccable longboarding. And then, of course, you know, I'm a bit partial to the ladies, but I think we're going to see some really beautiful surfing coming up ahead of us. Like you said, a little bit different approach than the guys tend to take, but I think that really just speaks to longboarding and the beauty of it. So we got some waves coming in. Last of red to drop, 4.60 moves him into first place. So red, you are currently sitting in first place with a 3.9 and a 4.6. You've got second priority. In second place with a 4.25 and a 3.7. Blue, Wesley, you need a 4.26. Lotte in third place, needing a 3.3. And green, you need a 5.05. And we just saw up and riding red, your heat leader, Gavin Idone.
Yeah, so Gavin, like we said,
Alrighty, first priority has been suspended by blue. Who was what? Alrighty, white up and riding. That is Lotte Harvey looking for a 3.3. Situation is still the same. Your heat leader is Gavin in red, Wesley in blue in second. Lotte currently riding, getting it all the way to the inside. He is in third place looking for a 3.3. And then in fourth place in green, Obsidian Walangatan, and he's looking for a 5.0 second. That is the end of the heat, ladies and gentlemen. Next.
Yeah, so next heat, hang on, we'll count you in once we get a chance. We're waiting for scores from two surfers, and it's going to matter. They both are down at the bottom half, looking to move into second. So we'll wait for those scores to come across. Obsidian looking for a 5.05. Lotte looking for a 3.3. As of now, Gavin and Wesley holding it down. Gavin in first, Wesley in second. And we'll see what happens.
SlowCal Roots starts with natural and sustainable farming right here in SLO County. We offer a carefully curated selection of cannabis, both medical and recreational, from small batch craft concentrates and sleep gummies to locally produced fresh flower and extracts. Come join us on our journey to support family farms, support community, and support culture from the roots up. SlowCal Roots, locally owned and operated by patients for patients.
So Rad Heat gonna start us off straight into the ladies. We're gonna have some, like I said, the conditions are just improving more and more as this day goes on so far for longboard surfing. And now it's the ladies' turns to take over. We'll go 8 heats of this straight back into the men's round 2, and then 8 heats of that, and then time to go home and watch the Lakers.
And I was pretty bummed last night. I was trying to watch the fight, and I literally, right as the fight decided to start, it went blank on me, and I didn't even get to see how it all went down. So, but we've got a battle out here right now, which is more important, up and riding. That's the one and only Cash Hoover.
Nice slash right there. Keeping it going all the way to the inside. Oh, throws a 10 on there. Going to get around this section here. Looks like that's a pretty fresh stick. And she kicks out just before the inside, but nice way to start the heat. First ride in the women's division. Cash Hoover getting us started in blue. Like we said, we got Kaitlin out there in red. She's been a World Tour surfer for a while. Made it to the big leagues a few times. Also represented the U.S. at the ISAs last year, I believe. Maybe even the last couple years, if I'm correct. So she's been around for a while. She's got a little boy running around. He'll probably be shredding any time now. So fun heat to watch here.
Alrighty, another rider up and riding out the back there. Probably was green, perhaps. This is heat one of the round one. It's round of 32, ladies. In the water, in the red jersey, Kaitlin Mikkelsel, wearing blue, Cash Hoover. In the white jersey, Tessa Timmons, and wearing green, Sarasa Ishibashi. Coming up next in heat two, we're going to see Star D'Elia, Olivia Smith, Summer Romero, and Pua De Soto. Some hot chicks out here today. Super stoked to see these queens show us their stuff, their dance moves. We're going to see some fine surfing from these ladies.
As we always do, the women gracing the boards, the elegance. It's such a different dance than the men on the longboard, it seems.
Yeah, definitely a little bit different approach you see from the ladies. We've got somebody up and riding here. Looks like it's going to be green. That's Sarasha Ishibashi. Gets some tip time, a little high on the face there, not able to stay in that trim line of the wave, so she's going to get back out there. Still waiting to establish the priority situation.
What a flowing name. Sarasa Ishibashi.
I like it. Say that 5 times fast.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful morning that we got here. We already hit the high tide point. Tide's working its way down. Surf is also, the swell is kind of decreasing out through the day, and it's going to leave us with some really beautiful surfing for the finals day tomorrow. Scratching up and getting her second ride already for the morning. Or that's her first ride, my bad. That's a white jersey right there. Comes right off the end there. Tessa Timmons, global traveler here. She's been out and about Southeast Asia, traveling around. Now she's brought herself back home to the cold waters of California, trying to acclimate, I'm sure. Got that heavy wetsuit on, but out the back, looking for her first ride. That's Kaitlin Mikkelsel. She is no stranger to the podium and definitely a fierce competitor for any woman who lines a heat up with her. Very consistent.
Yeah, she is a senior stateswoman to the tour on all levels and been in the mix for so long. Local Encinitas or Cardiff girl, surfs there at Pipes all the time.
Yeah, she is no stranger for these kinds of waves and really is able to adapt to different situations. So definitely somebody to be keeping your eye out for. It doesn't matter how seasoned of a competitor she is. She is definitely somebody you wanna watch out for and kind of keep your eye on in her approach. For all you ladies out there, you want to kind of keep an eye on gals like Kaitlin because she has got some real talent and skills under her belt. 14 minutes, 55 seconds on the clock. Situation is this. Tessa opens up with a 2.25. Kaitlin also opening up with a 2.25. Sarasa, who is sitting in priority, opened up with a pair of ones, a 1 and a 1.35. So that puts her in second place simply for the two waves. But little Cash Hoover opening up with a 7.5. Way to nail it, baby.
Way to nail it. One of the high scores of the day, along with a few of the men in the first round. We saw some, a few mid-range 6s, a couple of 7s, and 1-8, and now we've got this 7-5 opener by Cash Hoover, which, I mean, you just get a mellow backup, and you're feeling very confident in moving into the second round the way the day has been playing out with 4 people in the water. Priority update is green, blue, white, red.
That means green is sitting in priority. She'll be able to take the first chance here. But look, all the girls getting a bit stuck by this wave coming in here, having to go through that soup. Doing a little throwing the board over, perhaps a turtle action. I like to sit on the tail and kind of pop it up over the wave. But it looks in this event today, which is really awesome and great to have some of the younger girls. We've got a couple 15-year-olds, I think, here, and this is a new deal. And I think it's important because we got to breathe new life into, you know, the tour here and get that full range of female energy out there.
How cool is that? 15 years old. We love those stories because what we see through these qualifying series year after year is in a few years from now, they're the 18 and 20-year-olds that have victories under their belt that are the ones knocking on the door, or they've already made it onto the championship tour, and that growth spurt that we get to watch happens so quickly at that age range. All of a sudden, they're 18. You're like, wow, look at how much they're surfing so top of their game.
Yeah, so the priority sits green in priority, white second priority, third priority blue, red fourth priority, up and riding, that's red. She goes ahead and takes this little inside slider, you know, taking advantage of not being in priority and going in and trying to get another score under her belt. She just has that one opening ride of a 2.25, so she's trying to back that up and kind of fill her score to car up, move her way up the rank.
Yeah, with these short heats, 20 minutes, it's not a lot of time to get, you know, your 2 top waves with the long paddle outs and the priority rotation. So a lot of, you know, going on in these heats for what they have to have heat acumen for, we say. Up and riding now. Is that our surfer in green?
That's our surfer in green, Sarasa. Not really able to find the line there and connect it. What was that, you guys? Alrighty, so we're just going to finish this ride here. We got a white ride going here for white. That's Tessa Timmons. She was sitting in priority, sitting with a 2.25. She's getting some tip time. Waves kind of petering out. We'll wait for scores to drop. But while we do that, we'll take it down to the Bucky there with an interview with our latest heat winner.
Yeah, hey guys. Yeah, we're down here with Gavin. So Gavin won that last heat, a nice little battle royale. As the tide starts to switch around, the energy kind of goes away. Let us know how it was out there, Gavin.
It was rough. The sets are coming through, but there's still some good ones to be had. It took some work to find them.
Nice work. And how's the knee feeling? You had a little injury back east, and now looks like you're looking good out there. Won the heat. How's it feel?
It's feeling better. It's still a little stiff, a little weird, but it's getting there. Work in progress.
Nice. All right. Any shout-outs for anybody back home or anybody here you want to say hi to?
Shout out to Chris Christensen, Surfboards, great boards, and Core Surf. Shop back home.
Nice. Right on. Well, thank you, Gavin. Back to you guys up top.
Well, short and sweet. We like it. Gavin into the next round. He might be going up against Bucky Berry since he was in Heat 8 and Bucky's in Heat 7. We'll see.
Yeah, now it's going to start getting tight that next round here. Out right now, though, we're in round 1 of the ladies up and riding. That's your rider in blue, currently your heat leader with an opening ride of a 7.5. That's Cash Hoover.
What a cool name. Cash Hoover in the lead.
Cash has got the money name, literally.
Well, Kaitlin jumped up into second. Kaitlin, your last wave, a 3.0. So her under priority, using her heat acumen to get a small one, you know, wherever she was in fourth priority. Now she's in first priority in second, so she can really build house from this point on with 9.5 minutes left.
Yeah, there's plenty of opportunities or plenty of times where I've seen Kaitlin be behind and then come and take the heat in the last moment. So she's definitely somebody to keep an eye out for. Looks like that was Green trying to take a look there, not able to quite make the connection, you know, with the speed into the next section. So she's kind of struggling there to find that right momentum. But paddling on the outside, she's sitting in priority. She's going to go ahead and use it. That's Kaitlin Mikkelsel, our seasoned lady here. She's going to find that trim line there. She gets that nice bottom turn. Really known for her controlled power. Kaitlin's a really powerful surfer, and she really has that ability to connect her maneuvers together. Really just kind of focusing on the tail there, not able to get a lot of tip time. So I know she's going to want to get back out there and find a better wave where she'll be able to kind of get that combination of maneuvers.
And will that better the 2.25 that she had? Possibly. I was going to say with the younger surfers, what I've seen over so many years of doing this is they don't quite have that heat IQ, and even though they think they got their game plan strategy, then they find themselves kind of desperate and scrapping around the lineup and taking waves they shouldn't, and waves that don't offer them the opportunity of a 4 if they need a 4. They're taking off on a wave that's a 1, and you're like, come on now.
Yeah.
Relax. You got 20 minutes. Just focus on 2 waves, identify it, work with your priority, slow down a little bit.
It's such a unique thing that surfing as a competitive sport is different than a lot of other sports because of the nature and the fact that we're working with the ocean that's going to be unpredictable, and you can go out and you have a certain game plan, and then you go into the water and things may not work the way you intend them. And if you're not able to adapt in the moment and kind of shift and change that strategy, that's where, as you were saying, kind of those younger surfers that maybe don't have that heat IQ experience built up yet become a little bit more flustered, where you see someone like Kaitlin really able to stay kind of in her game and in the focus. So that's just going to be something that you build with time. You learn, girls, maybe they lose out this heat. It's all part of the journey. And as long as you take each one of these moments, win, lose, or draw, as a learning experience, that's just going to take you to where you have your visions and your dreams of being soon enough.
And it takes quite a while to learn because you only get these short windows, 20 minutes, 25 minutes at so many events, and that adds up to so much time over the year. Well, that's your heat knowledge for the year,
Yeah.
And unless you're making finals every event, that means you're really in the flow. You got less and less heats to bank on and learn from, and so it takes a lot of time. And back to the story of these events being folded into the Surfing for Hope events now that they're on the qualifying series, it's giving the young surfers more opportunity.
Priority right now is sitting with green, blue, white. Green, you are in priority, followed by blue, and then white. Time check, 6 minutes, 10 seconds. Again, priority sitting with green, and then blue, and then white.
Well, and we do have the light box, the priority light box that's up on top of the midship container where we are sitting and the judges are sitting. So as soon as priorities are changing, that light is going on. There's a number in each color box. The surfers can see them as well as we're shouting out the time. You know what I noticed is the big monitor, the big video screen. That's new this year. So they've never had that before. So it's great that they have the big play-by-play, the live broadcast happening so the people can sit in their chairs and watch it.
Yeah, super great to have that there. The standings right now in the heat, still sitting in 4th place with a 1.35 and a 1.0 is Sarasa Ishibashi. You need a 5.55 Sarasa. Currently in 3rd place in the white jersey with a 2.6 and a 2.25, Tessa Timmons. Tessa, you need a 4.3. In 2nd place, sitting with a 3.90, and the last wave coming in at a 3 point. Sorry, her came in at a 3, and her last wave at a 3.9. That's red. Kaitlin Mikkelsel. Kaitlin, you need a 8.10 to move into 1st. That's because your heat leader currently sitting in priority in the blue jersey with a 7.50 and a 4.5. That's your cash money Hoover.
Well, that was good work by Kaitlin again, getting that, bettering, throwing away the 2.25, gets almost a 4, works her way into 2nd, but the door's still wide open. Tessa not needing much in a 4.30, and Sarasa needing a 5.55 at the moment. No ride, will priority change, nothing doing. Just over 4 minutes, surfers. I'm sure that next heat is already got their jerseys and making their paddle out along the north side of the pier.
That's right. Priority sitting still with blue, then white, followed by green. Blue, white, green.
Did you notice how good the conditions just got,
So
Carla?
nice.
Like all of a sudden that early morning wind kind of mellowed out. Hopefully we'll get a few hours maybe of a kind of a slack wind before the typical afternoon breeze blows down the coast. Sometimes that headland there at Avalon Beach kind of protects a little bit where you go past that. Morro Bay is just whipping wind, and down here is a little tucked away.
Yeah, well, the weather reports were definitely looking in our favor with dying winds throughout the weekend. So, tomorrow's looking to be even a little bit nicer. So this is great right now. I mean, things are warming up. We're pretty toasty inside the booth here. I'm ready to peel off a couple layers, but as soon as you go outside, there's a little bit of that chill. We want to thank everyone for showing up here at Pismo Beach to support all of our surfers. And then, of course, you guys online. It's so great to have you here to witness this great event, Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. This is a QS event, 1,000. Currently, the time is 2 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. Situation remains the same. Your heat leader is Cash Hoover. In second place, Kaitlin. Tessa Timmons sitting with second priority and needing a 4.30 to move into advancing position, and sitting in third priority with the green jersey, looking for a 5.55. That's Sarasa Ishibashi.
Well, and going on live on the on the pier right now, along with the big monitor that's fun and all the locals and everyone coming down to watch, we do have the Cancer Resource Health Fair right on the north side of the pier. You can't miss the tents, so if you need to inquire about anything in your life or family's life that's going on, the Cancer Resource Health Fair is happening right now. All kinds of professionals ready to talk about what they have happening here. We got this nice inside left. Things guttering up. It's a foamy one. Is this Kaitlin in the red getting a little action on her backhand, tapping those cheater fives over and over, a little cutback, and with 1 minute and 45 seconds, will she even have time to get all the way back out? The posture of that finish there looked like she might have thought, I don't think so. I think I am on the beach for this heat. So with 1.5 minutes left, Kaitlin, will let you know where that score comes in. Will you stay in second? Tessa in the white with priority, and Sarasa with third priority. Right now they need a 4.3 and a 5.5, but depending on that last wave of Kaitlin's, that might increase.
Yeah, we're just waiting for that score of Kaitlin's to drop. Priority sitting with white, followed by blue, and then green. Priority white, blue, green. Waiting for that wave to come in. One of the few waves to really milk its way all the way to the inside. We haven't really seen any of the waves kind of go like that. It looks like she does better her situation, getting her away from that 3. So she sits with a 3.9, and the last of Kaitlin coming in at a 3.80. So she's going to hold on to that second place right now. Situation for white with 30 seconds remaining. She's in priority. Tessa is looking for a 5.1 to move into advancing position.
So it went up almost a full point for both third and fourth place surfers, what they need with under 20 seconds to go and possibly sneak into second place and advance into round 2. Priority is with our third place surfer. Will something come? She needs to go on anything with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the heat is over. There was a ride. I don't know if that was white and if that would be the score. Probably not.
No, it looked like blue went ahead and took a ride, pulls out. These girls are going to be bringing it in. I think that's going to be all she wrote. It's going to be Cash Hoover and Kaitlin Mikkelsel moving into the next round. But coming up next on hold, ladies, we're going to wait to count you guys in. We have in the water Star Dalia in red. And we're going to be counting this down, ladies, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And we're going to...
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate
Next tee, you can paddle into the lineup.
Benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
Just vibe one time for your mind. Time for your mind.
All right, this next heat is on. Heat number 2 is on. So, yep, surfers, 20-minute heats, top 2 advance. We do have the priority light box up on top of the judges and us on the midship container. You can always check in there if somehow in between a set you didn't hear what we said. The priority judges are on it, switching the priority. What we mean to anybody who's wondering, why is priority switching? Well, sometimes it stays in a really orderly fashion, first, second, third, fourth priority, but if a high priority surfer paddles for a wave, not just having one hand on their board and kind of lightly stroking, if they fully look like they've committed to 2-arm paddling towards a wave and they don't go or they miss it, they lose that priority. It shuffles to the person who was just below them in priority. And so sometimes in conditions like this, surfers miss a wave, so they lose that now priority opportunity and they go to the bottom of the rotation. Here we go.
Here we go, and Pua straight up. That's in green, all the way out from Makaha. Another legendary surf family here. Her father also a world champ.
Yeah, the Hawaiians run deep. And it's funny, everyone talks about, oh, they come here and they get all cold. Well, you know what? That was beautiful. Upside down Rio there.
Yeah, she was looking like Dad and Uncle Rusty right there, sending that thing straight into the lip, pulling it down. Good, hard, powerful surfing right there. So as we see out the back, that looks like Star straight up. Yeah, Star up and riding a nice hack right there. This one's setting up kind of nice for a little inside open face. Another little turn, splashing it back to the foam, and it's like a little mini point break on the inside for her. And as I say that, it looks like it might wall up on her a bit, gets another nose ride. She gets back in time, wheelies down the face to hang on, jumps off. All right, so a couple good waves ridden. 2 contrasting styles there, pretty cool to see. Pua pulling it all the way to the inside, doing that big backside off the lip. Star doing the more cruisy, setting up the turns, getting the little nose rides. All right, and while we have a lull, we'll head down to Carla with the winner of that first women's heat.
Alrighty, I'm here with the best name in surfing, Cash Hoover, winner of that first heat of the women's round 1. Cash, how old are you?
I just turned 15 years old.
15, one of our younger competitors here. She smashed it out there, opened with a 7.5. Tell me a little bit, you're a little chilly, you come from Hawaii, normally you're in your booties. You decided not to wear your booties today. How was it feeling?
My feet are really cold right now, but it felt better because I kept tripping on my booties the past few days, so it felt really nice to get a good wave because it's been so big and wonky out. It felt nice to have fun waves to actually catch.
And so you've really committed this year to doing the North American events and really trying to step it up and a little bit more of a competitive feel. How are you feeling, making that commitment here in North America? And you're obviously surfing really well. So how are you feeling moving forward?
I feel really good. It feels really good to compete with all the girls because there's so many good, all the 32 girls are absolutely amazing and they rip. So it feels so good to be able to compete with them, and it's just a whole different experience.
Well, I know everyone here is pretty stoked to see you. Your great entertainment out in the lineup. Give us a shout out to all those people at home, maybe here that are supporting you and are behind your team.
Thank you to my parents. They pay for all my trips and bring me out, and my auntie from New York watches all my contests, and I know she's gonna be really happy that this one's live streamed because she's never got to be able to see me actually surf in the ocean, so I'm really glad that she can watch.
Cool. Well, thanks so much. We're excited to see you in the next round, and keep it up, ma'am.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Wow, what a cool interview. Cash Hoover, congratulations. I'm not sure I missed it, but possibly the first QS event for her. 15 years old, gets the heat wind. Auntie in New York, hopefully checking in, beaming with pride. And obviously Cash no stranger to bigger waves coming from Hawaii. They, always have the full range. They grow up with every condition. I always wonder about that too. I could never surf in booties, but cross-stepping and riding a longboard with booties, there's a lot of subtle footwork, and if you trip on your booty, that does not seem fun.
No, and so much of the footwork, especially the kind of more
it's a
slight movements, just sliding a little bit and things like that. And booties can definitely make that tricky. Obviously, you want to see cross-step footwork and things like that, but even amongst that, there are the little slides and slight adjustments that booties don't really allow for. And we have all kind of scores that have come in during the interview.
We need to break it down.
So we got Star out in front. She got a 5.25 on that first wave. And Pua, you're in second, that first wave with that rad bash at the end. You got a 4. And Summer, you are in third with priority. That first wave you got was a 3.75. And Olivia, you're down in fourth. You got a 0.5 and a 2. So right now, Summer just looking for a 0.26 to move into second. Pua looking for a 1.26 to move into first. And Olivia looking for a 2.01 to move into second. As we see white here, that's Summer Romero getting another one. She jumps off right as it closes out on her. Yeah, young ladies showing up, taking down the veterans.
Well, they've just been waiting in the wings. No doubt they're surfing with all their aunties and uncles, and, they've been groomed since such a young age, especially that Hawaiian posse. They hang out together. They surf together. They encourage and support each other. They trade boards. And you think about someone 15 and probably weighs 85 pounds. They're riding a lot of the same equipment as someone that's, 5'10" and 160.
Yeah, that's what's kind of cool about longboarding is everybody has their different vibe and feel. You have somebody like Taylor Jensen, a giant human, riding a board maybe an inch or two smaller than I would ride as a more small end of the scale as far as human build goes type of thing. And you have somebody like Cash, she's probably riding a board right around the same size as all the other ladies. Are probably riding stuff between 9.2 to 9.6, I would imagine. Whereas on the men's side, everything's probably more 9.4 to 9.9-ish range, give or take a couple,
Well, there's a beautiful replay of Summer. She did a lot of graceful, fancy footwork. That is going to be a nice wave for her. Waiting on that score to come in to back up her 3.75. 11 minutes left here in this heat number 2, ladies. Star out in the lead. Pua in second. Where will this score drop for our surfer in white, Summer Romero? It could be nice. Looks like she already has first priority. So she got a wave, and she's back out in first priority, waiting for a score and possibly another ride to come quickly.
Yeah, down to 10 minutes left in the heat. Like we said, still waiting for a score for Summer's last one. Looking for just a 0.26 to move into second. She's sitting in third, like we said, with priority. Another priority has been established. as we're seeing the replay of Star's first ride right there, that 5.25. Get a nice look at the pier there. And it looks like something's coming in. Summer's going to paddle right over it. We got our other competitors making their way back out.
Well, we see the ocean is definitely activated and alive out there. There we go. That score comes in for Summer, a 5.15. So with that score, it took a while for the judges to lock it in. She goes into the lead, and she has first priority. Star, you're in second. Pua, you have fourth priority. You're in third place. You need a 1.26, which is not much of a score. And Olivia, you only need a 3.26 to go into second. Priority is white, red, blue, green. Summer, your last wave was a 5.15, bombing left set, unridden. That would have been a tough wave. 7 minutes and 40 seconds left, surfers.
All right, yeah, now some priority has been established. We got Summer in first priority, Star in second priority, Olivia in third. Just a little lull in the action, but a couple kind of medium waves coming through. That's the cool thing about longboarding is you can make scores out of kind of everything that comes in. You don't necessarily have to wait for those big sets that mostly are closing out anyways. You can turn middle-sized, medium waves into something like a score of consequence.
Well, that seems to be something that Pismo has provided year after year at all these events. We've had lots of swell during all the events, fortunately. We've had, big tide swings, but in and amongst all that, there's been so much quality surf. Obviously there's the closeouts, but then there's been super scoreable waves. We got scores in. Is that what I heard?
We got a priority change.
A priority change.
So Star drops down to fourth priority paddling for that. As we see Blue up and riding, that's Olivia on her backhand right up to the 5. Quick little 10 there, holding it, kind of going straight off of it. Little turn to avoid that section coming onto her. Looking for just a 3.26. Oh, I was just about to say off to a good start. We'll see if she gets a reform, but she goes down halfway through. And out the back, we got another surfer taking a look. And that's White up and riding. That's our heat leader, Summer Romero. Oh, and she goes down. So a couple quick ones there. Olivia with a nice little ride to start. Summer with a quick up and down. Surfers kind of all regathering together. And we now have Pua with priority, Star with second priority. Summer and Olivia still need to establish, but Summer fell pretty early, so probably going to get back out there. 5 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. And Star up and riding. Nice nose ride to start. Trying to cut back to stay into this one. It just gets a little fat on her. Doesn't let her into that middle zone. Was just looking for a 0.75 to move into second there, as Olivia has just moved into second. She's in a 4.91 to move into first. Star in third. Oh, now Star after that up and down. That was a 1.3, so she's back in second before I can even finish that. So Summer in first with second priority. Star in second with no priority. Olivia in third without priority. And Pua down in fourth with just still that 4-point ride. And as I say that, she might be taking a look here. Looking for a 2.56. And that's White again. That's Summer taking another look. Trying to better a 3.75. Little cut back there, back to the nose. Going straight on the nose, willing that thing to stay in that wave. She's going to bring it off the top there. Is it going to let her stay in it? Might even give her a little reform. And she's going to kick out. Just a little closeout reform, but making some things happen there. Like we said, just trying to better a 3.75.
Well, a quick reboot. She had that priority and looked like she got a beautiful right. Somehow didn't work out for her, and quickly with second priority got that last wave. Situation. Pua, you have first priority. There's 4.5 minutes left. and you need a 2.56 to advance in second place. Pua, you need a 2.56 with priority to go into second. 4 minutes and 15 seconds left. Well, Bucky, what do you think? You getting excited? You coming? You have a heat in a little bit. Well, it's in a while, a few hours away, but still.
I like that I'm seeing more and more of these lefts come in. Yesterday with the tide low, I was watching around that time, and it's into a negative low tide, and it seems to. Yesterday, I kind of noticed there's a time in the low tide where it gets a little walled and closed out and dumpy, and then it gets so low that there's like almost a whole nother sandbar that starts breaking on out the back. That looked like it kind of switched yesterday, which I liked, where it was more of a left into the pier, and with the current able to suck you right back out along the pier as compared to the pier bowl running this way. So I'm hoping it does that again today. As like we said, us groovy footers like to really seek those lefts. But also there's been some really fun rights that I've been mind surfing my brains out. So getting prepared, it was fun getting to talk to Tommy, who's going to be in my heat later. Watched him get some good ones. It's always motivating to watch everybody surf all day. As we get down into 3 minutes left in the heat, Summer's still out in front with fourth priority. Star in second, looking for a 3.65 to move into first. Olivia in third, looking for a 2.56 to move into second. And Pua has priority out the back. She's in fourth, looking for just a 2.56 though. So not needing a big score, just waiting for the right one to come through with 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining.
Here we go. Blue up now. Olivia Smith will, no, that one ends quickly. She took off looking for 2.56. Priority is green, red, white. 2.5 minutes left. And here we go. Pua using that priority. Doesn't need a big score. This wave, nice long 5 across that whole section. Held it for quite a while there, Bucky.
Yeah, beautiful nose ride right there. Getting another one, resetting up as it doubles up. She's going to go for another big off the top, representing Makaha there.
Ooh.
Really, that area has always, especially her father, Dwayne DeSoto, world champ, I believe in 2010 or 11, always throwing the board vertical into the lip through that backwash and stuff. The Kealana family as well, the Forsyths as well. Really cool history over there at Makaha.
Wow.
Really cool for some of those families to come over and join us over here on the West Coast and surf these frigid cold events with us. And especially to put on that show, looking for a 2.56.
Yeah, she needed a small score, and no doubt she got that done. Straight away, the judges drop a 5.65, and what does that do? Pua into the lead. Pua in first. Now Summer in the white in second. Star, you're in third. With priority, you need a 3.65. And Olivia, you have third priority. You're in fourth place. You need a 4.91. There's just over 1 minute left in this heat. So Pua did the work, used the priority to her advantage, and maximized that last wave with 2 long nose rides. Summer finishing up nicely with 45 seconds on the clock. She will beach it, and now it's all about the surfers outside. Red up. Can she make the most of this? Star, at the moment, needs a 3.65, but Summer might have bettered one of her waves, so it's going to be a photo finish at the end. Olivia can't get around that section, falling off on the inside. Star with 25 seconds.
Yeah, so it looks like that'll most likely be our scenario as we get down to 15 seconds remaining. That's Pua pulling it out. We got one more score coming in for Summer. So we'll see if that switches her into first. She was looking for a 4.51. As of now, though, Pua and Summer making it through. Pua in first, Summer in second. We'll see if anything changes. And Summer's score comes in. It's a 4, so she's going to stay in second. Still waiting on that one for Star, looking for a 3.9. And that's not going to be enough. Star comes in with a 3.15. And now just waiting for Olivia's score. She needs a 5.16. And we're good.
Throw it to a quick commercial break, everyone.
The world has changed, and the workplace has evolved.
Counting down the next
The option
in the
to live
next heat.
free of the
5,
commute and busy
4,
work life is
3,
here.
2,
Midstate
1.
Containers specializes in custom remote offices ready for your new journey. Customizable in every way. Our team is ready to reimagine remote working with your specific needs. We are excited to help create the new workplace so you can embrace more of life.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
Once it finishes, you're allowed to paddle over. So welcome back, everyone joining us on the webcast. We are moving into heat number 3, round of 32. Jeff Baldwin and Bucky Berry here. We saw in that last heat, Pua making the most of her last ride, gets a 5.65 and jumped into the lead. And Summer Romeo finished with a nice wave too and secured her second place position, although she was already there. So in this heat in the red, Indie Hoffman. In the blue, Stella Landers. In the white, Ali Anderson. And in the green, Kyra Wallace. My head wanted to say Kiara. I was getting my A's and I's backwards. Sorry, I paused. Okay, surfers in the water. The heat has begun. There might be like the so maybe the beach marshal can tell the surfers when they're checking in, hey, paddle out early, sit next to the pier, but when you hear the countdown and the horn for the heat before yours, you know, be ready to paddle right over. Non-competitor to the south, please paddle out further south or go to the north side of the pier.
As we're down to 17 minutes left in this heat.
Oh, bro, you got hundreds of yards of beach, up and down.
Yeah, there's a reason it's a little uncrowded right here. We have a competition going on, trying to keep it to just the 4 women out there competing. So if you could head down the beach as we have a surfer up. Looks like Indie Hoffman all the way down from San Clemente. Nice cross-step footwork there, just elegant and smooth. Going to cut back to the power source of the wave there. Just trying to get something under a belt. Like we were saying earlier, you can kind of turn stuff into things. Like this thing just keeps staying open for her. Not a big one, but you don't need them on a longboard. And here we go, out the back. That looks like Green has to launch her board out to avoid that thing just absolutely landing on her head. Here we go. That's blue up right there. That's Stella. Nice little carve there, and she's going to get around this section, gets back out to the open face. Still moving down the line here. Little cut back, gets up to the nose to get that board down the face there. Pulls it off nice and smooth, keeps that board switching the rails through the foam in there.
Are you excited? Yes. Are you surprised? No, it's a lot of work. It was a lot of work. I paddled for 15 minutes.
All right, and while we got a little lull in the action, we'll head on down to Carla with Pua, winner from that last heat.
Alrighty, I've got Pua here. So stoked, Pua. Made it to the next round. You're a little cold. You said you had a lot of paddling going on. I know you're living in California full time now, in Malibu, going to Pepperdine, right? So how has it been, acclimating the California season, especially up here in Central Cal? It's a little colder. How'd it go for you out there?
Oh, it was awesome. Super fun out there right now. Just tough conditions, a lot of waves, super consistent, which is actually a blessing as well. So stoked to be out there. Yeah, California is fun. It's a little colder than Hawaii, but I've been loving it, enjoying it, and just having fun.
So you normally kind of are focused on the shortboard side and in the tour there, but you've kind of transitioned. You're doing more of the longboard tour. Do you take anything different in the tour, two different, aspects of the sport, or do you kind of approach it the same way?
I just approach it the same way. I think growing up in Hawaii, I just learned how to surf on everything and anything, and so I really just try to enjoy it and have fun and be present and do it all, because why not?
Being from Hawaii, do you find it challenging with the colder water?
No, I think it's colder, and it's definitely a mental challenge when I was like 12 maybe, but I think after coming here for so many summers and being here so many times and surfing and living here now, you definitely get used to it and kind of have to just live with it, so.
100%, you definitely live with it. Well, why don't you give a shout out to all those people that are behind you and supporting you in this journey?
Ika'u ohana, ka'u makua, ka'u mauhoa aloha, ka'u lahui, mahalo nui ia o ko pakahia pau, no ke kako'o ana mai ia'u, no ka nana ana, aloha nui wau ia o ko pakahia pau. Mahalo.
Beautiful. Back to you guys.
Mahalo and respect. I love it. Taking back the sacred language, the Hawaiian culture. There's been a, resurgence. It's beautiful. It's great to see.
Yeah, and during that interview, we got some scores to come in. So right now, Kyra out in front. She's got a 3.75 and a 1.5. In second, Stella. She's got that 3.25. Indy with second priority back out there. She got a 2.25 on her first wave. She's looking for just a 1.01 to advance. And we're still waiting for Aaliyah to get a wave. She's out there with priority in white. Indy with second priority, and the other two surfers waiting to establish priority, making their way back out.
I know we're. That's fucked up.
No worries, I just went over and talked about it.
You just got to get past the resistance.
We didn't want to ruin the container. That's what I had to do with these other ones, but that was definitely worse than those. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Here we go. We got white up. That's Aaliyah looking for her first ride. On her backhand, just marching down the beach right here. Setting up nice for her, right up to the nose, walks it back. She might get around this for some even more. She's going to go down. So we'll wait for those scores to come in. Kyra with a 3.75 and a 1.5 out in front. Like I said, Stella with a 3.25, Indy with a 2.25. And here we go. We got a rider up. That looks like Indian Red. Using her priority. Keeping those feet moving back and forth. Getting to the inside here. Nice little carved turn to avoid that section landing on her. Rolls the windows up a bit, hangs on. Now she's going to kick out to make the paddle back out. She was looking for a 101 before she took off on that to move into second. Now Stella, who is in second, has priority, that 3.25 under her belt. Kyra out in front with a 3.75 and a 1.5. And Aaliyah, we're waiting for her first score to come in.
10 minutes on the clock, less than 10 minutes on the clock. This is Heat 3, round 1 of the ladies 32. Indie Hoffman currently in first place.
Yeah, that last wave she got comes in at a 4.10. So she's out in front. In second, Kyra looking for a 2.61 with second priority. In third, Aaliyah. She got a 4.05 to start, so one of the better waves of the heat, but still just with the one. Same with Stella. She's got priority out the back. She's in fourth. And it looks like green up and going. That's Kyra. She's in second right now, using that second priority of hers. A nice little cut back there. Stylish cross step work all the way to the nose. Getting some speed and straightens out just in time. She's going to jump off and head back out. We'll wait for that score to come across. And like we said, Indy out in front with 9 minutes to go. Kyra in second before that wave was looking for a 2.61 to move into first. Aaliyah in third looking for a 1.2. And with priority, Stella out the back in blue looking for a 2.01 with 8:45 to go. Lots of time, lots of waves. My lefts are starting to come into play maybe.
Yeah, things changing here a little bit, right? A little bit of change going on. Got pretty clean conditions still. It's just past 11 a.m. here. Up in priority, Stella Landers right now. She's on a wave, working it all the way to the inside. Not able to kind of make that clean finish there, but she's going to get on out there. Now in priority, Alea Anderson, one of our younger competitors in the draw today at 15 years old. Opened up with a 4.05. She's currently in priority. She's looking for a 2.31. She's got some action out on the horizon. Looks like she's going to take a wait there, waiting for something cleaner. That wave kind of closing out there. She's looking for that open face.
Yeah, and we have some scores and movement after those exchanges. So Kyra moves up to first. She got a 3.5 on her last one. Stella moved up into second with a 3.2 on her last wave. So Indy has dropped from first down to third. She's now looking for just a 2.35 to move back into second. And Aaliyah with priority still waiting out the back in fourth, looking for just a 2.4. 6:40 remaining. We'll wait for everybody else to establish priority before we, and it looks like all three of the other ladies are still kind of just stuck in the same spot. So it's going to be a little race to get to priority, with just under 6.5 minutes to go.
This being Heat 3. Coming up next in Heat 4, we're going to see Chloe Coleman, London Lorber, and Madeline Scar. We will be running rounds 1 and 2, both the ladies and men today. Conditions are looking really nice still into this late morning. In priority out there still is Alea. Scores dropping for last of blue, coming in at a 3.20, moving her into second place. So situation is in fourth place, wearing the white jersey and sitting in priority. She's got a 4.05. She's looking for a 2.40. That's Alea Anderson. In third place, wearing the red jersey, Indie Hoffman. She's got a 4.1 and a 2.25. She's looking for a 2.35. And currently advancing the heat in the blue jersey, Stella Landers. She's sitting with a 3.25 and a 3.2. She's looking for a 4.0 to move into the lead. And your heat leader right now, wearing the green jersey, Kyra Wallace. She's got a 3.75 and a 3.5. I know all these ladies wanting to get some better scores, better waves, try to get into that excellent range. All these ladies capable of doing so. So we're hoping that in the next 4 minutes and 50 seconds, Ocean will cooperate. The ladies will be able to show what they got.
Yeah, like you've been saying, as the day's gone on, there's been fewer and fewer of those big closeout sets that make it look unlongboardable. And more and more, like that last set that went unridden had a right that peeled for quite a while without a section. So, and I've seen some lefts come and peel through. There's some more reforms to happen than there was earlier, which is a little weird as the tide drops. Usually with the higher tide, you get the reforms, but with the lower tide, it breaking farther out on it's almost gotten low enough where it's on a total different sandbar out the back. And so you're getting those reforms a little bit on the secondary sandbar on the inside after the energy dissipates. Is out the back. That looks like white up and going. Aaliyah. She's going to work her way around this section on her backhand. Right up to the nose. Nice 5. Almost digs a rail there, but saves it. Makes it down through that cascading whitewater. As we see, it looks like Stella and Blue getting in a little bit better position.
Yeah, Alea coming up from up north of here. She's a regular up in Pacifica, one of the younger competitors. She drops her score down there. Looks like she comes in at a 3.5. So now that puts Alea in the lead with that 4.05 and a 3.5. Alea Anderson in the white jersey currently in the lead. Moved into second place, Kyra Wallace with that 3.75 and a 3.5. She needs a 3.81 to advance into first. In blue, Stella Landers, she's currently in priority. She sits with a 3.25 and a 3.2. Stella, you need a 4.0 to move into advancing position. And then currently in fourth place, sitting with a 4.1 and a 2.25 and needing a 3.15. Indie Hoffman in the red jersey needs a 3.15. Time check, 2 minutes, 45 seconds, ladies. 2:45.
Yeah, and it seems with the lower tide, it's maybe becoming a little trickier to get back out as it's kind of a lot less waves were in the last couple heats than the couple before when the tide was still pretty high. So like we said, it's starting to kind of break on that next sandbar out the back as we see one landing on a competitor's head. And look at this set. We haven't seen one of these in we've seen a little flurry of them now, I should say. It's been a while since there's been a flurry of these bigger closeout sets. As like we said, the conditions keep getting better and better. Tomorrow's going to probably be a beautiful longboard day. Today's a little bit rambunctious, but we like that too. Make you earn it as we get down to the 2-minute warning. 2 minutes remaining in heat number 3, round of 32 of the women. Indy in fourth, looking for a 3.15. Stella in third with priority, looking for a 4.0. Kyra in second with second priority, looking for a 3.81. And out in front in third priority, Aaliyah Anderson. Minute 35 to go. That's kind of what I thought, but then it sounded wrong when I said it to myself.
Yeah, down to the wire here. Interesting kind of shift of events. All the girls have each kind of had an advancing position throughout this heat, but currently advancing is white and green. Green sitting with priority. In second priority, white. Third priority with red, and then final it up with Stella in blue. So first priority green, then white. Green, then white. Green currently in second place, needing a 3.81. Blue, you're in third place, you need a 4.0. And in fourth place, red, you need a 3.15. Time check, 45 seconds on the clock. Taking a peek on the inside, kind of just drops in onto the closeout there. That's blue.
Down to 35 seconds, another little bump coming through. So it looks like that's going to be green using her priority. Nice little right run right here for her. See what happens. She carves down. We're down to 22 seconds. And it looks like Kyra just making her way in, as well as blue. That's Stella. Stella trying to get that score. She took off real late. She's trying to turn it into a 3.8, or sorry, she's trying to turn it into a 4.
Yeah, and out the back, we're going to be counting this down in 3, 2, 1. Alrighty, that is the end of heat number 3. Heat 4, you're on hold, but you can move into the lineup. Counting it down, 3, 2, 1. Not yet, sorry. Can't see the screen up here anymore, guys. Alrighty, 3.
Down, looking for this thing to underrun for her. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, just. And we got a quick up and out right there. So 18.5 minutes left. One wave of consequence ridden, that's Madeline. In white, her score is starting to drop in. Madeline trying to get down into this double up left, and oh, goes down pretty good. I'll let her pop up before I tell her her score. All right, Madeline, go ahead and grab your board. Your first wave that came in before that one was a 3.75. So you are out in the lead as nothing else has really happened. Oh, sorry, that was white coming in from the last heat. Madeline, you're halfway out. Your first wave came in at a 3.75. You are out in the lead. Red, Chloe, and out the back. That looked like it was blue. London with a late takeoff goes down. Chloe still working this thing through the inside. She was the North American champ last year who qualified for Tour. She did really well to win the Virginia Beach contest last year and get first place in North America. Got to do all those events, cruise to Bells Beach, Abu Dhabi, and Huntington. Didn't make the cut to make it to the top 8, but she's here again trying to make it back there. She's taking the strategy of headed straight to the pier to head on back out. Yesterday with the lower tide, that seemed to make it a little easier. As the tide continues to drop out very quickly. We're still waiting for scores for blue and red to come in. Blue still out the back with priority. She had that quick late takeoff. Entertaining for the people. Didn't help her situation with the judges as it was just a quick fall. Down to 16 minutes remaining. Some nice unridden waves going by. Some great surfing being done. Like we said, just conditions improving more and more for longboarding. It's getting a little trickier with the lower tide. Some of these sets earlier that might not have been sets of consequence are now breaking way out the back. As I see a nuggety left coming in. And all right, we got scores that came in. Chloe, while you're close here, you got a 5 on your first wave, so you're out in first. Madeline, you got a 3.75 on your first wave, you're in second. London, you just had a quick .75 on that late takeoff. You have priority in third place. Looking for a 3.01 to move into second. Like we said, Chloe out in front with a 5. Making her way back out by the pier here. Little lull. It's kind of becoming a little bit feast or famine as the day goes on. When there's a lull, there's really nothing happening, and we still get those bombing closeouts that come through. As we have a surfer taking a look here. That looks like it's going to be blue. Up and at him. Nice footwork to make it through that tough section there. Gets around it. Little stalling turn just to kind of stay close to the foam ball. Trying to make it to the inside here. Gets that footwork to the nose, but takes one too many steps right off of the front. Down to 14.09 left, so London was looking for a 3.01 before that wave. Madeline now with priority, and she's going to use it right here. Late, like almost floaterish takeoff. Wild entry there. Nice little turn to reposition herself. As we got some more waves coming out the back, she's going to kick out. Still no priority set, but Chloe kind of out the back alone trying to establish that priority. 13:40 left. All right, and while there's no activity happening, let's head on down to Carla. She talked to the winner of that last heat.
All righty, we got the winner of the last heat, Alea Anderson. So awesome to have you here, Alea. She's one of the younger competitors here, first time here surfing in the event. You're from Pacifica. You surf waves, I think, somewhat similar, perhaps. Tell me how you think that made, it help you kind of take the win today.
Well, Pacifica's a really big beach break, kind of really windy like this, choppy and stuff, so I think it's very similar. One thing that threw me off was the pier, because I've never really surfed anything like that, but really, really fun waves today.
It definitely really fun. You had some good rides. You surfed smartly. Priority is a new thing for you. So how was it easy? Was it difficult? Did it seem to help you out to have the priority? Usually you're in amateur events. How did the priority work for you?
Yeah, it helped me out a lot. I really like it because it gives everybody a chance to really shine and have their moment out in the water, and it helps make it funner for everybody.
And you're in round 2. You're in that next field of all these awesome surfers. What's your mind game going into the next round?
Just have for that in my heat. Just do what I did last time and don't put too much pressure on myself.
And who do you want to thank?
My mom and my dad for always supporting me and taking me everywhere, and all my family down in Pacifica. I love you guys so much.
Well, good job, Alea. We're excited to see you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Thank you. Another beautiful interview with one of our young athletes. Moving on through with the first place finish into the second round, which we'll feature today. We are here in heat number 4 of the first round of the women's. Nearly halfway through the first round completely. We're over halfway through since the men's complete. I'm in with the women's.
As we see Chloe on this little screamer here, but she's going to kick out before the closeout section. Just getting her feet in the wax, feeling it out. Used her priority though, 11 and a half minutes to go. And Chloe now in second with that 5. She's going to drop just another quick low score. She's only looking for a .2 to get back into first, so it looks like she'll do that. She gets a 1.0, but slides her back into first. Madeline in white with priority, looking for just a 2.26 to get into first. And London looking for a 3.56 to get into second, down in third. And Chloe establishes second priority to Madeline with 11 minutes to go. As we see London making her way back out as well. Conditions keep changing every 10 minutes, making me can't decide what board to ride.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, slowly dropping.
All right, 10 minutes to go. Once again, Madeline with priority, Chloe with second priority, London with third. Just a couple small scores mostly on the table. Chloe with a 5 with the kind of biggest score of the heat, holding strong. Just has a 1 as a backup though, so other two surfers can get back into the lead as we see White taking off. That's Madeline using her priority, and she just fades out of that one.
Ooh, late takeoff there.
Yeah, nice late takeoff there by London. Stylish little turn to get back to the foam there too. See this, what this one does, it's kind of shrinking on her, but making things happen, keeping the board moving, rail to rail, moving those feet, moving the board. Getting to this inside section, she's got something coming at her. She's going to get one more nose ride right into it. Almost a little, whoa! I was going to say, she almost had a cool little walk back through the foam on the way down, but takes her out. Good little start on that wave, though. Wasn't looking for a whole lot. That was London. She was looking for a 3.56 to move into second. We'll see what that does for her. Out the back, Chloe now with priority, as we have 9 minutes remaining. Here we go. We got Chloe getting around that section. It tried to take her out. She don't care. She's all the way out from Montauk, so nothing's going to hold her back. A nice nose ride. Nice carve to escape right there. And going to hang on through the explosion, too. Stylish surfing through some intense situations there by Chloe. Milking this one through to the inside. 7:55 to go, and she's going to kick out, make her way back out. Some really good surfing there by the surfer from Montauk. Using a little bit of her north bar experience on that one. She's one of the few regular footers who maybe, she's kind of like Carla. She likes to go backside maybe more than she likes to go front side. Searches ditch a little too much, doesn't head to the other side to surf the right. But right there, using that little bit of knowledge from over on the other side of the point to get those long rights like she just had, getting through some intense situations like we said. And it looks like it's going to be a pretty good score. Trying to better a 1, and it's definitely going to do that. Might even better her other score, that 5.
Well, that's going to put her in a commanding lead, and London looking good in second now. Madeline with priority. Still just needs the 1.55, so Chloe running away. That score almost in. It will be her best ride so far. Here's some more of those sets going unridden. Boy, that sandbar right sure looks good. Andy McKay before the event was telling me that's been the feature wave. It's been really consistent lately. So these young women putting their work in, having to turtle dive these waves.
Yeah, when there's no set, it looks so nice and calm and easy out there. And then when the sets come, it's still pretty treacherous, especially if you get stuck in that middle zone.
Do you ever wax the rails?
All right, White, your priority is suspended. So once you get back into position, you will reestablish priority, but you do not have it at the moment, but you will get first dibs once you get back into the lineup. Just learned about that today, an interesting situation we've seen twice now today. And so once they get back out, they will reestablish first priority, basically saying they lost first priority, but not in such a way that they don't get to regain it when they get back out. They got pushed out of position as compared to committing to a wave in order to get themselves out of position. So as of now, her priority is suspended. And here we go. We got a rider up. That's going to be blue. That's London. Some nice surfing there as we get a section there. And she's moving those feet back and forth just to keep this trim of the board there. Another little nose ride and walks back just a little late to go down. And so now, White, you have reestablished that priority. Chloe, your last score came in, while you're nice and close in here, your last score came in at a 5.9. You now have a more commanding lead with a heat total of 10.9. So London in second. Before your last wave, you were looking for a 7.25 to move into first. Madeline, you have priority out the back. You're looking for a 1.55 in order to move into second. 5 minutes remaining. London did just get a score, so that 1.55 should get bigger. As her score starting to trickle in, trying to better a 1.65. And she does with a 3.15, so London's still in second. Madeline, you now need a 3.05 to move into second. You still have priority. Chloe, you're out in front with a 5.9 and a 5. London, you need a 7.25 to take first place from her.
Thanks again to Surfing for Hope Foundation, working with the WSL for so many years, putting together this longboard classic here. Beautiful Pismo. It always blows me away too. We're staying in the Vespar, which is amazing, but they're environmentally conscious. They've got the placards on the doors, you know, reuse your towels, and the refilling water stations they have. Even here at the event, they have a keg of water supplied by Firestone Walker Brewing Co. instead of a bunch of bottled water. Thank you very much, Firestone, for doing that. Every little bit helps, right? It's hard not to see when you look on any social media, if you follow stuff around the world, you know, the pollution that they're getting out of through Oceana, which is a big organization that works with the environment all over the planet, and what they're getting out of the water. Priority is suspended for White at the moment. She's stuck on the inside, and that's just what they want to tell the competitors. They know it. They're kind of like battling the wild ocean. They're stuck on the inside, so we tell them their priority is suspended since they're not out the back right now. London has second priority. Just over 2 minutes and 45 seconds left. Chloe with an authoritative lead at the moment. Yeah, there we go. So White with priority now. Madeline is back in the lineup. She has first priority. London with second priority. White, you need a 3.05 to go into second. So Madeline in a good position, not needing too big of a score, just a 3. She does have a 3.75 in her score line.
Yeah, and here she goes, getting around this one, trying to get around that section. She does, not looking for a big score, so this will have the opportunity. We'll see what she can do with it.
That wave was challenging from the start. She utilized that priority, maybe a little nervous, couldn't get around the first section. The judges really want to, you know, the surfers to maximize that opportunity at the start of the wave and then bookend it with a nice finish. That wave running off from her most of the time. She needed a 3.05. Priority is with blue. There's a minute and a half left. That score is going to come in underneath what Madeline needed. So she's going to have to get back out in the lineup and try to find something else if she wants to get into second place. Nice offshore breeze on a beautiful Saturday morning. November 16th. Fall is in full effect here in the Central Coast. Full moon, 40-something degree weather in the night.
Down to 45 seconds left. And so it looks like London with priority out the back. Still needs that 7.25 to get in first. She's in second. Madeline in third, looking for a 3.05. That last score came in at a 2, so not enough. Still looking for more as we see some unreal Oh, that left just kind of gave a little trickle of spit. As this week, Chloe just kind of grabbing one to come in on.
The far bar.
Claiming the win.
Sometimes that far bar down to the south provides some really great waves, not only the left that comes to the pier. I'm going to count this heat out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that concludes heat number 4. The results are in. Chloe Coleman in the red in first, and London Lorber in second, moving into round 2. Surfers in the next heat, you can paddle over into the lineup, and I will shortly count in the next heat. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and we will recap that and get back into it. All right, surfers, counting in the next heat. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families
There
navigate
they are.
through
They are in
cancer
position.
using the
They're in
healing
the lineup
benefits
and
of
ready to go.
surfing
Avalon
and
Gall
ocean.
in the red, Sophia
Each
Todd
year,
in
we
the
host a
blue, and
number of surfing-related
Ella Pucci
community events
in
to shine
the
a
white.
spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
All right, first up and riding. Nice nose ride, that's red. Nice nose ride with a nice fade off the bottom to straighten off. Pretty solid and critical there.
The jaws of death clamping down on her right there at the end.
Super.
That thing was a big open cave coming right at her.
Rawr.
Welcome back, everybody, to the webcast here. We are into heat number 5, round of 32. Carla Zamora and Jeff Baldwin bringing you the action here. We just saw Chloe Coleman and London Lorber moving into the next round. Straight into this heat, we had one wave ridden. Ella Pucci with a quick throwaway, a 0.5. And we're waiting for that score for Avalon Gall. It was a big old, it was a big set wave.
Big nose ride with a big old chomping closeout at the end that she negotiated really quite well. I'm sure we'll get a playback. Oh, here we go. We got the replay there. She gets a nice solid 5 and then just gets back on the tail just in time to kind of redirect it, straighten off, get away from that monster of a closeout. So that'll be a good opening ride. She's probably feeling her vibes right now, up and riding. We've got Blue. She gets some tip time. That looks like that's Sophia Todd. Not able to make the rebound off the whitewater, but does kick out. 17 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Ella Pucci in white opened up with just a half a point there. She's sitting in priority. In red, and currently your heat leader, opening up with a 7.5. That's Avalon Gall.
Well, the judges appreciating that devil-may-care, approach to that. Take off on what looks like a closeout almost, throw it onto the nose, have some hang time, and then do the down carve and that redistribution of weight, running to the tail in the steep section with all that speed. She made it look really easy. It's not easy to do, to transfer the weight to the tail, wheelie out so you don't bury the nose, and then to handle that back explosion as you ride towards the beach.
No, a lot of composure shown right there from Avalon. And Sophia came in with a 2.65 on her first ride. So priority sits with white, Ella Pucci. And she's looking for a 2.16. Sophia Todd currently in second place. To move to first, she needs a 4.86. And your heat leader opening up with a 7.5. She's got second priority. That's red, Avalon Gall. Time check, ladies, 16 minutes, 25 seconds.
We were talking about that in one of the earlier heats, the grace, the composure, the style, all those things. But then what happens between the ears of composure and grace?
Well, showing composure and grace right there. That's red. She's no stranger to the podium and surfing waves with grace and style.
Well, and she wanted that quick backup, and again, that heat IQ, knowing I've got a ton of time, might as well throw up something on this wave. I scored a really solid number on that last wave. I know this isn't going to be that, but it'll probably get me a mid-range something, and then I've got plenty of time to sit back, get priority, and stamp the heat.
Yeah, everyone kind of has a different approach a lot of times to their heat. Some like to stay pretty busy, get that wave right off the bat. I kind of tend to be somebody that I do well when I get that wave, get that rhythm going. What's hard here is you get that rhythm, you get that wave, and then all of a sudden the bomb set comes through like just now, and then you're stuck trying to paddle out. So that definitely is a challenge. Hopefully you've done your cardio this last week. You've worked up, done leg day, arm day, get you through all these kind of pounding waves that are coming through right now.
Well, and we know that the tide hit a while ago, full 7-foot tide, and when it's draining out, which it is now, you can see the beach just with every set, the waves draw further and further out, and you can see the surfers trying to paddle back out. They're just getting nowhere because it's getting shallower and shallower underneath them where they're paddling, and there's just less area for that energy to distribute itself with the shallow sandbar. They're just kind of stuck at the whim of the ocean at the moment.
Yeah.
All three surfers can't battle it.
All of them are kind of stuck a bit inside. You could see that set from our angle kind of looming over the horizon, but all of them not quite able to see that coming, not quite paddled out enough, so they're all fighting those whitewaters right now.
And they go to pop over them. They might have momentum paddling at it, but as soon as they hit it, they go back 15 yards. So they start all over, just about holding ground.
Yeah, it's a challenge, especially for the ladies. The ladies tend to ride more often than not. There's a more traditional approach to their longboard, so sometimes they're a bit heavier and wider. And because of the smaller frame of the woman, you're not really able to duck dive, where you see some of the guys yesterday or earlier today being able to duck dive. So currently, white is in a suspended priority.
So when they get back outside, they will have that priority. The judge deemed, look, they were just battling the waves, so even if another surfer somehow sprinted past them, they get that priority once they get back out into the lineup. And that's the case with Ella. There we go. Now the set has passed. All three surfers will hopefully get back out there. Sometimes you really got to use the current too, and actually instead of paddling back towards the pier, just paddle south with it and kind of use it and do a loop around.
Yeah, that's something that I do a lot with our big point breaks back at home. You have that set that comes, oftentimes just use the current, go ahead and paddle into the inside, get around it, and you can loop back around to the outside. But we got some scores that dropped in for the last of Avalon. As you said, coming in with a pretty strong score, maybe not as strong as that first score, but she comes in at a 6.75. So really setting the bar for this heat, with that 14.25 total there. She's required Sophia, putting her in a combo position in order to move into first place, but Ella just simply looking for a second ride right now. She's looking for a 2.16. As soon as she gets out to the lineup, she'll have that priority, but right now she's still sitting kind of on the inside, so she's got to get out into the lineup in order to establish that priority position.
Wow. And as we had that momentary reprieve, that is over. So will our last surfer sneak over? And it looks like she is, so safe there, but someone seeming to be stuck on the inside here. That's white again?
Yeah, I believe.
Wow, so she was almost out the back. She was the farthest out and then didn't sneak out. So her priority is still suspended as first, but she is the farthest on the inside taking donuts.
Yeah, a bit of a missight on her part. She's kind of underestimating the size of the waves and the need to really make sure that you're a little further outside and not underestimate those sets. Perhaps she's looking for those smaller insider ones. However, that's that risk you're taking when you do that. You really set yourself up for what she's doing now, and that's going with the soup, going into soup.
Well, fortunately, it was a 2 or 3 wave set, not a 20 wave set.
Alrighty, well, since we've got a little lull in the action here, waiting for girls to surf, we'll bring it down to Bucky and interview with the next heat winner.
Yeah, hey guys, so we're here with Chloe. She won that last heat out there. Got off to a couple big scores right off the bat, and then kind of just hung out. I just hung out on the inside by the pier, hanging out with everybody on the pier. Say what up to your brother, tell him to get his shades. How'd it go out there?
Super fun, definitely more paddling than surfing, and I wouldn't call it hanging out. I was kind of struggling, but stoked to make it through, squeak by. Not my best surfing, but was fun.
Right on, good surfing. You're on to tomorrow now. Any shout outs for everybody out back in Montauk?
Yeah, shout out mom and dad back home. Love you guys. Shout out Michael for the best boards. Rhythm, Carve, love you all. Thank you so much. And yeah, and my brother for like staying with me this whole trip, helping me out. He's the bomb.
Right on, good job, Chloe. Out there crushing it for the Ditch Witch. See you guys later.
Posing on the podium there, Chloe Coleman. I love that brother-sister support. I've seen that over the years. And wait, if I'm not mistaken, do they? No, they're both competing in the longboard. He's competing on the men's side. Her brother? I don't know. I'm banking on past events. Maybe I got them wrong. There's a lot of.
There's a different Coleman, but I don't believe the Tommy Coleman you may be referring to.
That's what. Okay.
Is not her brother.
Oh, okay. There we go.
But hey.
That's where. Yep. You know, lots of gray matter.
They're a couple good-looking surfer kids. So how would you not? No.
Yeah.
It's easy to mistake.
That's why she was posing on the podium.
Time check. 9 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. Currently in the lead right now with a 7.5 and a 6.75. Avalon Gall, she's sitting in second priority. In third priority and in second place, needing a combo score to take first, 14.25. And in third place, she's still not in priority. She's been having a hard time getting to the outside. That's White. She's got a suspended priority, so once she gets out there,
She's had a suspended priority for a good 7 minutes now, and she was literally 10 yards from being outside and was the furthest one out, and then just misjudged something and did the wash around.
yeah, she's going to need to really kind of buckle down right now and start fighting through. You know, the other option, too, would be to just at this point come in. I would probably come in.
Where is she?
And
she's right
come
there.
out back out. It would take me so long. You've got 8 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. There's been lots of waves coming through, big and smaller ones, so it makes it hard when you're in that impact zone to kind of fight through it. She's got to really buckle down and start getting the motor running. I like to tell my clients when I want to go faster. A boat uses a propeller to move. A boat goes faster when the propeller moves faster. So you don't necessarily need more torque. Sometimes you just need more arms in the water.
A quicker stroke.
Yeah, so
Just flutter fly.
picking those strokes up and really, really making it happen can sometimes be the key.
Well, and it's deceiving. It looks like there's no waves, but then even when there's not a set, because the tide's drawing out, those 2 and 3 foot ones are still smashing in the same spot, and you just can't make headway. And I don't know if you played soccer, but sometimes I would tell the kids, look, the ball always rolls faster than you run. So just use the ball speed. Right. Use the whitewash. Come in, go around. Work with your assets.
Yeah, and you working with the current, as we spoke about earlier, is really kind of an ocean IQ, kind of understanding when and where to use the current. That if you're having a hard time and you're consistently for the last few minutes trying a strategy and it's not working, it's time to adapt, find a new strategy, and figure out how you're going to be able to get out there. So it looks like she's kind of adapting to her strategy. She's going to bring it in. She's got 6 minutes, 45 seconds. She's going to probably bring it in, try to reset, perhaps on the other side of the pier or not. Alrighty, time check, ladies. 6 minutes, 20 seconds. Situation stays the same. Avalon first, Sophia second, Ella in third. Ella's still trying to get her way out there.
Well, there's nothing like a bunch of waves bashing you over and over and over to test your resolve, because everyone's had that moment where you just laugh and you're like, I cannot get out. I just can't beat the waves. And it happens to everyone. It's rare, but it does happen. And when it does, it's kind of comical and humiliating all at the same time. Is you just, realize the power of the ocean.
Alrighty, it looks like we might have a little action here. We'll see if somebody decides to take a spin. Looks like someone's taking a peek here. We've got Red up and riding. Your heat leader goes for the 5 for really, really quick 10. She's trying to hold it up. She holds it right up into that section there to rebound it around. Not able to stay glued onto the board. So that'll be all she wrote for Red. Doubt that that's going to come into her highest 2 scores. But she's keeping herself moving. It's got to be a little chilly out there, so keeping moving is also, can help just keep your adrenaline moving, keeping your mind in the game.
Well, at the moment, I doubt Ella's cold. She's been putting in her strokes. And it's funny, too. Everyone talks about, the water's so much colder here, and these surfers are from somewhere that's warm. We'll get back to that, though. Right now, up, Sophia Todd. Quick in and out. They travel all over the world, a lot of them. They have all the equipment. They've got thick full suits, thin full suits, little bikinis. They're ready for anything. Besides, the wetsuits are so good now. As soon as you put it on, you're warm. Half the time, the air is colder than the water, so you go in the water even though it's 56 and the air's 42, and you're like, it's like a bathtub.
Yeah, honestly, I think sometimes the hardest part is the wind. A lot of times for me, will get me getting my ears cold, my head cold, or whatnot. Yeah, but these wetsuits nowadays, the technology has just improved so incredibly that you definitely can keep your core pretty warm on some of the coldest days. Situation, 4 minutes on the clock, ladies. 4 minutes on the clock. As I said, last of Red, not going to come into her score line, 4.25. Second of Blue comes in at a 2.6. So she's still sitting in a combination situation as far as to take first place. And the situation remains the same for Ella, who's still trying to work her way out there. She's kind of fighting it under the pier here. She's got a 0.5, and she would need a 4.75 to advance.
Well, coming up in the next heat, Luella Pace, Delilah Hutchins, Eliana Dowsett, and Ming Hu Brown. I'm sure they're all checked in and already paddled out. Unfortunately, Ella Pucci just getting taxed by the waves, not able to find an opening really to get back out. So at this point, she's had that first priority suspended since 13 minutes, and 10 minutes has gone off the clock.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate situation. If she's got coaches working with her, they're going to want to kind of look back and obviously talk about the good things that she did well in the situations, but obviously all the things that she'll want to improve on, and that's going to be kind of keeping an eye on the waves. And it was a bit of an unlucky situation that every time she did get a moment to get out, another set just like this came through, and she's just been battling the soup for quite the majority of the heat.
Well, and even within all that time she was paddling, I think only one wave was ridden, and it was a short wave. So the tide definitely showing its change for these surfers right now during this heat. We see that often at these events. There's one moment of one heat where it just completely changes what's happening, and then it all comes around again, and then a few heats later, new opportunities happen with where the tide has moved.
Yeah, the tide is sitting just a little under 4.5 feet. I just looked earlier.
And I think it's going to a minus or something like that.
Yeah, we'll be hitting a negative 1.5 tide at 4:30 this afternoon. Right now we're sitting at about a 4.1. So the tide dropping really fast, and as you said, you can really see that and the change, and that that impact zone into the whitewater coming in has been really a challenge for the ladies to get themselves back out. Bucky and I were talking earlier about different strategies to take as far as, you know, whether you ride all the way in, do you kick out and just really try to book it out there? And there's different strategies that you can take. I think for me personally, I'd probably try to come in, get myself back around the other side of the pier and go back out that way. Or at the very least, as you mentioned, use the current, go ahead and paddle wide, get outside, and then move into position.
Well, we're down to under 1 minute. There's 50 seconds left. Surfers right now, Avalon Gall and Sophia Todd kind of safe in that first and second position due to the fact that Ella Pucci just got beat up by the waves and couldn't find her way back out into the lineup even to have an opportunity to go into second. 30 seconds left. And she looks like she might have called it. She is right here as by the inside of the pier, and it seems like she has waved the white flag. 15 seconds left.
Yeah, unfortunate for Ella, but up and riding out the back. Currently in second place. That's Sophia Todd.
3, 2, 1. That's okay.
All right, these ladies finishing up some last rides here to bring it on in. My dad, you know, they say there's no crying in baseball. My dad used to say there's no paddling in surfing. You always have to catch a wave in.
Gotta ride a wave in. Well, that one, there's that one score to come in. It'll probably be a quick turnaround for the surfers in the next heat. I'll let you know when I'm going to count it in. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. We'll come back. We'll get Avalon Gall up on the glass or the step and repeat for Bucky to interview, or Carla, whoever.
Okay. Yeah, in this next heat, on standby, waiting to get counted in.
SlowCal Roots starts with natural and sustainable farming right here in SLO County. We offer a carefully curated selection of cannabis, both medical and recreational, from small batch craft concentrates and sleep gummies to locally produced fresh flower and extracts. Come join us on our journey to support family farms, support community, and support culture from the roots up. SlowCal Roots, locally owned and operated by patients for patients.
Have an opening to get out the back.
Yeah, Ming Wei on a streak right now. She's done a couple contests and won, so to go here at the WSL regional qualifier, and right now opening up with that really nice wave on the all the way to the inside. Definitely a great opening ride, as you said. Be interesting how this will play out as she gets out there. She is a lifeguard. She works with the junior lifeguards. She surfs all the time. She surfs the big point break in Ventura at C Street, so she's used to having big, long paddle outs. So definitely she'd be one of the people that's, I think, physically fit, if you will, to, be able to make this paddle out. But will the ocean and will nature kind of give her the door in the opening? Because we saw in that last heat with Ella, poor Ella, nature was really not on her side there, and it just kept whamming her with a bunch of sets.
Boy. Well, yeah. We'll see. Can the lifeguard do it? Of course she can. That's what she's tasked to do for her real job, right? And teaching the kiddos and junior lifeguards how to read the ocean, how to maximize your energy against the ocean, and how to utilize what's available in the currents and how they're moving in the riptides and stuff.
Yeah, she opens up with a 4.75, so a decent score to open up with. She got it right off the buzzer. We got a wave riding out the back there. It comes down unglued in that white water. Not sure what color that was yet. I think it was blue. And I think we have another up and riding here, and that's white. Eliana Dowsett Gets some tip time a little bit too high in the face, not able to bring it down into that trim line. Mingwei Brown in the green jersey with that opening ride, still trying to work her way out there. She's doing the push, though, but you can see her really fighting for it.
This is it. There's that in-between part of the lineup where it's critical to sprint. Put it all on the line, and then you're safe.
Yeah, and it looks like the ocean is cooperating with her a bit here. It's a bit calm on the outside. It's going to give her that opportunity to get out there. She rode it pretty far in there, so that's quite the workout she has ahead of her. And now we see some action. We see some boards turning on the outside. This is heat number 6 of that round 32 of the ladies. First ride here for Red. She tries to go left, not able to stay glued onto her board. All right, currently in priority is blue. Opener for yellow, 0.25. Opener for white, 115. Opener for blue, 0.65. Paddling right now and getting ready to up and ride. That is blue, Delilah Hutchins. From the East Coast, lives in Costa Rica. Nice style, good tip time from blue. She's going to get out of that, try to get herself back out into the lineup. We see green almost making her way out there. Currently in priority, we've got white, followed by green, and then red. Taking a spin here and a look. Scratching in for this little insider on her backhand. That is red. Luella Pace, also from Ventura. Local girl to C Street. Recent Queen finalist at Queen of the Point that we just had.
Is that the one that was at Rincon, or was that the one at C Street?
That was the one at C Street.
Oh, okay, because they do the annual Rincon Queen
Yes.
and King of the Point there or whatever.
Cole Robbins did the Toes on the Cove, and the Queen of the Point just happened at Ventura. And it sounds like, though, we'll wait for those scores to drop, and we'll go ahead and take it down to Bucky for our interview with the last heat winner.
Hello, hello. Hey guys, welcome. We got Avalon, winner of that last heat, doing some unreal surfing out there, a couple of high scores. How'd it go out there, Avalon?
It was so fun. Yeah, I had a lot of fun. I got super smoked, though, a couple times.
Yeah, it looks like it's just getting better and better when you find the good ones that are better than they were this morning. But it does look like with the lower tide, there's a little more detonation as you're in that halfway out zone. Good job moving on. Any shout outs you want to say hi to anybody?
Say hi to my mom at home, and can't wait to watch the boys later.
Nice. Good job, Avalon. See you tomorrow. Good surfing.
Alrighty. Thank you, Bucky. Great job, Avalon. Nice high score she got there with a 7.5. Time check for this heat, 14 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. In priority, Mingwei Brown in the green jersey. She opened up with a 4.7. She's waiting to drop her second ride. She needs a 0.91 to move into first place. In first place with second priority is blue Delilah Hutchins. She opened up with a 5.0 and a 0.65 as her second wave. Coming in third place, wearing the white jersey, Eliana Dowsett. She's got a 2.75 and a 1.15. She needs a 2.01. And in fourth place, wearing the red jersey, Luella Pace. She has a 1.65 and a 0.25. She needs a 3.11 to advance into the next round.
Well, thank you to Cool Cats Cafe right up the street. Beautiful place. I went in there on Wednesday night. Love all the local establishments. Great service. They're always with a smile. The owner was so cool. The vibe in there is nice at Cool Cats. It's like the traditional 50s diner, the red and white pincushion seats and the milkshake bar. Always delicious food. Thank you, Cool Cats, for lunch today.
Yeah, super stoked to have the community involved in the event here with Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. We got 12 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock. Currently in 4th place, needing a 3.11 Luella pace. In 3rd place, white jersey, Eliana Dowsett. She needs a 2.01. Currently in 2nd place and with priority, Mingwei Brown. She's looking for a second ride. She's looking for just a 0.91. And currently your heat leader in 2nd priority, wearing the blue jersey, Delilah Hutchins. She's got a 5.0 and a 0.65.
Well, and Cool Cats has been a part of this event since the very first one back in 2017, so they've been in it for the long haul. Back when the pier was under construction and we were running the event on the north side, which was great. The waves were always firing. Once the pier was completed, we moved to the south side officially, and we haven't looked back, and we've gotten so many great events with such good surf. Right now, up and surfing really well. That was Luella, right, in the red?
I believe that.
Or was that?
I believe that was blue.
Sorry, that was Delilah who had. No, that was green.
Green.
Sorry.
That was green. Mingwei Brown. How could we miss it?
Well,
That green and that blue is getting a little challenging.
Do you want one?
Alrighty, now we've got blue up and riding. That's Miss Delilah Hutchins getting some tip time. A little bit out on the shoulder, waiting for it to build up again. Nice work done here with Delilah. She's going to try to work it into that inside. Gets into a bit of a fat zone, just trying to get into that part that steps up again, but not going to happen.
Well, I was going to say the big monitor that they have now for the first time this year on the pier, that everyone can watch all the action that we're watching on our monitor, but for them, it's perfect. The lighting is perfect. Ours is a little challenging here.
I've got a combination of you've got a hat, some sunglasses. I got to take them off to see the screen. There's a lot going on up here, but we got it. We got it covered. We are professionals.
That's right. We know what we're doing.
There's 10 minutes on the clock. And a professional, Mingwei Brown. She comes with her second wave at a 2.0. However, Delilah just matched up on her last wave, a 4.75. So here's where we stand. Currently in 4th place, wearing the red jersey, needing a 5.1 is Luella Pace. In 3rd place, in the white jersey, needing a 4.01, Eliana Dowsett. Currently in 2nd place, needing a 5.0 to win. And sitting with priority is Mingwei Brown in the green jersey. Your heat leader right now in the blue jersey. She's got a 5.0 and a 4.75. That's Delilah Hutchins. Time check, 9 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock.
We got a little break in those last 2 heats because there was only 3 women in the heats, and then in the last one, Ella got suspended priority and just couldn't get back out there. So a slower pace when there's 4 surfers ferociously attacking wave after wave. It's a busy time up here. Delilah out in that lead with the scores you just delivered. Priority is with red. Luella Pace needs a 5.10, so well within her grasp with just under 9 minutes. And Eliana Dowsett needing a 4.01. So nobody's really broken this heat open and gotten that 6 or above, which we've seen kind of working for the first place finishers so far through the day. We love a heat when it comes down to the final minute and all 4 surfers ride a wave to the beach and nobody knows who's going to finish first or second. That's us up here as fans. We like a photo finish. Looming sets, red with priority, blue with second priority, and green with third priority. Minghu Brown opened up with that quick 4.75 and backed it up with a 2. And I know over the years, Carla, the surfers, when they're out there, it's deceiving. They think they're outside, and then there's these ones that come another 40-plus yards further out that they can't really sit on until it's really, really low tide. And then through some of the events, surfers have elected to actually sit way farther outside and get the whitewash cap and then ride the reform and then ride the inside. So
Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, a bit scary when you're out there and you already think you're already far enough out, and yet suddenly the bomber set comes and you're scratching to get out there. It's never a favorite feeling, especially in a longboard for someone like myself that's pretty small, that's always ridden a pretty big longboard. There's no duck diving happening for me, so getting creative on getting out, you know, when there's big soupy waves like that is fun for sure.
here's a question. Do you ever wax just lightly the underside of your rail because you're going to turn over and do that turtle dive to grip?
So I'm actually not a big turtler.
Okay.
I don't like turtling. My board tends to rip out of my hands more times than not when I do that. I call it the teeter-totter.
Yeah, up and over the whitewash.
Up and over, and even if it sends you end over end, I have a grip then at that point, and I'm under the foam. Here we go. We got Luella Pace. She's on her backside here. She's also a Ventura girl. She's looking for a 5.10. She got some tip time earlier. Getting a little second tip time on the inside. Works it back around into this inside section, and she's looking for another part of the open face. Not able to do so. She's going to hustle her buns out there. There's 6 minutes on the clock, ladies. 6 minutes on the clock. So we'll see how the judges feel about that wave. Will it come in at that 5-1 in order to move her into advancing position? But holding on to the spot right now is blue, Delilah Hutchins, and Mingwei Brown in green.
I'm on your team. I've never been a fan of the turtle dive. I'd rather just stop paddling, sit. I'd rather paddle in and hang out and wait. And if it's giant whitewash and the timing's going to be wrong, and then be able to just, you know, handle it and deal with it instead of going out, turning over, and getting the board ripped out of your hand or have it smashed in your face. One of two things can happen.
I'm a big fan of timing. I
Yeah.
think timing is super important. I'm a big fan of keeping an eye, and oftentimes if I know I'm too far inside and I see a bomber set come, I may take the first smaller wave because I know I'm not going to get out there and I don't want to get hammered. So I'll take that first one, get myself inside. But taking this wave right outside here, that's blue. That's her heat leader right now. She's trying to separate herself just a little bit more. She's got a 5-0 and a 4.75. She's looking to throw away one of those scores. Luella Pace coming in on her last wave. She comes in at a 3.31, so she betters her situation, puts herself into third place. Sorry, her last wave comes in at 3.45. She needs a 3.31 to get into advancing position.
Well, it's all up now to Minghu Brown with priority and the positive vibes of the victory down the coast recently. She wants to better that too and put the pressure on Luella and Eliana sitting in third and fourth. And she's in a great position to do that with priority. She's only ridden the 2 waves so far in this heat, so you know she's sitting out there. She knows what she's identified as the wave she wants to get the score on.
Yeah, it looks like we have a replay here on the webcast of Delilah, her last wave. Some nice footwork from Delilah there. Really quick footwork. Does the bottom turn to kind of regain. Doesn't finish quite as strongly as she could have, but she's sitting with some strong scores at the moment, waiting for one to come in. Currently in priority is green, followed by white. We've got 3 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock. Last of blue comes in at a 4.9, so she tosses that 4.75, sits now with a 5.0 and a 4.9, makes the situation for green in order to take the lead. She needs a 5.15. Red, currently in third place, needs a 3.31. And currently sitting in fourth place is white with a 4.01. Last to green here, we're seeing green right up and riding right now. She's going to pull out of that one.
Sat with that priority. used it on that wave with just under 3 minutes. Will she better the 2 quick up and down for green again? Maybe seeing opportunity, or no, that was Eliana just then, right?
Yeah, Eliana
little-
took a moment there, got a little tip time, came unglued. But we got some sets coming out the back, so these girls are going to hustle their fannies out there. They don't want to get stuck on that inside. We've already seen the damage that that can do of really not paying attention to the sets and where you are in the lineup. And then I think making quick decisions, adapting quickly, and not spending too much time fighting the whitewater to get out.
Yeah, and you, after paddling out 8 million times in your life, you poke over a wave, you lift up high on your board, and you look out to the horizon, and you see, oh, there's stacked lines, there's medium ones, small ones, but I know there's a bunch of waves coming. I'm not going to make it. Re-establish my priority. Figure it out.
Yeah, definitely. It can be a challenge out there. And then when we've got other competitors, we got someone up and around here. That looks like red Luella Pace on her goofy foot. She's going to get some tip time there. Gets onto the tail just in time so she can rebound from that white water closeout. She's going to try to milk it over here, hoping try to get maybe a little reform. We haven't found a whole lot of reform sections in this wave this weekend, but she's going to kind of try to milk it into the inside, try to make the most of the ride. She's looking for a 4-4-1 now, a 4-4-1, because Ming Wei came in on her last wave at a 3.10. So with 1 minute on the clock, the situation is Eliana in white, you need a 5.10 to advance. Luella, you just had a wave. You're looking for a 4.41. We'll let you know what that comes in at your last one. Ming Wei, you're sitting in second priority, and you've got a 4.75 and a 3.1. You still need a 5.15 to take the lead. And Delilah is sitting with a 5.0 and a 4.9 in the lead and in priority. Time check, ladies. 30 seconds.
Wow, they're just getting washed again, and it's funny because the next heat is way out the back, sitting outside waiting for their heat, and I mistook them for the current heat, and then all the surfers in this one getting cleaned up. 15 seconds on the clock. You can see that whitewash crashing right in front of one of the surfers. We're under 10 seconds. I'm going to count it out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So a war of attrition there, waiting on that score. Luella Pace's wave came in at a 2.9, so it did not change anything. Advancing through, Delilah Hutchins in the blue and Minghu Brown in the green. Congrats to you two. And surfers in the next heat, get yourself situated in the lineup, and I will count you in right now.
Since
5,
2012,
4,
Surfing for
3.
Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
Just vibe one time for your mind. Just vibe one time for your mind.
Well, welcome back, everyone joining us on the webcast. Thank you very much. We are straight into this next heat. Malia Illigan in the red. Already up and riding.
Yeah, getting a good one from all the way out the back, milking this thing all the way through. With the lower tide, there's a lot of different things happening out there. Been kind of watching it pretty intently, trying to see what's going to happen.
And what will she do now? Is she going to paddle back towards the pier or just come in? Well, we'll see the strategy of these surfers as the tide draws out. Moving on through in that last heat, Delilah Hutchins and Mingwei Brown. Beautiful, up on her backhand in the blue. Frankie Seeley.
No, I think that was green.
Oh, was that? Sorry about that. Green. That was Ginger.
Yeah, so 17:50 left in the heat. Malia, Frankie, Katarina, and Ginger all out there. Katarina with priority out the back in white. Malia in red with that long ride we just watched. Katarina had a quick one. We're waiting for scores from 3 surfers. Frankie, the only one out the back without a ride so far, so she's cruising. Katarina with a .35 moves into first real quick. Waiting for the other scores to come through. And here we go. Looks like we got somebody taking a look as we see the replay on the webcast of Malia's ride. Nice nose ride to start. And out the back, oh. The wind is getting a hold of us. As we see Malia's replay coming all the way through to the inside. And right here we got Frankie taking a look. She's up and riding. Frankie up to the tip in blue. And a little quick kick out just to get her feet in the wax. So, and Malia's first score comes in. She drops a 7.0. So Malia out in front in red. Let me see where she's at to make sure she can hear us. Malia with a 7.0. She's in first. In second is Ginger. She drops a 3.0. Katarina with priority out the back. She's in third with a 1.35 and a 1 and a 0.35. Frankie, her last wave just a 1.3. And here we go. We got a surfer up and going. Blue on the inside, green on the white on the outside. Frankie making moves through the inside section there, trying to hope for a reform. As out the back, that looked like Katarina in white dug the rail a bit. Board came flying at her. Lots of action in the ocean right now. More waves coming in to the south. Couple smaller ones by the pier. The wind starting to become a little bit of factor. Still pretty nice looking out there though. Tide dropping super quick, and it's got a long way to go too. I was just looking at the tide. Let me give you a little tide update of what we're looking at. So right now the tide's still sitting at a just under 3.5 feet, 3.3 feet. And in 4 more hours, we're going all the way down to a negative 1.5. And while we got a lull in the action, let's go down to Carla and Delilah.
Alrighty, I'm here with Delilah, winner of the last heat. So stoked for you, Delilah. You have been living in Costa Rica for a while now, and so the colder, chillier waters of Central Cal might be a bit to get used to. But tell me about how are you feeling out there, the waves, everything, all of it.
It felt good. I mean, the waves out there feel kind of similar to where I live back home. I mean, the cold is really different, and it like hurts my head a lot to be duck diving, turtle rolling, but yeah, it was fun.
And what's your strategy going to be for tomorrow? The waves are going to probably be a little bit smaller, hopefully a little cleaner. Do you have a strategy that you're aiming into as you get into that next round? The competition's going to be more difficult. Where's your head at?
I guess just try to sit and be patient and wait for the sets and not like freak out and catch the little ones.
That sounds like a good strategy. How about some shout outs to all your friends and you've got a big crowd right here in front of us ready to go, but I'm sure there's others that you would love to shout out to.
Especially my mom. I want to say thank you for everything that she does, and to my family all here with me, and to my friends back at home in Costa Rica, and yeah, my sponsors. My sponsors, Shea Boards and DeCoco and Bubblegum Surf Wax and Flying Diamonds.
Right on. Well, we'll see you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Yeah, good job.
Awesome, great vibes down there with Carla and Delilah. Sounds like a big crowd cheering her on through the event, and she's going to make it through to tomorrow. Made it through the treacherous, wild conditions today to get into the hopefully pretty dreamy longboard conditions tomorrow. Obviously, we'll wait to see what really presents to us as the morning provides. As right now, like I said, that tide dropping out quick. We got somebody up right here. Looks like Malia again in red. She's already got that 7. Nice turn right there after a couple little nose rides. Still working it through to the inside. A little stylish flare with the arm up in the air. And here we go to the inside. It's trying to double up for her. Up to the nose. A nice 5 right there. She's trying to stretch around this section here. She's going to get around that section even with a little bit of speed. Bring it off the top. Brings it down. A little airdrop to it even. And she is, as they say, building house. Starting with a couple nice point break looking rights across this beach break up here in Central California at the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic.
Well, and finding 2 waves all the way from the outside to the inside, right? Opened with the 7, and now this will be another great score in her line.
Yeah, and it's tricky, like we said, with that lower tide condition to find those ones that connect all the way through. So far, she's 2 for 2. As we see some more stacking up out the back. As I used to say, Henry Ford used to always say, corduroy to the horizon.
Corduroy, and look at that. You're not looking at that left, are you?
Oh, I am. There's already been a couple sweet tip rides and cutbacks, little floater.
And we haven't seen
hopefully not swimming.
We haven't seen it come into play yet, but in past events, that right that breaks way down the beach, it gets good at low tide too.
Yeah,
it kind of hugs the other side of the sandbar in this sort of semicircle shape.
Yeah, as we just saw the end of Malia's replay on the webcast in the big screen. Really rad that she got those 2 all the way to the beaches. Let's give you a little situation in the water. Malia waiting for your score. You are still in first with that 7 as we're waiting for your score to come in. In second with second priority, Ginger. You need a 4:01 before Malia's last wave to move into first. That's going to change a whole heck of a lot right now as the score is starting to trickle in. So let's wait for that score since it's almost here to give you the true update. Frankie, you're in third. That position shouldn't change anyways. You have second priority. You're looking for a 3.25 to advance. Katarina in fourth. You're looking for a 3.45 to advance. And there's that other score for Malia. It comes in at a 6.25. So Malia now out in front with a 7 and a 6.25. She has second place comboed. That's Ginger with priority. As we might be looking at her right now. No, that's Frankie in blue. Using her second priority. A couple nice nose rides there. Lots of speed on the backhand. Straightening off just in time. Surviving that cascation around her. I don't know if that's a word, but I liked it.
I was feeling it.
Yeah.
Cascation.
We're going to have to call the dictionary at it. And she's going to kick on out. She was just looking for a 3.25, so we'll see what that does for her. But once again, Malia way out in front now. Comboing Ginger in second with priority. She needs a total of 13.25 to get into first. Frankie before that last wave. And here we go. That looks like Ginger, and on the cutback goes down. So that's not going to help that combo situation. And Katarina in fourth, looking for a 3.45 to advance. Like we said, waiting on that score for Frankie to trickle in, looking for a 3.25 to get up in front of Ginger.
So the battle's always to see who can get up into second. Sometimes we'll refer to the amount of points it takes to go up into first, but first and second advance through. Third and fourth need to try and get into second to get through. Is this red? Malia up and riding. White.
White with a nice fly away towards the beach. As we were watching that replay of Frankie, White with a quick one out the back. Just over 9 minutes to go. We're waiting for a lot of scores, so we'll give you an update once those come in. Malia still way out in front. Ginger with priority, looking for a 13.25. But we're waiting for scores for all 3 surfers that aren't Malia. So we'll give that a minute and then let you guys know what's happening. Heat 8, Britlin. We need you to check in. Britlin, come on down. come get checked in. I know you just made the drive late last night. You're kind of made the last-minute call to come up, so don't miss your heat now. She's got the little one along with her, so might take her a minute, but she'll be there. She's got 8 minutes, but you want to start paddling soon.
Yeah. Quick check-in and run down and get out there.
And here we go. We got some situational changes, you could say. So, Frankie, you now moved into second, and you need an 8.9 to get into first. You have no priority, but you are now in second place. Ginger, you're in third with priority. You're looking for a 3.86 to move into second. Katarina, you're down in fourth with second priority, looking for a 4.55 to move into second. Malia, you have third priority. You're way out in front. Like we said, Frankie looking for an 8.9 to get you. And here we go. We got somebody taking a look.
All right, red up, our heat leader, Malia Illigan. She found a gem, this little medium one inside. No one else wanted to take it, and I don't know what happened right there. I think she was trying to kick out anyway, not ride down the face and get stuck in the whitewash, get out of there and paddle back out quickly.
Yeah, she had a good start there, but the wall gave her that steep face and nose ride because it was pretty much just setting up to close out, so she ran back, got out of there before she got too dragged through the inside. Now she can make it back out nice and easy. She already has those 2 big scores, so it doesn't really need anything. No desperation on her part in any way whatsoever. Just out there having fun, basically free surfing. As like we said, Ginger's still with priority, looking for that 3.86 to move into second. And here we go, White taking a look. Katarina, she's looking for a 4.55. Couple nice turns to set up, gets to the nose. This is a nice walled up right for her. Little floater there, gets down. Almost loses control, but regains it. Another back off the top, but when she comes down, decides to search the bottom for some things. And here we go. This is Ginger on her backhand. Nice 5, quick tap with the 10, holding it a bit. This thing lining up really nice. She's going to straighten out right there. Survive through that closeout.
Both of those waves lined up for the surfers really well, didn't they?
Yeah.
Kind of smaller ones that ran the sandbar real clean.
Yeah, with the lower tide, you definitely have to be pretty picky.
For Blue. Well, it looks like priority is suspended for Blue, who we get back in when she gets back out in the lineup.
Malia just hanging out there with priority with those big scores. 5 minutes to go. And we just waiting for couple more score from Frankie and a score from Ginger to come in. So we'll see if that changes anything.
Well, those are the critical ones. They both had similar kind of waves, but it was it Ginger at the end that fell right at the end on hers?
As it looks like the wind's starting to come across the kind of side shore a bit more. You're seeing a little more white caps out the back as we get later into the day. It got pretty radical yesterday. I don't think it's supposed to get too much windier than this. Shouldn't be too much more hectic than this the rest of the day. But you never know. We'll see. Central California can surprise us. Oh, there's one. And once again, with 4:20 to go, Frankie in second, looking for an 8.9. Ginger in third, looking for a 3.01 now, as she had a score come in at a 3.85. Still waiting for Frankie's score to see what she's going to do. But as of now, Ginger, you're still in third with fourth priority, looking for a 3.01 now. So helped your situation a little bit, but still needing a score. Still waiting for a score from Frankie to come. Katarina, you're still looking for a 4.16. Your last wave came in at a 2.7. And Malia, like we said, still out in front. Here we go. That looks like Ginger in green. Nice nose right on the backhand. Little hit there. Rolls up the windows a bit, but saves it. She's going to hang on through the whitewash there. 3:30 to go, milking it through the inside. And with 3:30 to go, we'll see what that score comes in as. Malia still out the back with priority. Still waiting for a score for Frankie. Now we'll be waiting for that score for Ginger. She was looking for a 3.01.
Well, in her score line, she has a 3 and a 3.85, so this could be close. She was a 3.2, does it. That last wave gets her into second. Now with 3 minutes, Frankie, you have second priority. You need a 2.70 to retake second place.
And she just got a couple little nose rides on that one, a little bash.
So not wasting any time, not needing the scores delivered, just knowing probably by watching the wave that Ginger had, I assume I'm going to have to get the score, and she does right away.
Yeah.
Well, gets the wave to potentially get the score, only needing a 2.7.
Yeah, and a couple good nose rides there. Clean speed down the line, little hit at the end. As we see Ginger's replay, she was looking for the 3 there. And she got that 3.2, so she got ahead of Frankie. We're now going to wait for Frankie's score to come in as we're watching Ginger's replay finish off.
Does it make it any better?
A little bit.
A little?
Oh, we have a priority change with 2 minutes remaining. So Katarina with first priority, Malia with second priority. And then we got our 2 surfers. We're going to have Blue's last wave on replay on the webcast in just a second here. So we'll take a look as she's looking for that 2.7. Oh, here we go as she's milking it through there. Another nice nose ride there. Lifted with the speed. And then here's that little bash. Like we said, looking for a pretty small score, just a 2.70. As we see Malia on one right here. I don't think it's going to go into those first 2 rides she got. As we get down to 1:20. Once again, waiting for Frankie's score. She got the wave a couple minutes ago, but could become a buzzer beater by the time the score comes in. We'll see. Ginger out the back. She, as of now, isn't in second. But like we said, Frankie looking for that 2.7. Katarina with priority out there. She just needs a 4.35 as well, so she doesn't need anything too crazy out there. As we get under a minute. Like we said, still waiting on that score.
45 seconds on the clock. 45 seconds, ladies, on the clock. This is Heat 7 in the round 32. Waiting for a score to drop for Frankie Seeley. She's looking for a 2.70 to get into advancing position. We're also waiting a score to drop for Red, but she's currently your heat leader. Don't think that's going to come into her play at the moment. In white and in priority with 20 seconds on the clock, Katarina Nowak. She's looking for a 4.35. And out the back. That looks like Kat right there. She got a couple steps to the nose, a bit of a shuffle up. It's going to have to straighten off. We're going to be counting this heat down in 3, 2, 1.
All right, and waiting for those scores of Frankie. It looks like they're trickling in. It's looking pretty good. And Frankie's going to move into second right there. She gets a 3.3. So as of now, it's Malia and Frankie. And that makes it official. Katarina's last score doesn't get the score. So Malia and Frankie moving on. Frankie with the delayed buzzer beater, you could say. So we'll count into the last.
The world has changed, and the workplace has evolved. The option to live free of the commute and busy work life is here. Midstate Containers specializes in custom remote offices ready for your new journey. Customizable in every way. Our team is ready to reimagine remote working with your specific needs. We are excited to help create the new workplace so you can embrace more of life.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
You paddle in and either walk south or go to the north side of the pier, please. Disregard that horn. The heat had already started. How did that happen? I am. All right, surfers. The heat had already started. That we don't know why that horn went. There's 18 and a half minutes left in this 20-minute heat. The first wave came in for Liv Stokes at a 2.5. Priority is with blue, then red. Wow. Reed's opening wave came in a 1.5. And up and riding right now on her forehand in the red. That was
Liv again in the red.
Liv again.
Mm-mm. Oh.
Ooh, on their backhand. I think we just got the last bit. That might have been Reed.
Yeah, that looked like Reed.
That looked like Reed. Reed competes.
Throwing it up there.
And Reed, she not only competes here in the longboard qualifying series, she's on the shortboard side, the QS series. Seen her in lots of the events here in Pismo and Morro Beach over the years. Here's a replay. She's just stoked to surf. Beautiful style, strong surfer. Well, she's gonna.
Yeah, nice held nose right there before the bash got her.
Yeah, shame she fell off on that last section there.
Non-competitor paddling out right there. Go ahead and make your way back to the beach. We were talking to you before. That's why it's uncrowded. It's a contest going on. Trying to give these ladies plenty of room to do their surfing. If you could just return to the beach, head to the north side of the pier or around down the beach a bit. And while we got no action, as we got this non-competitor making his way in now, it looks like, let's head down to Carla with the interview.
That's right. We're here with Malia Ilagan, winner of the last heat. She smoked it out there. I think you got like a 7-something on one of your rides. Tell me a little bit about what you were just telling me.
It was really tough out there. I got really lucky with my first 2 waves. Super blessed. I don't know if I would have made it if I didn't get those 2. So super stoked. Thank you, God.
Do you think that what sort of strategy do you have going out in order to get those 2 waves? I mean, it's not always just luck. You had to kind of have some sort of plan. So what was your plan?
I kind of just looked around to see like what waves I thought were going to be fun to surf, and it's a lot harder to read it in the water. So I don't know. I just found some that had a little bit of shoulder and just ones that I thought would be fun for me, I guess.
You've been competing a lot over the last couple months, both here locally in California. You've done contests over on the East Coast. You've won some, you've lost some. How do you keep your momentum going into the next heat? Say when you've lost an event and you need to kind of pick yourself up, what do you do to get yourself into that mindset to win again?
That's a really good question. I get down on myself really hard, and it takes me a lot to get past that. I just say like, just keep going and keep surfing, and for me it's like finding the fun again after like a really bad loss. So it's just having fun.
That's right. Keeping a good mental strategy, keeping that positive game is really important, and you've been doing that really well. So congratulations to you. Let's give a shout out to your supporters, your sponsors, everyone that's behind you.
First of all, thank you to my parents. They've been my biggest supporters through this all. RIP your wallet. And thank you to Wayne Rich Surfboards, a couple of the people that have been like coaching me through this all. They know who they are. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, you guys. Back to you.
Yeah, good job, Malia. Getting, like we said, through this low tide, she found 2 unreal waves all the way from the top all the way through. Got rewarded for it. As we get a quick replay here of Liv's last ride. Up to the nose right there, walks it back. Gets some speed for this turn here, brings it back. Looking for more, but she's going to kick out before that little double up gets underneath her. And out the back looks like Reed and White. The nice long hang 5 there. And another one. This thing's staying open for a bit. She straightens out right there. Plays it safe, jumps off to stay out the back, try to regain priority. All right, we have some scores in. We're waiting for a score from Reed, waiting for a score from Liv. But this is the situation as it stands right now. Reed out in front. In second, Britlin. She's looking for a 2.76 to move into first. Liv in third, looking for a 0.5 to move into second. She just wrote a waiver, waiting for that score to come in as she gains priority. Looks like there's a... And here we go. We're going to get a replay of Britlin's first one. That's going to be her 3.0. Nice little turn out the back. Another little setup. Good amount of spray off her rail there too. And then it kind of shuts down all around her. She hangs on, survives it to stay out there. And yeah, so Liv with priority. She's in third. Waiting for that score to come in. She was looking for something real small, so she's about to potentially change everything. As we get some action, that looked like it could have been Britlin on that one, trying to see the color. And also, guys, we are going to take a 5-minute break after this heat before we go into heat 1 and round 2 of the men's. There will be a little 5-minute break in about 10.5 minutes when this heat ends. Just a quick 5-minute break to reshuffle some things. And right now, out in front, Reed in the lead. Liv in second, needing a 5.25 to get into first. Britlin sitting in third. She's looking for a 3.01 to move into second. And Delilah down in fourth, looking for a 3.7 to move into second.
That's right. And we've got scores waiting to drop for both Liv and Delilah with 10 minutes, 5 seconds on the clock. This is our final heat of the ladies for this afternoon. We'll, as he said, we'll take a short break and then we'll head into the round 2 of the men's. But tomorrow we'll be seeing the ladies again in the quarterfinals, and I expect it to be a pretty fabulous longboard day.
Yeah, I think it's going to be awesome. Everybody who, like we were saying, sometimes you got to make it through the treacherous stuff to get to the good stuff. And while this is pretty good and nice, it is a bit of a workout, a bit of a state of attrition you got to get through in order to make your heats and things like that. It's not just the surfing. It also has to do with, you could say, surviving the elements in certain ways you got to deal with today, and tomorrow might be straight playful fun. So everybody who gets rewarded making their heats today is going to be really stoked tomorrow as we see White Reed, our heat leader, up to the nose to start, setting up for another one. Kind of frothy, foamy on her, but she's making things happen, straightens out just in time as that cascation goes on around her. That word we made up, but I'm into it. I think it's fun. It's cool to make up words. It could totally be one.
Bucky, you can do whatever. you like. I'm here for it. That was a really nice, actually pretty controlled ride as she went through that little bumpy, foamy zone. So I think that's going to be a decent score for White. She's already sitting with a 4.25 and a 4.5 in the lead. Coming in on her last ride, that was a 4.25. That was red, Liv Stokes. She's got a 3.5 and a 4.25. She would need a 4.5 to take the lead. Now, currently sitting in third place, she's got just that single 3.0. She's looking for her second ride to be at least a 4.75. And then we are waiting for a score to drop for Blue. She opened up with a 2.3, Delilah Safran. We'll be waiting for a score to drop, see how that plays into the situation. Both Green and Blue looking for their number 2 waves, and we're sitting at the clock at 8 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. Got a replay here on the webcast of White's last ride. That's Reed Van Wagoner. Recently in Florida, I think, for the Supergirl. Placed high there. She's an avid shortboarder, also competitive and no stranger to the podium. Last of White, we're still waiting to drop. Time check, 7 minutes, 25 seconds. As I said, this is the last heat of the ladies, heat number 8. Take a quick break, and then we'll head into the final round of the day, round 2 of the men's. And we are here at the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. This is a QS event worth 1,000 points. There's 2 regional qualifiers in North America. The next one will be in Virginia Beach. Winners of those will be the top seeds and get an opportunity to surf on the World Tour. All righty, looks like we got a score dropping for White. Last of White, 5.15. So keeping herself in that solid lead with a 5.15 and a 4.5. She's got priority. There's 6 minutes and 25 seconds on the clock. Currently in second place with a 4.25 and a 3.5. That's Liv Stokes. She's wearing the red jersey. She needs a 5.4 in order to take the lead. Now sitting in third place, we've got Kaitlin Coleman. She's got a 3.0. She needs a 4.75. And in fourth place with a 2.3, needing a 5.45. That's Blue, Delilah Safran.
Yeah, as that tide is continuously just drawing all the water off the sand here. You can see now where we had guys surfing this morning out at, I guess you could call it second diamond. If we're sitting here on first diamond, second diamond there is now not being surfed by. Type of thing, that's about to be dry pretty soon probably. That first diamond sticking out will probably not have any water around it pretty shortly. As we still have, I think, another 2 hours or so of the tide dropping.
Time check, 5 minutes on the clock, 5 minutes remaining. Situation remains the same. Sitting in priority is White. Tide dropping here. We got a negative 1.5 tide, I believe, at around, I think it's like 4:30 this afternoon.
Look at this. It's going to drop from a 2.4 now.
Yeah, tide dropping super quick. As soon as it kind of started, it really started making its way out quickly. So definitely a little bit of a struggle with that change in the tide. The wind is definitely up a little bit more, but plenty of contestable waves here. It's all going to be about that kind of wave knowledge, ocean knowledge, heat IQ, a little bit of patience, and there's always a little bit of luck involved.
I was just going to say luck. As this tide goes out more and more, I was just really looking at it close, and in about the next, we got about 2.5 hours where the tide's going to drop 3 more feet in that time.
Yeah, and we're going to
from
be
what we're
here.
already at. And that's about when I'll be paddling out. It'll be very nice and low. It might even be mostly walking, less paddling. So we'll see what happens. Yesterday it became a completely different, it's like it was breaking so far out. It was on a whole nother sandbar than what we were seeing this morning. Like we said, it's going to definitely be dry. As I looked at it again, we're going to 3 more feet of tide going out. Even those ones farther out, that next diamond could be getting close to dry.
Yeah, it does look, though, that you may have an opportunity maybe for your lefts that you've been hoping for. So hopefully...
I don't want to talk about it too much. I have one other goofy foot in my heat.
So never mind.
So-
We're going right only. We're going straight, if anything.
I'm still seeing a lot of good rights, but those lefts are starting to trickle in. It's almost like that next sandbar, that spot breaks before it gets to the closeout zone.
Time check, ladies. 3 minutes, 10 seconds. 3:10 on the clock. Situation remains the same. Still in priority, Reed. In second priority, Green. Green's looking for a 4.75. She needs a second ride. Both Green and Blue looking for their second waves. Just not really able to bring it together. As you said, a bit more of a struggle with this lower tide. Longer lulls. We definitely had more consistency throughout the morning heats.
Yeah, as we get down to 2.5 minutes in the heat, we got Britlin looking for a 4.75 to advance, Liv looking for a 5.4 to move into first, and Delilah down in fourth looking for a 5.45. And Britlin with second priority, Reed out in first with first priority in white. So Britlin, with 2 minutes to go, has a decent chance of grabbing that one. Delilah as well. They're not looking for very big scores. And Liv still making her way back out, trying to gain priority. Liv and Delilah both not establishing priority yet.
Yeah, I know Liv feeling a bit under the weather this weekend, not in her, probably best form, but Liv, a wonderful competitor, great athlete. So, she's out there, she's giving it a go. She is currently in second place, so currently advancing. If she can hold on to that lead there from Britlin. Britlin's got to get another wave here with 1 minute and 40 seconds on the clock. Not a huge score, as you mentioned, but, doesn't matter if the wave doesn't come. So really, Britlin just hoping nature kind of comes in her favor, brings her a wave in order to give her the opportunity to get that score that she's looking for.
Yeah, with 1 minute 20, still enough time if the set comes, like you said. That's what we deal with surfing. Is it's not as simple as basketball, go put the ball on the hoop or any of that. It's you sit there and wait on Mother Nature to offer the opportunity, and then you have to take advantage. As we see somebody taking a look here, are they going to squeeze into it? Lots of work, and that's Green. That's Britlin looking for that opportunity. She gets around that section. Nice little turn. Kind of going to shut down on her, though. Going to be tough to make that score happen.
Yeah,
as
but
we're down under a minute.
And behind her, it looks on her backside there, that's White, your heat leader. Reed just kind of keeping the flow and that momentum going through this heat. Definitely found the right rhythm here. She's going to rebound that left in the white water. I really like the connectivity that she had. And then out back there, we see one of our riders taking off, kind of a bit of a double up weird chop section she pulls out. But White making it all the way to the inside as we've got 25 seconds remaining on the clock. Counting it down here.
Yeah, it's looking more and more like this situation we're in now is going to be the situation we'll end with. As we get down to 12 seconds, we'll count it out pretty soon. Like we said, men in the next heat, you guys are going to be on hold for about 5 minutes. So don't catch any waves as we count down in 3, 2, 1.
We will count you in. I'll lead you up as the time gets closer. Alrighty, we're going to bring it down to Bucky for heat winner.
Well, while we have a quick break going, I heard that Cali Squeeze Brewery is serving their beers at Sunset Cafe right there on the pier. So if it's a Saturday afternoon time for that first refreshing brew and you're over 21, make your way over to the Sunset Cafe, the Airstream right on the pier. All right, surfers in the water. The heat is off for now. We're going to count you in a few minutes, so don't catch any waves. We wouldn't want you to get out of position. Once it's down to 30 seconds, I'll let you know, and then I'll count it in.
Alrighty, we're going to send it down to Bucky with the interview with our last heat winner. Take it away.
Yeah, hi guys, I'm here with Reed. So she took down that last heat. Reed, off to a good start there. Conditions getting tricky. You didn't combo the field, but you got like a big enough scores where with what the conditions became, kind of became a combo type situation. How'd you deal with it?
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit stormy out there. I was trying to find the bigger waves to get the bigger scores. Just get a couple boards or scores on the board and then work my way up from there. But yeah, it was a little tough out there, but just stoked to get a few.
Yeah, great surfing, awesome to watch, and we'll see you
Counting the
tomorrow.
heat in 3,
Any shout outs you want to
2,
do?
1.
Yeah, shout out to my family who are here. My brother has been helping me through this whole contest. He's surfing in it too soon. Shout out to Billabong, Carve, kind of all my sponsors and everyone here.
Awesome, Reed. Great surfing. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, congratulations, Reed. Moving into the round tomorrow. Guys, the heat has started. There was a little overlap there. We already see our surfer in red up and riding, Chase Leader on his backhand, meaning he's a goofy foot. Nice finish, throws it up there into that oncoming section, rides out clean. So he's looking like he wants to milk it as far as he can in and utilize that current under the pier to get back out. Still riding all the way in on the webcast. The filmer's on that and live out the back. We've got 2 surfers up.
The glare getting really tough here as the sun starts to kind of cross over here. It looks like that's White up and riding going across the face there. That's Noah Hogel. He was surfing earlier this morning. I think it was the first heat of the day, winning his heat, getting some nice tip time all the way into that inside. This wave kind of lining up for him. It's kind of almost a little double up action, but he's on that front part of the face, able to really get some nice scoring potential there. Opening ride for White. This is Heat 1, round 2. We've got in the water Chase Leader in red, Josh Burke in blue, Noah Hogel in white, and Aiden Cruz in green. First waves dropping for red comes in at a 4.75. First wave in for green, 4.25. Waiting for White's wave to drop.
Real consistent across the board. Chase Leader with a 4.75. Aiden Cruz with a 4.25, and Noah Hogel opens with a 4.05. So 4s across the board. Waiting for Josh Burke's score. That's going to come in at about a 1 for Josh Burke, and then we will separate here in heat number 1.
Time check, 16 minutes on the clock. Situation is this, currently in 4th place, first ride at a 1.0. He's looking for a 3.26. That's blue, Josh Burke. In 3rd place, dropping a 4.05 for his first ride. That's white Noah Hogel. He's looking for a .21. Currently in second place and in priority, Aiden Cruz. He dropped a 4.25 on his first ride. And your heat leader at the moment with his first wave coming in at a 4.75. That's red, Chase Leader. Up and riding. It looks like that's going to be green. Hoping I'm right there. That's a tough green and blue to call there. But getting some nice rides from this rider. He's got some tip time, I think, in the beginning there. He's going to work it into this inside left section there. Nice read of the wave.
Aiden Cruz with a nice little wave there to back up his 4.25. Well, that score came in quick, a 5.5 for Aiden, so out to a quick lead there for our surfer in green. A 4.25 and a 5.5. Red with first priority, blue with second priority. And waiting on that last score for white. Looks like it's going to be a quick throwaway, meaning basically under a 1. Well, it's a 1.1, so it's in his score line, but he will want to better that for sure. Thanks for joining us on a Saturday afternoon down here at Pismo Pier for the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. We are into the second round of the men's. So the men were competing earlier. It's a seeded event. This round is now incorporating the higher seeds that were already there. 2 surfers in this round. We're waiting for the surfers from the first round who advanced to come meet up against them. We've broken down the tide all day. We had a really high 7-foot tide at around 11 o'clock, 10:40, something like that. Maybe a little earlier, and drawing out to a negative 1.6 at 4 in the afternoon. So all the heats coming up will be dealing with the tide drawing out really low. On his forehand, is that blue?
I believe it's red.
Is that red? That was Chase on his, on his forehand.
And then we've got someone out the back there. I believe that's going to be green
That's
again.
green. Yeah, Aiden getting his third wave.
So most of the action happening right now between red and green, but we got some swells happening out the back there. Wind has kicked up a little bit. It's supposed to be less wind tomorrow, so I imagine we'll be in cleaner conditions this time tomorrow. But up and riding, trying to speed down the line and get around that foam volley section. He does, wraps it back around into the cutback. He's going to be looking for that nose ride section, tries to, but just rebounds the whitewater to finish it off. I believe that was going to be blue.
And that leaves us with white out the back. Noah Hogel getting his third wave. He goes down in the soup. So all these guys riding their waves, you know, generally if they complete way into the inside, it's a shorter paddle out now that the tide's gone so low that where they finish is kind of where they were halfway out before. So maybe now they can ride all the way out, time the paddle back out real quickly, and be out the back again.
Pretty fascinating if you're thinking about what the tide was just an hour ago and with some of those girls' heats and them struggling to get out in that zone. And right now you're just walking through that same area. So
yeah,
real large distinguishment between the tides throughout the day, today and tomorrow. We've got that high full moon. That was, I think full moon was last night or the night before. So we've got those king tides, really high, really low. Kind of puts for a big change throughout the day.
Yeah, and it sure is beautiful. It was clear and beautiful last night. I'm sure everyone was closing their blinds because the full moon was going to keep them up all night. Noah with a quick 1.6, so climbing up the ladder slowly there. Priority is with white again. Second priority with green. Our heat leader, Aiden, has a 4.25 and a 5.5. Aiden, your last wave was a 4.1 and didn't factor into your score line. Chase, your last wave, the left was a 3. Green in first, red in second, white in third. Noah, you need a 3.71, and Josh, you need a 3.21.
Alrighty, up and riding again on that left, just kind of nailing him in there. He gets some nice tip time, but unfortunately that's going to be an incomplete nose ride. He's got to come off the nose to make that count, but he's still here doing good here. He's in second place, looking for a 5.01 to take the lead. That was red, chase leader. In the lead right now and currently sitting with priority is green, Aiden Cruz. In second priority, white, Noah Hogel.
He's up again, so he's found those little lefts over there on the south. I know that during the last event, or the last two events, he was over there. Well, first priority is with green, second with white. Chase leader beaching this wave, doing a nice full classic flyaway. He's looking like he's definitely going leashless.
And out the back, up and riding. Looks like that might be green.
Gave a big wicked down carve, and then went out of the camera view.
Yeah, we can see him working it all the way into the inside there. You can see finally kind of kicking out. We'll see if we have a little paddle battle going on here between green and see white out there on the outside. White currently in priority. We'll wait for scores to drop for green and red. White's currently sitting in third place at the moment, looking for a 3.71. We'll update that situation as scores do drop. Looks like last of red comes in at a 4.0. So it does improve its situation ever so slightly. Still in second place. Green coming in at a 4.40. So the situation is this: currently in fourth place, wearing the blue jersey, needing a 4.21. That's Josh Burke. Currently in third place, holding priority, wearing the white jersey, needing a 4.71. Noah Hogel. Currently in second place, he needs a 5.16 to take the lead. That's red jersey, chase leader, and winning your heat right now in the green jersey, Aiden Cruz. He's sitting with a 5.5 and a 4.4, up and riding. That's white. Gets some tip time, stretches it to the 5. He's going to rebound off that white water, manages to stay onto his feet, and then he decides to go on over. Time check, gentlemen, 6 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. We'll wait for a score to drop for white. He's looking for a 4.71, not a giant score. He did get some work done on that wave, so we'll see if the judges liked it enough to give him those points that he needs to get into advancing position. Currently in priority is blue. 6 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock, 6:10. This is heat number 1 of round 2. You can see a replay here on the screen. Nice tip time and a rebound off the whitewater from white. Waiting for that score to drop. Again, he's looking for a 4.71.
Well, he's close within striking range. He had a good heat this morning and had scores well north of that. To get that first place, he gets a 4.35, so just under the 4.41 that he needed. So he still sits in third, needing the same score of a 4.41 to go into second. First and second place advance. Now Josh Burke, he had a little right, came unstuck, went down, sitting on his board, got back up to complete. It's a 2.7. Josh, your last wave at 2.7. You still need or are looking for a 4.21. Priority is with White Noah, second chase leader. And it looks like a quick up and down for Noah, who just got in priority. That's going to be a throwaway. Priority with red now. Chase leader, our goofy foot out there, who's been hunting those lefts down to the south. He has a 4.75 and a 4. Aiden with a 5.5 and a 4.4. Under 5 minutes now. All scores are in. Priority with White. So Noah just right on the edge, as is Josh, not needing big scores, but pretty much the average of all the rides this heat so far is the scores they need.
Yeah, super tight heat right here. Everyone really kind of right in the same range. Really waiting for somebody to kind of break out of the mold here and set themselves apart.
And it looks like, was that Chase finishing up another wave? Long left for Chase, so he might take the lead with that wave. We'll see. To go up into first, he needs a 5.16. He looks like he had a long, beautiful left. Steps off classic style right on the sand. And there's 3.5 minutes left, Chase. He's looking out back, wondering, will I make it?
Next heat, please stay out of the contest zone. Next heat, heat number 2, please move closer to the pier. Please move closer to the pier. Next heat. Next heat. Ty, Tucker, Kai, and Yoshiaka, I need you guys to move out of the current heat. Please move to the west. Time check, 2 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. Waiting for a score to drop for red. Priority still sitting with White.
So the way the waves are now and the conditions of paddling, it's really going to come down to this last ride for both Noah and Josh to see if they can get the score they need to go into second, which might go up if Chase's score betters his situation. We shall see, but they know they're surfing for 4s or 5s.
We got a rider up here. Looks like green.
Does well to, look like he'd ridden out there, our heat leader. If that was Aiden, it was. Good there, Carla, identifying that was green.
It's a difficult moment right now when that sun's just kind of bleeding right in your face.
Well,
and that green and blue jersey, they're very similar hues, if you will. So it's just, challenging, especially with our more mature eyes that have been staring at the sun for all these years.
Even red and white are, it's just tough at the moment anyway. Well, Chase got a great wave. It's going to be the best wave of the heat and his best wave by far. It's going to put him into the lead when it does drop in.
Yeah, but White up and riding, actually
ow.
up until I spoke too soon, was actually getting a firing wave. Got some really nice critical tip time on it, but unfortunately stuffs it into that kind of next section, so that's going to be pretty unfortunate for White. He was looking for a 5.55, and I'd be willing to say he was on his way to do it, but unfortunately not able to complete that wave, and looks like it's in. Last score of red coming in at a 7.5, so that puts him into the lead with a fairly commanding spread, a 7.5 and a 4.75. That means green, Aiden Cruz, with 40 seconds on the clock, needs to pull a 6 7-6 to take the lead. And in order to advance, in white, needs a 6-1-5. And then wrapping it up here, Josh Burke in the blue jersey. He's looking for a 5-9-5 in order to advance. But the time is winding down here with just about 20 seconds on the clock.
It's kind of sketchy when people fall, like Noah's last wave where he fell into the face with the board coming up into the ribs. That's a pretty common longboard ouchie.
Yeah, a big, long, giant, 9-foot-long rail to the rib is never going to be fun. We're going to count this down in 3, 2, 1. Alrighty, that gives it up for the first heat of that round 2 of the men. Second heat, you're on hold, but you can move into the lineup.
Either you guys want to break now? For the last break each before I disappear.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
All right, we're going to start counting into this next heat. Round 2, heat 2. In 3, 2, 1. All right, we got Ty Roach, Tucker Coleman, Kai McPhillips, and Yoshiaki Uchimura, all the way from Japan. International affair in this heat going on. Kai and Yoshiaki had a surf already this morning. Kai put on an absolute show when the conditions may have been their most treacherous. It was a higher tide, but a lot more water moving, a lot more energy out here than there was earlier. Or sorry, there was earlier than there is now. That was what I was trying to spit out. So we see somebody get a ride there. Couldn't quite make out the color. It's one of the goofy footers, so I'm going to say that was probably Tucker. Looks like it. He's in the blue jersey. One of our seeded surfers. So red and blue in all these heats. They got to hang out this morning and watch their competitors attack the situation that was this morning. Save their energy for this afternoon. As we get down to 19 minutes, one wave ridden. Like we said, Kai absolutely ripped this morning, smoking his heat. Yoshiaki got a couple really good nose rides. Once again, I want to thank Surfing for Hope for putting us all together, bringing everybody here to hang out, have a good time, have a surf contest amongst the hang. Try to get step 1 done in qualifying or re-qualifying, depending on your situation, for the North America WSL region. This will be stop 1. We'll have another stop Memorial Day weekend in Virginia Beach at the Steel Pier Classic. Always a good time in Virginia Beach. Tide dropping out real fast. Still going low, another couple feet, I believe, in the next couple hours. Going to start creating some interesting rips and such out there. Yeah, so we're going to drop another 2 feet in the next 3 hours. Down to negative 1.5 feet. Right now we're at 1.5 feet period. Does that look like maybe green? Grabbing his board, yeah. Spinning back around, head back out. Still plenty of time, 17:25 to go. As Tucker's first wave comes in at a 3.5. Yoshiaki's first wave right there comes in at a 1. So a couple insignificant rides coming through. Nothing of major significance, as it looks like White taking a look here. That's Kai petting the kitty to get through that section, a little nose ride. Bouncing it off the top, nice and smooth. Getting that first wave under his belt. Waves look very different from his first heat this morning when he was surfing at a much higher tide. As right here we got a rider up. That looks like Tucker again in blue. Nice tip right there, trying to get around the section. Rides it off the top, brings it down. Milking this thing all the way to the beach. Now he's going to do a little switchy switch, switches back. Just keeps that board moving with hardly anything going on, still making things happen. His sister Chloe had a stellar heat earlier. She was on tour last year. He's trying to join her this year. She's got to make her way back on, though. She missed out on that final 8. I believe she's just outside the top 10 as well. So she's here working for it. He's here working for it. Family affair. They're from Montauk, just like Chase, who won that last heat. As we got another rider up right here. That's probably going to be Ty in red. A nice cross step to the nose. Dealing with some funky steps in this wave here, but he's making it happen. And out the back behind him, looks like green, Yoshiaki. Nice tip ride there. Brings it off the top. Pretty big bash there. And he's going to maybe get even a little bit more open face, just in time to bash it again off that end section. Looking for a score there. He had a 1 to start. Tucker, your second wave comes in at a 2.85. So we see Yoshiaki still making his way through. Surfers in this, he really looking for that reform, milking that white water all the way through. The last many heats, most of the heats today, guys and women were doing their stuff out the back, jumping off, making sure they could stay out there, not deal with the paddle back out. With the lower tide, there is maybe a little more chance for reforms. And it's also maybe a little easier to get out because you can walk half of it. As we wait for those scores to come. Kai, your first wave comes in at a 4.0. You're in second place with priority. Tucker, you're out in front with your 2 scores. Ty, your score comes in at a 3.15. So you're in third, looking for a 0.86 to advance. Yoshiaki, you had that 1, and we're waiting for your second score to come in. So we see Kaimana down there ready to head out. Maybe he liked what he saw from Chase, so grabbed his board. Might have made that one. Him or Dad did. All right, well, we got a little break in the action. Nice closeout set coming through. Let's head on down to Carla with...
All righty, we've got a winner from the last heat, Chase Leader, quite possibly the most energy on the tour right now. Chase, you found that little left that was kind of off there. You stuck to it. Tell me a little bit about your strategy and how it played out for you.
Yeah, so I was just, I just wanted to find that one left, and I had one in the beginning that kind of pinched on me, and I lucked into that one towards the end. So, yeah, my game plan worked out. We're stoked.
Yeah, you're saying it wasn't too cold out there. You're feeling good, but perhaps all that paddling kind of kept you warmer.
Yeah, and definitely feeling it on the shoulders for sure.
Who do you want to shout out to at home and who's maybe here supporting you?
Just my parents back home. Michael for letting me stay always and best boards. And Kaimana too for driving me up, and Avalon and Ray. Just cruising with them all week. Chloe too, and Tucker, everyone back home. And yeah, we're stoked.
Stoked you guys have you guys here, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah. See you tomorrow.
Whoop.
Yeah, Chase making some lefts happen over there. Definitely making me happy, a camper, before my heat. Been trying to mind surf those. They've been tricky. Finally got to see somebody put a couple together to know what to do. Next heat, getting ready down below. They got a nice long walk ahead of them, then a tricky paddle. As we have some situations happening here after that interview. Tucker, you're still out in front with a 6.35 total. Yoshiaki, your last score came in at a 5.25. So when you add that to your 1, you're in second place with a 6.25 total. Kai, you're in third. You have priority. You just have that 4-point ride. So you're looking for a 2.26 to advance. And Ty, you have that 3.15 with second priority. You're looking for a 3.11 to advance. You could say amber is the color of your energy. Looking for that 3.11 to make it through. 12:20 remaining. As on the broadcast, we see a killer shot looking up the coast at the mountains meeting the water. Beautiful Central California. Slow Cal, as they call it. Beautiful area, beautiful place to check out. Super awesome to be here for a couple days. And have some waves. Like Chase just said, the water isn't even too cold. He's also from Montauk, so that may have something to do with it. As we're at 11 and a half minutes in, round of 32. Round 2, heat 2 of the men's division, all done with the ladies. So we're going to finish out this round today. And then tomorrow will be quarters, semis, and finals in what should be some promising longboard conditions. A little shorter day, running about 6 to 8 less heats. So we should finish up a little earlier before the tide gets too crazy. So it should be really nice tomorrow. Everybody working through today in order to get to that stage. As out the back, we got somebody taking a look. That looks like white right up to the nose. Nice 5, nice 10. Walks back. This wave's kind of getting tricky on him. He's trying to stay with it, though, and he's going to fade out. Wasn't looking for much, just a 2.26. Had a little nose ride to start. Definitely wants some better things to happen for him. Plenty of time left, 10 and a half minutes to go. Couple more sets coming out the back. Looks like, oh, they're not going to go. They're going to go right over the top of that one. Can't make out who is who as they're sitting there chasing them around, so we'll have to wait till they get up. As here we go, we got a rider taking a look. That looks like red. And he's going to fade out, kick out. Right to the nose, but didn't really offer him anything. As we get another bit of a closeout coming through there. Next heat, you guys are just under 10 minutes. You want to go out the other side of the pier, you can kind of do whatever you want as long as you're out of sight, out of mind. We've seen about 5 different days already so far as the conditions go. With the way the tides have changed, the winds have changed. But overall, pretty fun, unruly looking conditions. 9.5 minutes to go. Kai, that last wave, even though you couldn't quite make that fade, you got it 2.65, so you're all the way up into first. You're in third priority. And here we go, we got a rider up. That's going to be red. That's Ty. Brings it off the top. Gets a little stuck, but gets it down. Pokes the nose just a little, just to rinse himself. He's going to kick on out. So Kai in first. He's got a 4 and a 2.65. Tucker in second with second priority. He's got a 3.5 and a 2.85. Yoshiaki, you have priority. You have a 5.25 and a 1. Real close, those first 3 guys. Ty, your last score comes in right there, that one you just wrote, a 2.55. So Ty, you're in fourth with a total of 5.7. Yoshiaki in third with a total of 6.25. Tucker in second with a 6.35. Kai in first with a 6.65. As we see, it looks like Tucker getting another one here, making his way across. Fades out, so we'll wait for that score to come across. Yoshiaki with priority. He's in third, looking for just a 1.1. He's got that 5.25 and a 1. 8:20 to go in the heat. And Tucker, your last score comes in at a 3.75, so you have now moved into first. Kai, you're in second with second priority, looking for just a 3.25 to get into first. Yoshiaki with priority, still looking for that 1.4 to move into second. Ty Roach, you're in fourth, looking for a 3.51 to move into second. 8 minutes to go. That's your situation. Hopefully you guys can hear me with this howling wind, and as the tide drops, like we said, you're just getting farther and farther away. As here we go, we got somebody up, looks like Kai, right up to a nice quick 10 there. He's going to work his way back through this section. Keeping that board moving, keeping the glide, and brings it off the top. Keeps the nose up instead of going down. Nice surfing there by Kai. Kind of wild, closed out, funky wave, and he made some stuff happen with a good nose right out the back. Kept the board moving through the dead zone, and then even regained some speed to get that big off the top. So we'll be waiting for that score for Kai. He's in second right now, looking for just a 3.25. As we got, looks like Yoshiaki taking a look here maybe. Yeah, that's him in green. Pumping himself down that one, and he's going to kind of fade out. He was looking for a small score, just a 2 before Kai's last one.
When Kai's last one comes in, it's a 4.9. So Kai, you're back into first. Tucker, you're in second, looking for a 5.15. Yoshiaki in third, looking for a 2. Ty with priority, you're in fourth, looking for a 4.1 to advance. As Yoshiaki, your last score comes in at a 1.15. So you're still looking for a 2. Tucker in second. Kai in first. Ty in fourth, looking for a 4.1.
Kai and Ty. That's a fun one to try to get through, right? Kai and Ty. Kai and Ty. Gotta make sure
I was just thinking that. You
enunciate very clearly, because I'm sure it's hard for them out there with that wind blowing. So great run of the heat so far. This is that second heat of the men's. We'll finish up the day with the guys here, and then we'll open, I believe we'll open up tomorrow probably with the women's. I'm hoping so. I'd really love to start today.
I would imagine that's usually the way it kind of
Yeah.
goes, is on the finals day. Women's quarter first, and then into men's quarters, women's semis, women's final, men's final. We'll see what the true call is, but that's usually the typical approach. As we have a rider up right here, that looks like Yoshiaki. Getting a quick little tip right there, looking for a small score. And behind him, we got, looks like Ty in red. Gets a couple nose rides, staying at the top of the wave there, getting down to the bottom now, wrapping a cutback, brings it down low. Yoshiaki still milking this thing on the inside.
Yeah,
And he's going to go down. And here we go. Ty still working his way through. Nobody looking for too big of scores.
Ty working it all the way on the inside, and as you said, pretty tight scores here. Found a little inside knowledge. Mr. Uchimura goes by Daniel. So, you know, Yoshiaki and Daniel, you know, you see the resemblance, but secret.
I love it.
Secret sauce there.
So Daniel out there ripping.
Yeah, situation at 5 minutes, waiting for score to drop for red. He's looking for a 5.55. In priority right now is blue, followed by white.
Oh, it's blue with a wild little nose ride, maneuvering the board around right there. Nice cutback too. And then he's going to bring it big off the top, airdrops out of it. Nice ride right there by the older Coleman. And out the back we got Kai taking a look, a nice 10 on the takeoff. Beautiful cutback there, lots of spray off the rail. Brings it clean straight back into another off the top. And he's going to just keep working that board back and forth. Back for another nose ride. Oh, and he goes down. He was looking for, that was about to be a really big score right there.
Yeah.
He's still out in front. Daniel looking for just a 3.66 to get into first. He's in second. Tucker, before that last ride, was looking for a 4.96. So we'll see what happens for him there. And Ty Roach, before his last ride, was looking for a 5.55. So we'll see what happens there. We're waiting for those scores to come in, and we got Kai's score waiting to come across.
Yeah, a bunch of scores to drop here. Situation is likely to change up. Not super high scores needed for the surfers, so we'll let you know what that situation update is as soon as we've got it locked in. There's 3 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. This is Heat 2 on deck, getting ready. They should be probably getting ready to paddle out, if not already paddled out there. We're going to see Kaimana Takayama, Dakota Faircloth, Christian Stutzman, and Eli Milano Mendez Rosas. But in the water right now, we're waiting for a score to drop for white. Like you said, started off with a really strong opening. Unfortunately, kind of coming unglued at the end there, but we'll see how that rounds things out. He is currently in the lead with a 4.9 and a 4.0. Daniel Uchimura sitting with in the green jerseys, looking for a 3.65. Tucker Coleman, he's wearing blue jersey. His last wave came in at a 4.9, so he's sitting with a 3.75 and a 4.9, needing a 3.81 to advance. And in fourth place, sitting with a 3.25 and a 3.15, needing a 5.45. That's red. Waiting still for the score to drop for white. 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock.
White, so Kai, we're still waiting for your score. It's trickling in. It comes in at 6.25. So Kai, you have priority. That score just came in at a 6.25.
You now have a heat total of 11.15. Daniel, you're in second with second priority. You are now looking for a 5.91 to move into first. Tucker in third after your last one. That 4.9 is now your best score. You still need a 3.81 in order to overtake Daniel. And Ty, you're down in fourth with third priority. You need a 5.45 in order to overtake Daniel. So still a minute 40 to go, so we could still see a wave ridden by each person. Everybody wants that opportunity. Kai and Daniel hoping it doesn't come. Tucker and Ty really hoping everything comes together. As we're down to 125. Kai with priority. Daniel with second priority. Ty with third, and Tucker bottom of the barrel priority, looking for scores.
Time check, 55 seconds on the clock, 55 seconds on the clock. Situation still the same in priority, white, then green, red, and blue. Red looking for a 5.45, blue looking for a 3.81, green, you're looking for a 5.91. Getting close to the final seconds here of this Heat 2, second round of men's. Whoever advances this will be making it into the quarterfinals tomorrow. Seeing a replay on the screen there of White's last ride. Really coming out strong there. Goes for the nose ride and just comes unglued. Both Bucky and I agree that would have come in at a really pretty strong score. Still comes in pretty strong because most of the work was done in the beginning. Priority sits white, green, blue, red. Priority white, green, blue, red, but that is the end of that heat. Sorry for the lack of the countdown. We are struggling to see screens up here. It is bright and glary, but that is the end of heat number 2. Next heat on hold. We'll count you in momentarily. And that was the end of the heat.
SlowCal Roots starts with natural and sustainable farming right here in SLO County. We offer a carefully curated selection of cannabis, both medical and recreational, from small batch craft concentrates and sleep gummies to locally produced fresh flower and extracts. Come join us on our journey to support family farms, support community, and support culture from the roots up. SlowCal Roots, locally owned and operated by patients for patients.
One of the smaller waves of the day, but like tons of tricks on it. This is white. Christian Stutzman gonna rebound that whitewater there. Nice little ride. Not a big wave, but really a lot of maneuvering done. Out the back there, we have another rider. Gonna guess that might have been a green. I could be wrong. Alrighty, so we had blue just up and riding there at the end there. That was Dakota. Before that, I think that was green, Emiliano. We're going to wait for those initial scores to drop.
How about some of those far bar lefts in the last heat?
The last couple heats.
Beautiful rides.
Yeah, Chase Leader was definitely somebody that capitalized on those for sure. So it's really hard because that left is for us sitting right in that glare. So it's
tough.
Super tough to see who's even kind of going for it. Up and riding here on the inside.
Kaimana got an all right wave, a medium-sized right from the outside pier bowl, and had a few connective cutbacks and catwalk up and back on the board. So all four surfers, judges got a full plate now. They got to score a lot of waves. Emiliano already has first priority back out in the lineup.
Yeah, it looks like every rider has gotten a wave. We're just waiting for all those scores to drop. Judges are going to catch up there, make sure they get all the proper scoring in there. 20-minute heats. This is heat number 3.
Well, walking around out there on our breaks, it's quite busy. Families everywhere. People love coming down to the Pismo Boardwalk and Pier, and such a natural environment. Everyone makes their way to the coast here. And it's different than down south where I live. There's a lot of people around, but here it's kind of like, I don't know, feels more family. They make it a destination, and they hang out, and they go to the restaurants. They chill all day. It's nice.
I feel like in San Diego, because there's already a big population living right on the coast there, that
Yeah.
in a sense there's almost a sense of taking, you
For granted,
take
they
for
do.
granted living on the coast. Everybody's got it right there, but here there's kind of that wild California that you get.
Mhm.
So you're a bit more spread out. I was talking to Andy McKay and his partner. She's got a great property, that's just up a ways, but it's a bit more expansive here. And speaking of expansive here, we've got a replay here of Kai, and then out in front of us riding live, I believe that was green, but plenty of surfing, good surfing happening right now. Different change in conditions than early this morning when we had that really giant high tide. Now we're sitting on the other end of it, but plenty of contestable waves here and some pretty good scores.
Good scores, and this low tide has worked in the favor of the surfers being able to make it back out quickly, since it's a short paddle out now. So they haven't been being hindered by getting stuck inside. No priorities suspended. But yeah, like you were saying, it's more expansive, more open, and a lot more people live inland. And it's kind of like that ranch land meets the beach, and so you've got a lot of equestrian and cattle driving and agriculture happening, and those people that work those lands, they come down and enjoy. I know that tonight here in the Central Plaza will be families and trucks and everyone hanging out, music coming from the cars. It's a cool scene.
Yeah, as soon as
the car show every Saturday
Yeah.
night, the cars drive, all the lowriders and the big trucks.
What's really special about Central and the Northern California is as soon as you get past Santa Barbara, you just really get into this old California kind of feel and what it must have been like,
Mhm.
for the early settlers, or even more so the indigenous people that lived here, and just the rolling hills and the just beautiful terrain that California really offers us. Let's give you guys a situation update. We got 14 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Opening ride for red comes in at a 5.0. Opener for green, he's got a 2.5, and his second wave is a 4.15. That puts him into first place. That means Kaimana, with that 5, you need a second wave with 1.65. Currently in priority is blue, followed by white, then red, then green. Currently in third place, that's Christian Stutzman. He opened up with a 3.9, he needs a 1.1. In fourth place, he opened up with a 2.85, he needs a 2.16. Alrighty, so 14 minutes on the clock. As I said, priority sits blue, white, red, green.
Yeah, I love it. As soon as you pass Malibu, or as soon as you pass Santa Barbara, then and UCSB, it's like wide open, 2-lane, rolling hills. Here we go. On the outside, it looks like our surfer. Well, I can't even tell. That was Kaimana on his backup. Amazing, even in the glare, you can't tell red. So Kaimana is going to back up his 5-point wave, and no doubt with that go into the lead, since he needed such a fractional score. But it's mostly about, in the end of the heat, who comes in first and second. So paddling, getting up to his feet, arc of foot.
Looks like that's going to be blue. I want to say blue.
Got a little extended there. He was between minds. It looked like he wanted to run up to the nose in the beginning. There was a wobble in the lip. He had to run back to the tail, late to the lip climb, and loses his board, unfortunately. Came off awkward, and hopefully it doesn't go all the way in.
Yeah, it's definitely a risk you're taking by not wearing a leash. I mentioned earlier, I'm not much of a leash wearer, but this might be the kind of opportunity too. We've got a rider out the back. I believe that's going to be white. Christian Stutzman. He is currently sitting in 4th place, looking for a 4.3. We'll give you a situation update in just a minute because we do have scores dropping. Yeah, well, and before we do that, we'll go ahead and drop it down to Bucky for our heat interview.
All right, guys, thank you. I'm down here with Kai, winning his 2nd heat today. Really putting that Southeast Surfers Healing Tour training to the test. Having to do 2 big paddle outs today, not just first thing this morning, but now in the low tide of the afternoon. How was round 2?
It's safe to say it's not the most ideal longboarding conditions, but, you know, that's contest for you. So I'm stoked to make it through that one and on to tomorrow.
Yeah, really fun watching your rip today. Even that wave you fell on, that you got the 625. Me and Carla were talking kind of under our breaths, like, dang, if he would have just not gone down there, that would have been the score of the day, what you started with. And still got that 625 to crush it. Anybody you want to shout out to?
Yeah, shout out to my girlfriend and dog. They're over there watching, and my grandparents came up, and we're all camping right down the beach. So been a super fun trip so far, and I'm glad they're here supporting me.
Awesome. Good surfing, Kai. Way to represent. Thank you.
Alrighty, thanks, Bucky. Great interview there with Kai McPhillips. And then up and riding right now, we've got a rider here, Kaimana Takayama. He's currently your heat leader with a 5.0 and a 3.9. He's going to work it into that inside here. He's going to pull out, try to get it back out there. Sitting in priority is green and then blue. And we're going to wait for some scores to drop for blue and red, and we'll give you a situation update. This heat keeps moving all over the place. We've had 1st and 3rd and 4th going up to 1st, so wait for these scores to drop and let you know what the situation is. 10 minutes 15 on the clock, 10:15.
Well, a quick score in there. Kaimana building. He gets a 4.15 on that last wave. So extending his lead with that. Now Christian still in 2nd, needing a 4.3, and Dakota needing a 5.35. Just under 10 minutes, guys. Next heat, I'm sure you're getting checked in, and once you do, make that paddle out, sit by the pier, wait for the countdown, and then the count in for your heat. Priority is with green, then blue, then white.
It's one of the coldest part of the beach is where you do the beach interview. So you roast up here, and then you go down there, it feels 50 degrees colder.
In the shade.
Yeah.
Out the back on a smallish right. It's a flat one, but he's finding time to run up to the nose. A good 10 right there through that section. A couple cheater 5s leading into that. And again, rides up on the nose, quick but clean. Nice redirect. I like that cross step carve in the lip. Very, very poised surfing. He made the most of a really small wave. Christian was looking for a 4.3 to go into 2nd.
Yeah, Christian always surfing real smooth, stylish with some power. He's a taller guy, and he stands with that like chest out, proud
Yeah.
stance. Really looks good on those turns. Really smooth surfer. Always ripping at every contest he's at. Definitely a tough person to draw in your heat. As we see Kaimana right now out in front with second priority. Emiliano with priority. Kaimana was second, looking for a 5. Christian, before that last wave, only needed a 4.3, and it was kind of a cool little run right there.
Yeah, he got a lot of work done within the different sections of that wave. It gave him a lot of opportunities to carry speed and run up to the nose a bunch of times.
Yeah, as we see the replay right now on the webcast. Quick little tip there, but he's kind of, you can see he's riding like the back wave of like the double up, getting all these quick little sections to make things happen.
Well,
keeping the board moving.
And he maximized because the wave went steep and flat and steep and flat, and every time it went steep, he had carried his speed right to that section and ran up to the nose.
Yeah, it gave him a lot of short, quick opportunities, but he took advantage of them.
Well, and it looks like it's going to pay off. He needed a 4.3. It's a 4.85. So with that wave, Christian, you went up into second. Emiliano, you are in third now, needing a 4.61. And it looks like there was a priority change also. Red as first priority. Blue was second priority. Emiliano, you need a 4.61 to go to second. Dakota looking for a 5.9 to go to second. 6.5 minutes left. We're just ripping through the day, Bucky Berry. You're coming up here shortly doing double duty, triple duty.
Yeah, you got a few more heats to go, another hour or so.
That's right.
Maybe even a little more, I guess, if you did the math. We got hour and 20, hour 40, I guess, if you include the last couple minutes of this heat. As we're down to 6 minutes left. And Christian's last score came in, 4.85, so he moves into second. Kaimana out in front still with priority. Christian now looking for a 4.31 to move into first. Emiliano looking for a 4.61 to move into second. Dakota, you have second priority. And you are looking for a 5.9 in order to advance. As we see some foamy, frothy ones coming through here. Lots of closeouts, but still some open face these guys are finding. Making things happen. And here we go. We got red up Kaimana with a nice 10 there. Gets around that section, looking for more, another quick 5. And he's got a section coming at him. He's going to do a nice little carve down below it. And out the back, we got somebody up. That looks like Dakota. Dakota in blue, a nice quick 5 there too. Kaimana still milking this one. Dakota, another 5. Gets a little stuck there, but gets down it, looking for some more. Might reform for him if he can get down that little bubble he's looking at. Oh, but he digs the rail. Kai still milking this thing with 4:50 to go. Kai out in front. That might better his situation as we wait for the score. So we'll see if he paddles back out or not. Looks like he's going to. Plenty of time, 4:40.
Yeah, talk about tough people to have in a draw. Kaimana, once he gets that first wave, he, always builds. He's a very wily competitor, super consistent, knows how to pick the waves he wants. Never really seems flustered in a heat, no matter what position he's in.
No. Kaimana's always on his game, always has his head in the game, always really focusing on what's going on. Always got the good sock check going, got the mean high socks. He's here with Avalon as well, supporting her. She's supporting him. So it's always good to have that, copaceticness going on with the lady.
And
yeah, and him and his dad making some boards for several of the competitors up here, East Coast and West Coast represented with the Michael Takayamas. Kaimana doing plenty of work in the factory with Dad. No matter what Dad asks him to do, he'll take care of business.
a legacy brand at the highest level, right? Along with, you ride with Hobie. I mean, there's so many old, elegant, beautiful brands with so much heritage and history. Great to see the Takayama name just continuing on.
Yeah,
I grew up with that, Takayama and Tony Channon. That was like right there in Encinitas.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's cool surfing, especially industry-wise. Oh, here we go. We got, that looks like White. That looks like Christian up. Couple quick taps there. Gets a nice little 10 there, but he's going to kick out. He's still in second, so he doesn't want to get stuck too far. And we got 3 minutes to go. Emiliano looking for a 4.61 in third. Dakota looking for a 5.10 in fourth. As it looks like we got some action out the back. Pretty windswept, pretty tricky out there as the tide continues to drop. Like I said, it looks like Diamond 2 sticking out is now basically dry.
Yeah,
Diamond 3 out there looking nice and shallow.
Yeah, and Diamond referring to the way the pier diamonds out as it goes out to sea.
Yeah, so with priority Emiliano, second priority Dakota, third priority Christian, fourth priority Kaimana. As we got somebody taking a look here. And that looks like Emiliano. And he's going to kick out, just doesn't give him anything. So he's going to probably lose his priority right there standing up. Yeah, so now Dakota with priority with 2 minutes to go. Dakota looking for a 5.10, down in fourth. Emiliano in third looking for a 4.61. Christian and Kai holding down the advancing positions right now.
Well, what's it going to take for Dakota to get that just over a 5 that he needs? He needs to be able to find a wave that he can run up to the nose once or twice and hold that thing for a long time, maybe a big finishing turn.
Yeah, he's definitely capable of it. Did the Ala Moana Bowls contest with him, had a heat. Gave him what I thought was a closeout set, not knowing Ala Moana too well, and he went and got a 9 in our heat. Had to come back and get him at the end, so I know he's definitely capable because he's done it to me personally, so these guys hoping he doesn't do it to them with a minute 20 to go. Like we said, Dakota with priority looking for that 5.1. Emiliano still looking for a 4.6. Christian in second looking for a 5.8 to move into first. And Kai out there now with third priority, just kind of hoping he can do some more surfing and hoping these guys let him walk away with the victory. As here we go, we got Dakota up. He's up on his backhand looking for that 5. Gets a nice nose ride there. Gets back. It's going to kind of shut down on him as we get down to 50 seconds.
That wave didn't give him that much opportunity. He was looking for a 5, and just based on the score line that we've seen across all the surfers, you need a bit more.
And Emiliano taking his attack, hoping to make something happen. And, oh, he goes down as we're down to 30 seconds. So our two advancing surfers looking pretty good. Christian now with priority. Kaimana with second priority. 25 seconds to go. Dakota's last score coming in. It's not going to be enough. It's going to be in the 2 range. As we got a score of Emiliano coming in. Yeah, it's a 2.7. So Dakota still looking for that 5.10. And out the back, White. Christian going for a big off the top, and he's going to hold on through it. So could go out on a limb there and say that might help his situation, make it even tougher for these other two. And there's the horn. So Christian with the buzzer beater. Kaimana and Christian going to move on. That's the end of round of 32, heat number 3. We'll go right into heat 4 momentarily. Heat 4, stay on standby. We will count you in. As we see Christian still milking this thing to the shore. Stepping off, showing some good sportsmanship, coming in to say hi to Dakota. Looks like Emiliano right behind him, and then Kaimana. And here we go. Going to count in round 2, heat 4. In 5,
2012,
4,
Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
Just ride one time for your mind. Just ride one time for your mind.
He's a big cat, but he has fast footwork. I remember him at one of the events here, and he had such amazing footwork. I talked to him at the U.S. Open this last year, and he's like, even though he's been in so many events, it took him a long time to figure out how to just sort of slow it down. surf for less but get bigger scores.
Yeah, as we see, looks like Green Ben taking a look here, getting a couple little turns there, a couple little nose rides. Yeah, I've been surfing with Richie since, it was funny, last weekend or 2 weekends ago, whatever it was, we had the Swami's Club contest down in San Diego. And when we got to the final, me, him, and Billy Harris, I sent the picture to my sister and said, oh, it's middle school all over again.
Yeah.
It's been those types of finals in our age group since we were pretty young, so always fun surfing with Richie. Now now he's a grown man with children and a missus. I still feel like a bit of a child that's been around a long time, but I have no shame in it. We all go different places in our lives.
Well, that first round of scores come in. Richie, your last wave, a 3.1. Julian, your opening wave, a 3.25. And Benjamin, your first wave, a 3.15. Priority is with blue and then white.
Yeah, lots of time left for Dorian to get underway, and it looks like he is right there. Nice nose right through that section. Beautiful cutback, lots of spray on that turn. It's always cool to see a longboard, the way the spray comes off is a little different and more, covers more ground than maybe on a shortboard, whereas on a shortboard it's the big blast and the water goes everywhere. With the longboard you see that kind of continuous carve, that whole bottom of the board pushing the spray and kind of creating that little barrel off of it. Pretty cool to see Dorian really put it on a rail right there.
And he really kicked it at that one point. Just you could see how much pressure he put right at the sort of the apex of the turn. 17 minutes left in a 20-minute heat. Priority with white, second priority red. Well, the good news is with this tide, as it's dropped out, nobody having problems getting stuck inside. Quick paddle back outs now. Nice little replay. Toes on the nose.
Yeah, and there's that turn, lots of spray. Gives that extra little push at the end, like he said, to really let everybody know he's here for business, He wants to be ripping on the world tour all the way from Costa Rica.
Ooh, nice opening ride there for blue. 5.25 for Dorian Torres on that opener of his.
So we see Julian getting a nice hang 10 to start there. Nice little drop knee cut back. It's lining up for him again a little bit right here. Another little quick 10. He's going to bring it off the top to finish it right there. And he's going to kick out, not try to milk it through to the inside. Opts to get back out the back before that big paddle out. As we see Julian's replay here, there's that drop knee back to the foam, brings it back around. This is where it's set up again for him on the inside. Another 5, quick 10. Brings it back and a stylish little bash right there. So that was Julian's second ride. We're waiting for that score. Before that, he was in second, looking for a 2 to move into first. 14:50 to go. Everybody with at least one ride under their belt. Like we said, Julian just grabbed his second. And here we go. Looks like somebody taking a look over here by the pier bowl. And it's going to be Ben. Ben straight to the tip. Walks it back. Cuts it back down, looking for this thing to set up again for him. Kind of goes soft for him. It stands back up. And he's just going to kick out instead of hitting that end section. Didn't like what he had before. Didn't think it was going to help him a bunch. And Julian's last ride is starting to look pretty good.
Strong wave for him. Score almost in.
Yeah, and even on a smaller one, turn it into a score as Julian gets a 6 right there. So Julian moves up into first. Benjamin in second, looking for a 6.1 to get back into first. Dorian Torres with your 5.25 is looking for just a 0.4 to get back into second. And with priority, Richie in red He's looking for just a 2.56 to move into second. He's just got a 3.1 on the board. Dorian with a 5.25. Julian with a 3.25 and a 6. And Benjamin with a 3.15. And that last score comes in at a 2.5. That's what's got him up into second. As Richie's playing the patient game, it looks like he's sitting a little bit to the south looking for those lefts. Right in the glare. The other three are kind of staggered into the pier bowl. Maybe Dorian the farthest out. Hard to quite tell the colors. But as it stands, Richie with priority. Julian in the lead with second priority. Dorian with third priority, sitting in third, just looking for a 0.4. Lots of time, 13 minutes left. All right, and while we got a little lull in the action, oh, here we go. We got Richie up. Let's call this, and then we'll head down to the interview. Richie with a quick tap. Gets a nice little turn there to set it for this little inside run on the left. A nice nose ride. Just hanging 5. Gets back in time to avoid that section landing on him. Nice little start right there to Richie, trying to add to that 3.1. Now that we got a little dead moment in the action, let's head down for the interview with Carla.
Alrighty, here we go. We got Kaimana Takayama, winner of that last heat. A bit of a struggle out there. The conditions, tide has gone down, wind has picked up. Tell us a little bit about your journey during those 20 minutes.
True. I've been looking at it all day. It's changed about 100 times. You just got to get out there and just figure it out. There's really no game plan, you know.
Well, and you make a good point. So the ability to adapt kind of in the situation, I don't know if you had an idea what you wanted to do before going out, but did that line up at all, or how did you adapt while you were out there?
There's still that little pier bowl, right? The honest truth is I've lost so many of these like washing machine heats. It just kind of finally feels good to go out and win one and go on to like tomorrow's supposed to be the good day, you know? But other than that, no strategy. I got lucky. That's it.
A little bit of luck involved, but definitely, you know, you put the talent, you know, on the waves that you got. You did get lucky getting those openers. Who do you want to thank, you know, in this journey that you've been on?
Shout out my girlfriend, Avalon. We're bunking with Chase Leader right now. Shout out to Mom and Dad. They're back at home. Thank you, Ray, for being the surf dad on this trip. And yeah, we're on for tomorrow. Tune in.
That's right. Tune in, you guys. It's going to be a good day tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll see you guys in the booth.
Right on. Good job, Kaimana. I like it. Honesty's the best policy. He said, I didn't have a strategy. It was out the window. I've lost too many of these scrappy heats like that, and I got lucky. But he's happy.
Yeah, sometimes that's what it takes. You just got to get out there and do your thing and hope for the best. And during that interview, we got a couple scores to come in. So Richie, with priority, your last score came in at a 5.2. You're in third place, looking for a 4.81 to move into second. Dorian, your second wave matches your first, a 5.25 as well. So you're out in front with second priority. Julian, you're in second. You're looking for a 4.5 to move into first. And Ben, you're down in fourth, looking for a 6.75 to move into second. As we see, it looks like Richie with a nice one right there. Big off the top as it gets real shallow. Late airdrop with that dumpy section right in the glare.
You were showing me your board earlier, Bucky, with all those stress fractures all the way from the middle to the nose. These are the conditions that happens in, where, you know, you're landing and it's finishing the wave and it's like a foot deep, right?
Yeah, when you longboard waves that are mostly for boogie boarders, you end up with those types of things on your board. I actually thought about surfing last night, and there's a few that I thought might end it. So
yeah, you didn't want to.
I'd rather keep the board ready for today, and so we'll see. Hopefully I get to ride that one, and hopefully it makes it through. I got a new one on order just in case it doesn't. But yeah, it's a really fun board, so I don't want it to go down as we wait for Richie's scores to come in. He's sitting in third looking for a 4.81. I kind of missed the beginning of the wave because of the glare, but I seen that last finishing bash was pretty critical and pretty radical. Hopefully we'll get a replay of the rest of it pretty soon. So White, you are in second. You have second priority. You're looking for a 4.5 to move into first. As Richie's score just comes in at a 5.0. So scratch that. Richie, you are now in second. You need a 5.3 to move into first. Julian, you are now in third in second priority. You're looking for a 4.2 to overtake Richie in second. Benjamin, you're in fourth with third priority. You're looking for a 6.95 in order to take Richie over in second. And like we said before, Dorian, you're out in front with priority with a heat total of 10.5, sorry. with 8:45 remaining in the heat.
So can those stress fractures get fixed? Can they just sand them a little bit and do a light cloth over it and make your board magic again, or does that not work? Change it, stiffen it up too much.
I definitely have a buddy I'm going to call about maybe doing just a hot coat over it, so they're to
So
kind of
there's-
make them invisible for the resale value.
And there's
Is really all it is.
Wait, is that going to show on Carfax or CarMax or whatever? You know?
I mean,
this car's
we'll
been
see.
damaged.
If they're visible, yes. If not, well, probably whoever gets it wouldn't be putting it in those situations, I would hope.
Right.
And so it should be fine. But
That light blue one looks beautiful.
oh yeah, that's the one for tomorrow. Hopefully, got to get through today though. Richie getting another little action right there. Like we said, he moved into second with that 5 on his last one. So he's trying to better that 5. He's got a 5-2 and a 5, so trying to better his situation. Gets another one there. He's in second. With priority, Dorian out in front. Second priority to Julian in third, looking for a 4.2 to pass Richie. Yeah, you can see Richie just jumping over those waves. It's about thigh deep on him, which means about chest deep on me.
It's easy for him to get back out, but yeah, boy, when those guys are sitting down just off to the south side in the glare from our angle, we only see them halfway through the ride. The cameramen are on it though, and the judges are on it, so that's what's so important. Surfers getting their scores.
As we got Blue up, taking a look, Dorian trying to extend his lead. Nice little turn there for how flat the wave is. Gets a little wobbly, and he's going to kick out. Doesn't see that bettering his situation. Is out the back. We got, looks like Julian in white. Yep, Julian in white up and at him. Right up to the tip there, wiggling that around. Oh, a nice maneuvering from the nose there. Stays up there after the maneuvering too. This thing's still going. Sets up for the big bash. Kind of does a double rail grab to hold on through it. Playing it safe. Kicks on out. Right before that, like we said, he was looking for the 4.2 to pass Richie. Still waiting for a score to come in for Richie, though. As now we wait for that small score of Dorian. As it's trickling, not going to factor into the situation with 6:18 to go. Benjamin out the back with priority, looking for a 6.95. And we'll see what happens with Richie's last score and Julian's last score. As all right, Richie's last score comes in and it betters his situation. He gets a 5.2. Richie, your last score of 5.2. You have priority. You're still in second. You now have a heat total of 10.4. Dorian, you have second priority. You have a heat total of 10.5 out in front. Julian, we're still waiting for your last score to come in. You were looking for a 4.4. Judges deliberating over there, seeing what can happen here. And like we said, Richie with priority. Dorian second priority. Those are our guys with an advancing position as of now. We'll wait for the score of Julian's. 5:14 to go.
Five minutes left, surfers, in this heat number 3, right? 4, excuse me. And thanks again to all of our sponsors participating here with Surfing for Hope and the WSL, our supporting sponsors, Cali Squeeze, Mid-State Containers, Slow Cal Roots, but it looks like we got Richie Cravey. Is that Richie up on the left coming at us?
Yeah, with a big off the top
finish there. Layback rides out of it.
Wow, that was a really nice ender for him there. Through the glare, it looked like he was doing some good work too. We were still waiting for a score for Julian, and now we're waiting for a score of Julian and Richie, who are sitting in second and third. Richie in second as of now as we wait for Julian's score. A lot can happen as Richie just rode a wave as well. We're down to 4:12 remaining. Dorian still out front, but both these guys, who knows? They could both jump Dorian with their last scores. They could stay exactly where they are. They could switch places. There's a lot that can happen once these two scores come in as 4 minutes remaining. Benjamin still out there with second priority, looking for a 7.15 now. And Dorian out in front with priority. And it looks like Julian's score comes in at a 5.85, so he jumps all the way to first with third priority. Julian, your last score, a 5.85. You're now in first place. Dorian, you're now in second with priority. Richie, you're in third. We're waiting for your last score. Benjamin, you're in fourth, looking for a 7.25 with second priority. Julian, you're in there with third priority. As we're still waiting for that score from Richie, looking for a 5.3. Had a nice finish and was doing some work through the glare. Oh, as we see a extended hang 10 there. That's Richie right there again. As Richie's last score comes in, so Richie moves into second. He gets a 6.25. As we got Julian up and out. So Richie, your last score, 6.25. You're now in second place with third priority, looking for a 5.6 to move into first. Dorian, you still have priority. You've dropped down to third. You're now looking for a 6.21. Benjamin still in fourth, looking for an 8.20. 2.5 minutes remaining. Priority, blue, green, red, and Julian still waiting to establish priority out in first. Yeah, so we got situation for you, Richie. You are in second with a heat total of 11.45. You're looking for a 5.6 to move into first with 2 minutes remaining. Julian, you're in first. Dorian, you're in third with priority, looking for a 6.21. Benjamin, you're in fourth, looking for an 8.20. 1:55 remaining. Julian in first, Richie in second, Dorian in third, Benjamin in fourth. Down to 90 seconds, and we have a rider up. That's Dorian. He's got a nice 5 there. Gets a little 10, souls arches it. Trying to get down the double up, and it's just not going to let it happen. So he uses his priority with a minute 18 left. Looking for a 6.21, not a giant score, but a tough score to find out there. Its highest score of the heat is a 6.25, so it's going to have to be comparable to Richie's one that did that. As he grabs another one right here, Dorian straight into another. Nice 5, gets a nice nose right there. Oh, and he gets back just to stick the nose underwater and go down. And here we go. We got another rider up right here. Looks like green. That's Benjamin Goldstein.
So he was scrapping. He knows he needs an 8.2, so big ask. That was a smallish wave. Priority with red, then white.
And Richie with a nice nose ride to start. They're coming out of the glare with a lot of speed. And he's going to just do a nice little carving turn to avoid that end section. Had a nice nose ride and lots of speed through that section. And then puts it on a rail there. 20 seconds remaining. Richie was looking for a 5.6 to move into first. Julian with priority in first place. We're waiting for a score from Richie now. Oh, and we got white up. A little maneuvering from the nose there by Julian.
10 seconds or under, and I'm going to count this one down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we got some scores to come in that will take a minute. We're going to go to a little quick commercial break on the webcast. Surfers in the next heat, hold your positions until they get all the scores in. Then I'll count you in for the next heat. Oh, look,
the world
now
has
it's all bright and
changed,
happy.
and the workplace has evolved. The option to live free of the commute and busy work life is here. Midstate Containers specializes in custom remote offices ready for your new journey. Customizable in every way. Our team is ready to reimagine remote working with your specific needs. We are excited to help create the new workplace so you can embrace more of life.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast, with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
Well, welcome back, everybody, on the webcast. We are here. We've got Heat 5 in the water, going through to Heat 8 today. That will conclude all the action today here. Day 1 at the Longboard Classic, the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic, the first stop on the Longboard QS Tour of the U.S. In this heat, Tony Silvani in the red, Cody Casaneri in the blue, Kevin Duwald in the white, and Stephen Newton in the green. We saw that last heat and the heat before, these surfers maximizing. The conditions look much more challenging from here. Out there, they're probably like, oh, it's pretty cool. The smooth faces, lots of waves, no big deal.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more challenging. That super low tide, winds come up a bit, but there's definitely some corners. We saw that runner that Richie Cravey got on the left towards the end of the heat, and then obviously Julian Schweitzer winning the heat, really showing that it's all possible. So we already got Ryder up there, White up and riding. Kevin DeWald tries to come off that foam ball there at the end, not able to do so, but opening ride there with 18 minutes and 20 seconds.
Well, Julian Schweitzer having a great day today. 2 heat wins into the, let's see, what round is it tomorrow? I forgot. It's, straight into the quarterfinals. So he is into the quarterfinals. Everyone advancing through these heats right now into the quarterfinals. Finals day tomorrow. We've already established the women's quarterfinals after the round today, earlier. We got some scores coming in. Stephen Newton got a 1.25 on the opener and has a backup right now. Kevin DeWald, your score almost in. Well, there's some beautiful drone work there done by Run Amok Photography. Nice carve down there. Beautiful. Got a little lost before he ran back up on the nose. Well, again, thank you to Surfing for Hope Foundation. Thank you to all of our supporting sponsors, Cali Squeeze, Midstate Container, Slow Cal Roots, Peak Wi-Fi, Natural Healing Center, American Riviera Bank, Radiology Associates, Adventist Healthcare, Alpha Fire, Sex Wax, Herc Rentals, Columbia Builders, and Drift Ocean Design. Thank you to the Vespara Resort on Pismo for their taking care of us at the hotel. We love it. There's a nice gala event for Surfing for Hope this evening. Tickets were all sold out, so that should be a fun event tonight. All right, I'm going to throw it down to Carla with our last heat winner.
All righty, here we got Julian Schweitzer, winner of that last heat. Bit of a struggle out there, Machuchi. You did it, though. You put it all together. Tell us a little bit about, I know that you had one really good wave. There's a bunch of speed coming out of it, and the wave got a bit unpredictable. How'd you navigate through that?
Thank you, Chuchi. I'm really happy to make this hit. I'm really happy to be here again in the interview because that means that I'm still making hits. Yeah, the conditions were definitely not the same that this morning. It was way harder, but it was all right. I can find a couple of fun ones, and I made my hit. And I was remember remember like all the time what you told me, Chuchi, like TT, turns and turns, and trying to do it. So I'm happy to make it.
Yeah, I'm stoked the way you put it together, and I think part of the reason you put it together is the board that you're riding, which is the Piccolo Clemente. Let's talk a little bit about the board you're riding.
Yeah, my Piccolo board is working amazing in any type of conditions. Doesn't matter if it's big or like small. I used to use it in like Peru with like big conditions, solid conditions, and there's it's working so good. But actually, it was like my second time riding this board in shitty conditions, and hopefully it works.
Well, I think it worked. You're into the quarterfinals. I know you've got a lot to say to friends and family at home. Give it a shout out.
Sí, la verdad que un saludo grande a toda la familia, a mis amigos, a mi mujer, a toda la gente que me está viendo, a mi equipo de trabajo, que siempre es parte del proceso y me apoya, a todos los sponsors. Vamos arriba Uruguay, ganamos igual que a Colombia.
Oh, all right, back to you guys.
All right, thank you. There we go. It's a family show, but that's okay. So we got a few scores came in. Tony Silvani just wrote a wave, but we'll deliver that in a minute. Cody, your first wave was a 3.0. Kevin, you have a 2.50 and a 2.55. Steven, your first two waves, a 1.25 and a 3.5. So we'll wait for this score of Tony's to come in and then let you know the rankings. There's 13 and a half minutes left. Priority is with green and then white. Ooh, using priority there. Or no. Yes? Yep, that was green. Utilizing their priority. Stephen DeWall, nice finish. Gets up vertical at the end. Very difficult to do. So now Kevin DeWald with first priority sits out the back. There's three scores to come in, so I was kind of waiting for those. Once they're in, then we'll really know the nature of the heat.
Still lots of time on the clock too here, 12 and a half minutes remaining. Scores dropping. Anything can happen here. This is heat 5 of round 2 for the men. Top 2 advancing out of these heats will move on into the quarterfinals tomorrow. Should be a beautiful day.
Yeah, if the swell drops a little bit and the wind drops and cooperates. I mean, the wind's been not so bad today, not like yesterday, that's for sure. And the prevailing onshore wind here, because we face kind of westerly, if it's a northwest wind, is always kind of a side offshore, even on the worst day.
Yeah. No, it's been a completely contestable day here at Pismo right now. It's Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. Really great event.
The thing that I always laugh about is I used to have to come up here and compete in all the NSSA and the amateur events, and all my era did. And the waves were always horrible. And ever since I've been doing the commentary of the events in 2017, and not just me, but like Ryan Simmons, Peter Townend, like all kinds of people that were involved, when they show up and they're like, what happened? This wave used to never be like this, and everyone scores at all the events now. So I don't know what changed.
I've intentionally never surfed here because it was never ever known to be really that good, especially for a longboard. So I know the last event they had here, they had some pretty nice waves.
Great waves.
And we've really lucked out with some decent waves so far this weekend. So,
yeah.
you know, hey, you know, whether it's global climate change and more sand, less sand.
I don't know what it is.
It's lucky for us as far as the contest is concerned. Time check, 10 minutes, 45 seconds. Scores that have dropped. Let's see here. In fourth place with a 3 on the table, that's blue Cody. You need a 5.75. Currently in third place, but with priority, is white. You've got a 2.55 and a 2.5. In second place and with second priority, in the green jersey, Steve Newton. Steve, you need a 4.85. And your heat leader right now, he's like the Energizer battery, this man. Tony Silvani, he opened up with a 5.25 and a 4.85.
Yeah, so the deck reshuffled. That last wave of greens, Steven got a 5.25, so great, his best wave, and then Tony backed up his first with a 4.85. Now we know exactly what's going to happen in the last 10 minutes. They're all going to be scrapping for this rotation might change a few times.
And up and riding, that's White. Kevin DeWall, he was sitting in priorities looking for a 6.20. He's got a nice long ride. He's definitely putting it together. Kevin coming all the way out from Jersey.
This is like summertime. No, Jersey gets so cold.
Super.
It's on the cusp of getting really cold there.
Yeah, and that's something you kind of, I think he and I were talking about. That really sets apart the really die-hard surfers, are the ones that surf through the winter and through the snow.
The ones that change in their car, they have the whole game
Changing
plan.
your car, you can't change it at home and just driving.
Yeah, but yeah, they do that. There we go. I think this is a nice little replay of that wave for Kevin DeWald. He found a few good steep sections. Right here, he ran up to the nose again, and then that's where it flattened out, right? You know, the wave just
that
fizzled
deep
away.
zone kind of comes and flattens the wave out. But nice ride for Kevin. He's looking for that 6.20. Whether it's going to come that high, I will beg to see. We'll see how that drops. Looks like it comes in at a 3.85. So helps his situation. He now needs a 4.91. So where we're at here, gentlemen, 8 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. With third priority in blue, you're in fourth place. You're still looking for your second wave. You need at least a 5.75. In fourth priority, White, Kevin, you need now a 4.91. In second place and in first priority, the green jersey, Steve Newton. Steve, you're looking for a 4.85. And your heat leader in the red jersey and in second priority, that's red, Tony Silvani. But up and riding, that looks to be White.
Yeah, up again, Kevin DeWald. His last wave came in at a 3.85, so that wasn't what he needed, but he needed a 6.2, up the requirement, now needing a 4.91. Where will this score go? So he's just building and building and building, staying busy, which is a good thing in these funky conditions. It looks like it might be hard to be paddling into a wave and really identify what it's going to do as it comes in and moves across the sandbar. The face changes.
Yeah, you make a good point. Like sometimes when the conditions offer it and you've got solidly good surf, you can kind of rely on going out and getting those two excellent scoring waves. But when we got conditions like this where it's kind of a hit and miss, sometimes you're going to luck out and you're going to pull into the right one. It's going to give you a higher score. But in this scenario, being able to chip away and just be able to work on getting more and more scores so you can work your way through it is definitely a good strategy, what we're looking at here. Up and riding, there's going to be somebody up and riding here. He's right in the glare there. Kind of had a quick one. It might have been White again because he's the only one sitting on that inside.
That was blue, so that was Cody Kazaneri, yeah. Was it? No. Yes, it was.
Yes, Cody Kazaneri is definitely in blue.
Well, we can rely on our monitor because all of a sudden there's it goes up, there's a blue star when there's someone that rode a wave and with these challenging conditions. So we got two scores waiting to come in, one for Tony Silvani and one for Cody. So fortunately for Kevin, Steven hasn't ridden another wave, so he still needs the 4.91. Where will this wave for Cody go? Will he get the 5.75? He needs to go into second. 6 minutes left. Surfer's priority is with red. And even though there's a glare, I can tell that only, here we go. Tony is up and riding, using that first priority. He always has that uncanny ability in even challenging conditions to really carve on the rail. So either him and his equipment together.
Well, and Tony's feeling a bit under the weather as well. He got sick.
Oh, no.
Walking through, I think, some dirty river mouths and got a bit of a bug and has been fighting that. So all the power to him out there to, kind of overcome that and get through the heat. Tony isn't blue out of the water here, guys. Just so you guys know, Blue has ended his run. Cody calling it quits.
Well,
Time check, 5 minutes on the clock. Priority is white. Waiting for scores to drop for red and green.
Well, and the last wave of Kevin's came in at a 3.45, so it didn't give him the 4.91 he was looking for. So it's a three-man heat now. Cody Casanero bowed out, came in, and we'll see how it plays out now with the three surfers remaining in the water with 4.5 minutes left.
Time check, gentlemen, time check. 4 minutes on the clock. Waiting for scores still to drop for red and green. Looks like green coming in at a 6.5. That currently moves him into first place. Green, you are now in first place. Moves Tony Red down to second place. Priority sits with white, then red, then green. White, you are in priority, as I said. You're sitting with a 3.85 and a 3.45. You're looking for a 6.25. In second place and with second priority in the red jersey, Tony Silvani. Tony, you're looking for a 6.5. And winning the heat right now in the green jersey and sitting with third priority, he's got a 6.5 and a 5.25. That's Steve Newton. Time check, 3 minutes, 10 seconds.
Well, what a cool heat for Stephen Newton, just finding the gems out there with the 5.25 and then the 6.50.
Yeah, definitely difficult conditions out there. I, for one, would probably not excel in these kind of conditions coming from a place like Malibu that's always pretty predictable and perfect. But it really goes to show the surfer and the quality of their talent and their skill set to be able to adapt and be able to find those fives and those, sixes. Maybe they're not excellent range scores, but they're finding those nuggets and they're able to kind of persevere and, as I said, adapt to the situation.
Well, and you got to have all the tools in your tool belt, right? You got to be able to adapt in all conditions. I mean, even you go to the Wave Ranch or whatever, the other wave pools, they look perfect. Perfect waves aren't always easy to surf because now you're more exposed and the mistakes you make are highlighted. So,
you're under the microscope a lot more in those conditions.
And,
and as you said, those wave pools are not easy. It takes some time to kind of get wired. It's an entirely different kind of pull of energy. And, and surfing these conditions on longboards is right here. It's definitely challenging, but as you said, you gotta kind of have to make sure you're honing in on all of the tools that are in your tool set. It's not about too many, there, but we got 1 minute and a half on the clock. 1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock, gentlemen. Priority still sitting with white, then red, then green. And the situation remains the same. Third place needing a 6.25 white, Kevin DeWald. And second place, Tony Silvani, 6.5, needing to take the lead. And sitting pretty in first place, green jersey, Steve Newton. 1 minute, guys, 1 minute on the clock.
Well, I always love it as a fan when the third place surfer has priority and they have that opportunity to strike in the last dying seconds of any heat. At least they're, poised to get over the hump. So no doubt Tony Silvani, although I can't see how their positioning, is probably sitting pretty close to Kevin, knowing he has the priority, doing a little bait and switch, trying to get him to paddle into a wave that he maybe doesn't want to take. That's the game. And
that may have happened.
That may have just happened because now priority is with red. White bumped down. We're down to 10 seconds, and I will count it out. We'll see. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we couldn't see what happened at the end, but that must have been kind of what happened. So the competitive strategy of when you have priority and when you're in second priority and how you bait your competitor potentially into a wave they don't want to go for. And
Yeah, but however, at that point, the heat's over, so it was really a no, a win, lose, or draw, whatever. It was a draw situation, and we'll be counting down the next heat momentarily. This will be heat number 6. Got the replay here, a little banger off the left there. Looks like Noah. We're having to completely rely on the screen for those lefts from Noah. We cannot see them at all in real time with the glare. But nice riding. Noah always has a really nice casual style. Really puts together his maneuvers with flow. Really good connectivity.
I love it when they ride all the way to the shore and step off.
Priority situation sits with blue, then white. Blue, then white. Last of white comes in at a 3.5. Waiting for a score to drop for red.
Well, with this wave that Noah last rode, no doubt he's going to go into second because he only needed a 0.5. He has a 4 in his score line. So basically to get a 0.5, it's take off, stand up, and fall off. And he did a lot more than that.
That's right. So we'll give you the exact update as soon as that score drops. We do know that Timmy is currently sitting in 4th place. He's just got a couple knot waves. He's looking for something real. In priority, though, is blue, then white. Opening ride for red was a 4. As you said, he just needs a small score, waiting for that to get dropped. Somebody up and riding here, that's white. White's currently sitting in 2nd place. He's got a 1-0 and a 3-5, so he's definitely going to throw away that 1. And I'd say he's going to go higher than that, even that 3-5. We'll see how the judges like it. But up in riding,
Well, we're waiting for this last score for white to come in. Cody Craig, Noah got that 3.8 like I thought and went up into second. Augustine Cedeno out in the lead. Looks like green is up on a right, shoulder high right. Didn't really get the opportunity to do any footwork, walk into the nose, was kind of just right in the middle of the board through that wave. So Tim Reda, that wave not offering him much. Quick score in a 1.10. Still waiting for that last wave of Cody Craig, who needs a 4.3 to go into second. Priority is with red and second priority with blue. 11 minutes left. All right, I'm going to throw it down to an interview with our last heat winner.
Alrighty, I've got Steve Newton here, winner of the last heat. Tell me, the glare is really getting tough for us up in the tower. How was it working for you out in the lineup?
You know, we all knew the glare was really bad, and we were just trying to catch waves. We weren't too worried about the glare. We were just trying to get good waves, clean waves, and those clean waves were hard to find, so I was really lucky to get a couple.
Yeah, you definitely got a couple mid-range scores that kind of kept you in the lead, and it was really at the end you got another score. I think it was like in the 6 range, and that kind of helped move you up there. What was your strategy going out as far as, were you going to focus on the lefts, the rights? Did you have a strategy, or was it just adapt in every moment?
The strategy was just stay close to Tony Silvani. He always knows where the waves are, so I was trying to stay close to him. He's always a fierce competitor, so I was just trying to keep up with Tony, to be honest with you.
I think that's a really good strategy. Tony is a beast out there, so he's always one to watch. So why don't you give us that shout out, some thanks to the people that are behind you in your journey?
Definitely, Stewart Surfboards. Thank you so much for giving me the best surfboards that I could ask for. Family, mom and dad, and girlfriend Lorena right there for supporting me. And looking forward to tomorrow.
Awesome. Well, we're looking forward to seeing you surf in the quarterfinals tomorrow. I think it's going to be a beautiful morning. So get some rest. Go get that warm shower. Yeah. Thanks, you. Thanks, guys.
All right. Nice interview there with our last heat winner. Feeling lucky. Keeping up with Tony Silvani, but he got the leap on him in that heat. So right now, with 8.5 minutes left here in heat number 6, Cody Craig in the lead, and another score that is about to drop in. He had a wave during the interview. Agustina Cedeno in second. Priority is with Noah Shimabukuro in the red. He's in third with priority, needing a 4.56 to go into second, and Tim Retta needing a 5.75. Tim, your last wave was a 2.8.
Alrighty, we got priority situation blue in priority, followed by white, then green. We got 7 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock, waiting for a score to drop for white. Situation sits with Tim Rita in the green jersey, currently in 4th place, needing a 5.75. Red, Noah Shimabukuro, needing a 4.56. And in priority in 2nd place in the blue jersey, Agustin Cedeno. He's looking for a 3.81 in order to take the lead, but your heat leader right now, wearing the white jersey, he's got 2nd priority, and he's sitting with a 5.5 and a 3.55. That's Cody Craig. 6 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Plenty of time for things to change here. As Steven said, it's just the hard part is just finding the clear wave, and I think with that glare, that kind of does make it a bit interesting. That was up and riding. Looks like green. Timmy Rita.
So we got Augustine up on a wave now. One of those outside Pure Bowl rights. Long nose ride. Came through the flat section high in the whitewash and just kind of has to cruise out of it that way. But he did well to stay high and, carry that high line across those funky sections. He is in second, wanting to extend his 2nd place position, put more pressure on Noah in the red. But it looks like out the back, maybe that was Cody Craig.
Yeah, it looked like white. That was white up and riding, and then here is red up and riding on the left, and I briefly saw him when I looked right into the glare, and so he's sitting right over in that little glary spot, hitting those lefts that are kind of reeling in not quite towards the pier, because it's actually set off quite a ways away, but this drone shot actually is pretty cool.
The drone shot definitely helps up. So Noah, that could be a critical wave, although everybody has a wave to be scored. So we got to wait for everything to come in, surfers, with just over 5 minutes. Once all the scores are locked in, we'll let you know what happened in that last exchange and where the priority is, because that's going to be critical for all of them.
Yeah, that's right, Jeff. So scores are dropping fast here. We're going to be able to update you with the situation momentarily. Currently sitting with priority is white. Cody Craig in priority. tight heat scores here. Looks like we've got some scores here. So the last of green coming in at a 2.75. Last of white comes in at a 3.65. Last of blue comes in at a 4.6, moving him into first place. And 3.7 was the last of red, not going to factor into his situation. So here we go. In fourth place and third priority, needing a 6.35 is green, Tim Rita. In red, Noah Shimokura is in third place and is looking for a 5.16. Currently sitting with priority in the white jersey, Cody Craig, you're looking for a 4.35 to take the lead. And currently in the lead with a 5.25 and a 4.6 in second priority, Augustin Sedeno. Time check, 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. In first place, Augustin. Second place, Cody. Noah's in third, Tim in fourth. Priority sitting with white, then green, red, then blue.
We saw Noah get that left, thinking it might be enough. It ended up being lower than his other scores of 3.7, but at the same time, everyone else kind of increased on their rides with a 3.67 for Cody, and Augustine has the 4.6 as his last high wave. Coming up next in 3 minutes is heat number 7. Priority change has just happened. Red with first priority, blue with second, green with third, and white with fourth priority.
Time 2 minutes, 30 seconds. This is heat 6. We'll see heat 7 out in the water shortly. We'll be seeing Cole Robbins, Bucky Berry, Tommy Coleman, and Lote Harvey. And then that final heat of 8 will be rounding out the day. Up and riding right now. He's banked it off the top there. Kind of looks, I'm going to guess white. It looks very Cody Craigish.
2 minutes left, surfers. Right now, blue is in first. Cody is in second. Noah, you have first priority, and you need a 5.16, depending what this wave does for Cody, because he just got one. Now you need, Noah, a 5.36. 5.36 to go into second. You have first priority. Tim, you need a 6.55 to go into second. And there's a minute and a half left.
Last of white comes in at a 3.85.
So it just upped the scale a tiny bit for 0.2 of a point change for what Noah needs to advance. He does have priority, so he has a shot. Priority means he can pick any wave he wants over all the other surfers if it comes in. Down to 1 minute, guys. I wish that is so nice. Thank you to Run Amok, that angle. Who do we got right here? This is Noah on his forehand. This could be the wave he was looking for. Banks it off that section after a nice nose ride, looking like he might get a little bit of foamy reform. Another cruisy, flowy lip ride. Noah looking for a 5.36. He's going to work it all the way through.
Yeah, he's definitely looking for another open face nose ride section. That one section looked like it was almost going to do it, but as you said, it kind of remained foamy. But he was able to rebound off it, and he's working it all the way to the inside.
He can't do much more with 15 seconds to go. He had the chance, got the wave he needed. Will it be enough with 10 seconds? Priority is with blue, but I will count this out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So this is going to be a critical.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
Wow, look at that. That was the first one of the day, as a matter of fact, to go from third up into first like that with priority in the dying seconds. Got the work done, gets a 6.5. Nicely done there, Noah. Moving into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, really smart surfing coming from Noah. He stuck to that left. He knew what he wanted. He stuck with it. Hard for us to see it with the glare, but no problem for the judges or for the cameramen. They were locked in on it, and so, you know, good on him for that. Bummer for the other guys. Cody gave it a really good heat there. He was pretty explosive the entire heat, so it's just a bummer that, you know, that's the way it falls out.
That's the way it falls out. So here we are, heat number 7. Cole Robbins in the red, Bucky Berry in the blue, Tommy Coleman in the white, and Lote Harvey in the green. Here we go, our surfer in green, Lote Harvey on his first wave, on his backhand. Down the staircase, lots of funky sections for him to finish with, but he got a little bit of a short cheater 5 before that. So we've got a wave in the bank for Cole Robbins in the red, now one for Lote Harvey. Tommy Coleman has first priority. And it looks like Bucky Berry in the blue got his first opener. So Bucky Berry been sitting up here with me, eyeing these lefts all day long. Now he's in the heat, doing dual duty. Kind of fun, surfing in the event and then playing commentary. I don't know if that'll happen tomorrow because depending how he does in this heat, he might be too busy, and that's okay. So 4 waves ridden. All 4 surfers have ridden. First score drops in for red, a 1.65. So it's a scale of, 0 to 10, 10 being the best of the best. Anything above a 8 to a 10 is considered excellent. Lote, your first wave, a 4.15. Tommy Coleman, your first wave, a 2.5. Bucky, your first wave, a 3.75. So all 4 surfers get their first waves, and it looks like we have a rider up again. That was White finishing that last wave. Tommy Coleman backing up his 2.5. So with that, straight away, a quick 3 for Tommy Coleman. Goes into the lead. First place for Tommy. Lote in second. Bucky with a 3.75 opener in third. And Cole Robbins with priority. And one wave needs a 2.51 to go into second. Bucky, you need a 0.41. Here we go. Red on his forehand. Ooh, nice high line there. Cheater 5. Swings it back, splashes into the section. Again, gets to run up to the nose. So nice looking wave for a surfer in red. Cole Robbins getting a lot of work done. That wave really opened up for him, gave him steep face that made it easy for him to run up to the nose twice. And then fit a fluid flowing carve down in between. Cole Robbins straight away, a 5.5. The judges quick with that. Cole, you go into the lead. Your last wave, a 5.5. Lote, you have first priority. Bucky, you have second priority. All right, we're ready to take away the interview.
Alrighty, I've got Noah Shimabukuro here. Super awesome job. You kind of stuck to your guns on that left there. We could hardly see from our vantage point. We really did rely on the cameras. Tell me a little bit about that left and why you decided to go there.
Yeah, I talked to my friend Richie earlier today, and he was eyeing that left, and he kind of talked me into going down there. And yeah, I always like surfing by myself rather than like trying to fight for waves.
I think it's a good strategy. Definitely, it worked in your favor. You said you weren't really it seemed like you weren't anticipating necessarily getting through your heat today, but you've made it through, and now you're here. You're ready to book your room. What's your strategy for tonight and tomorrow?
Just get some good rest, get some good food, and looking forward to tomorrow.
And some thanks to shout out to.
Yeah, 100%. I want to thank Donald Takayama. I think he gave me that wave out there. I need a wave at the last minute, and today's his birthday. So I want to wish Donald a happy birthday and thanks for that wave. And also just a shout out to my wife and all my family watching the webcast, and all my sponsors, Donald Takayama Surfboards, and just all my family at home.
Awesome. Well, good luck tomorrow, and a happy birthday to Donald Takayama for sure. Back to you guys.
Thank you. Absolutely. What a legend. Donald Takayama. Sending him a wave in the final seconds of that heat. Noah Shimabukuro going through into the quarterfinals. It looks like Bucky Berry got a wave in the middle of that interview. He needed a 1.75, and so far it's looking like it's going to get him over the hump and up into second. It does. Bucky, your last wave, a 2.75. You are in second. So now with everyone has two waves, Cole in the lead. Bucky in second. Tommy Coleman, you are in third, and you need a 3.51. Lote, you need a 2.35. Priority is white, then red. So that's a all-time legend, Donald Takayama. I like that, right? Sending him a wave from the skies above on the dying seconds. You got to love that.
That was super cool. I mean, that kind of took my breath away a little bit for a moment. So yeah, 13 minutes on the clock here for heat number 7. We've got one more heat after this on deck. We're going to see Jack Van Wagoner, Cormac O'Brien, Gavin Idone, and Raymond Sales. Plenty of action already happening in this heat. Currently in 4th place, needing a 2.35, Lote Harvey. In 3rd place and in priority, Tommy Coleman. Tommy, you're looking for a 3.51. Currently in 2nd place, wearing the blue jersey, Bucky Berry. Bucky's looking for a 3.41 to take the lead. And your heat leader right now with a 5.5 and a 1.65 in the red jersey, Cole Robbins.
Getting all wild there. It looked like that was that Cole? No, sorry, that was Lote. Getting stuck on the lip, jumping down into the flats off his board. Maybe he doesn't have a leash, didn't want to lose it in the flats in front of the wave. This is all speculation.
Priority situation sits with blue, red, white.
What happened?
All right, just an update here because the glare is an issue in real time, but being able to look at the replay has been very key right now. So there was a little uptick in in Blue's last score. It comes in at a 3.75, and we're going to have a second score that's coming in.
Yeah, the first wave that he got was a 3.75. While you're doing the interview, I told him that he got a 2.5, but the judges looked back at it, Barry. It was a much better wave than that, so it's going to change things a lot.
Yeah, that's right. But still, what has changed is that red is in priority out there. So red will be waiting for the next wave of his choice, waiting for a second score to drop for blue and another score to drop for green. 10 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock.
So yeah, that wave, good thing the judges caught it. They thought it was just a cut down and the wave was over, but they missed the whole first portion where he had a really nice road ride, nose ride.
Yeah.
There we go, Bucky. Your second last wave was a 5.4. So that's the official. You are in the lead with a 3.75 and a 5.4. And now we're looking to get the score for Cole and the score for Tommy, and then we'll have everything organized.
Yeah. 10 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Coming up next, we'll have that final Heat 8 of our round 2 of men. Beautiful day here in Pismo Beach at the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. Shout out to all the sponsors, of course, all the volunteers that are here to help out with the event that are from Surfing for Hope. It's so important to have that kind of support from the community and the organization. Boys, we got 9 minutes, 35 seconds on the clock. I'm still waiting for some scores to drop. All right, things are starting to come in. As I said a moment ago, we'll be seeing Heat 8. We'll see Jack, Cormac, Gavin, and Raymond. All right, looks like last wave of white comes in at a 3.70. So he is sitting in 4th place. He's got priority. White, Tommy, you're looking for a 3.46. Currently in 3rd place, the green jersey, Lote Harvey. You got a 4.15 and a 2.60. You're looking for a 3.01. Cole Robbins in the red jersey, he just dropped a 6.25, moving him into 1st place. That moved blue, Mr. Bucky Berry, down to 2nd place, but he has priority and he needs a 6.35 to move into 1st. Coleman, Tommy, you need a 6.2 to advance. Green, Lote, you need a 5.75. Time on the clock, 8 minutes, 10 seconds. Priority is with blue, white, red. Some nice scores coming in for red there. A little tit for tat there between blue and red. Waiting for some action to happen with 7 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. Some good wave scores being needed for white and green. Up and riding, we got blue choosing to take the left there. Blue sitting in 2nd. He's looking for 6.35 in order to take the lead. Currently in priority is white, then red. Blue riding it all the way in there. 7 minutes on the clock, gentlemen, 7 minutes. We'll wait for the score to drop for blue. All right, you got white up and riding, doing some fancy footwork there, some tricky tricksters. Rebounds it off the whitewater, not able to stick it as it sucks him under. He's looking for a 6.20, so he knew he needed to pull out all the stops. Wait for that score to drop for white. Looking for a 6.2. Doesn't look like it's going to come into range for him. He's sitting with a 3.0 and a 3.7. Looks like we got someone else looking, decides not to go. Priority sits with green. Priority with green. Second priority, red. Green, then red. 5 minutes, 55 seconds on the clock. Situation remains the same in fourth place in the white jersey. Tommy Coleman. Tommy, you need a 6.2. In third place and in priority, green jersey, Lote Harvey. You need a 5.75 to advance. And currently advancing in second place in the blue jersey with a 5.4 and a 4.5. Bucky Berry, you need a 6.35 to win. And your heat leader right now in the red jersey in second priority with a 6.25 and a 5.5 is Cole Robbins. Five minutes remain.
Well, some fun stuff happened while I was away real quickly. Bucky got that 4.5 to back his other wave up, and Cole got the 6.25 to take the lead, right?
Yeah, a little bit of action.
So now Lote with the priority. Looking for a 5.75. We saw in that last heat, Noah down into the dying seconds, needing a score with priority, got what he needed. Can Lote do the same at the moment? So where are Bucky and Tommy? Why aren't they on the priority situation here? Maybe they're paddling back out after their last waves.
Yeah, Bucky rode one pretty far in.
The 2.8.
Yeah, and I can see Tommy paddling out there. The glare slowly moving.
Straight into the line. Before it was south of the lineup. Now it is the lineup.
Yeah. Time check, 3 minutes, 45 seconds. Waiting for some waves to be had. In priority, green, red, then blue. Beautiful Saturday it's turned out to be.
Oh, what a day here in Pismo. I love it. Everyone comes out and hangs out. Now the low tide is in full effect. The beach is full. The games are happening.
Yeah, we got a rider up. I believe that's red, Cole Robbins. He's going to work it into the inside there, try to get himself back out there with 3 minutes remaining. We'll see if he decides to paddle out or call it quits. Not a lot of time. But as you said, with the lower tide, it's definitely not as difficult to paddle out there as it was for those ladies during that higher tide.
Personal pride. He'll get back out there just to mess with the competitors that are in his heat, right?
Perhaps so. It's often a brain game out there, a mental game, not just a physical game. 2.5 minutes on the clock. Priority with green, then blue, then white. Up and riding.
Green.
Looks like green.
So this is Lote's opportunity. Goes for that big floater.
Trying to get around to another open section there. Will he find it? It's funny, you can see it kind of step down and it wants to open up to a new reform face, but unfortunately the wave ends up closing out. Doesn't really offer that next opportunity. We'll see what Lote is able to drop in. He's looking for a 5.75 in order to advance, take over the spot from Bucky. Bucky's in the blue jersey, and he's currently in priority with 1:50 on the clock.
Well, is he channeling Donald Takayama too? We saw Cole Robbins get a nice wave, a silhouette nose ride. He's out in the lead, but he does have another score to come in. So right now, Bucky Berry wondering what Lote got on that last wave. Does it get him the 5.75? I'm not quite sure if it will, but Bucky wants to put more pressure on those bottom two surfers.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Lote is going to come into the 5 range on that last ride, so he's going to want to be still improving on his situation. last for red, coming in at a 7.0.
You were talking, looking at the ocean, and I was looking at the replay, and it was just this like old 70s poster silhouette of him nose riding across this long line. So he really found a gem of a right.
Yeah, and then up and riding on his backside here on the left. Looks like that's white. Tommy Coleman. Tommy now looking for a 6.2.
Down to 40 seconds, guys, so there's only a few seconds left. Lote's last wave came in at a 3.55, but he still needs the 5.75. Has another wave to be scored. Tommy Coleman with a wave to be scored needs a 6.2. There's under 20 seconds. Bucky Berry has priority left. Counting it out now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Did anyone ride? Well, I don't know if anyone rode. I was looking at the monitor.
Looks like we got a couple scores still to drop. I'm not sure they're going to factor into the situation. We'll wait for the next heat to count down.
Well, it looked like Tommy Coleman, who had an okay wave, he got a 4.25, but he didn't put him up into second. We're still waiting on this last score of Lote, who needs a 5.75. And it's not that, it's a 3.5.
SlowCal Roots starts with natural and sustainable farming right here in SLO County. We offer a carefully curated selection of cannabis, both medical and recreational, from small batch craft concentrates and sleep gummies to locally produced fresh flower and extracts. Come join us on our journey to support family farms, support community, and support culture from the roots up. SlowCal Roots, locally owned and operated by patients for patients.
Right now in the last heat of the day, Heat 8, red jersey, Jack Van Wagoner. In blue, Cormac O'Brien. In green, Gavin Idone, and in white, Gavin Idone, and in green, Raymond Sales. 18 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. As I said, last heat of the day, Heat 8 of the second round of men. We'll be opening up with the quarterfinals tomorrow, and we will be crowning our champions.
So assuming we're going to be opening with the women's quarterfinals.
That's what I assume.
Yep, it's a fair shake for everyone. The WSL, as always, they were the very first adapter for equal pay and incorporating both men and women in every event going back years and years. So setting the way for many sports which at least have tried to adapt equal pay, are trying to have events be coinciding with one another. Surfing leading the way, of course, globally. Well, Jack Van Wagoner definitely found a gem. It's coming in looking like a nice opening ride for him. Cormac opened with a 1.
I know White got a wave as well. So we got a few scores to drop here in this final heat of the round of men, round 2 of men. We'll get an interview with Cole Robbins shortly. In priority sits with blue, then red.
Well, and what else is cool about that? You know, the flip-flopping of whoever starts one day, the next, the opposite starts the next day. From event to event, it finishes with a men's final. The next event will be the women's is the final of the day, and it just keeps going back and forth all around the world on all the tours, on the QS, on the Challenger, and on the World Championship level. So it's a fair shake all around. All right, Gavin, your first wave, a 3.90. And it looks like Raymond's waves 1.4. So as it sits right now, all surfers have the one wave. Jack, you're out in the lead and you have priority. Gavin, you're in second. You have your opening wave was a 3.9. Jack Van Wagoner, yours was a 6.5. Cormac, you have a 1 and a 1.25. You're in third, needing a 2.66. And Raymond, you have a 1.4 and you need a 2.51. You just got a wave, and it looks like that probably is going to take care of that, so you'll jump up into second here shortly. Priority is white, then blue. Waiting on the last score from the last judge for Raymond. So we've got a few surfers up, riding left and riding right. Well, blue got into this one. Cormac got over the ledge, but can't deal with that wave right there. That's going to be a quick throwaway, but still waiting on Raymond's last score. Priority is with green. Second priority with white. Jack, your last wave is a 4.5 to back up your 6.5. Out in the lead with 11-point total. Raymond, your score finally dropped in. It was a 2.8. Put you up into second briefly, but both Gavin and Cormac have waves that are about to drop in. Gavin, you have priority. You're in third, and you only need a 0.30 with the score that's about to come in. And also Raymond has another wave, so that's going to change also. So I've just got a few waves to drop in to then set the tone. There we go. Raymond, your last two waves, a 3.05 and a 4.6. Raymond, sorry about that. You got a 3.05 and a 4.6, Raymond. It puts you into second. Gavin, you have priority, and you need now a 3.76. Cormac, you have a 6.25. Oh, and Gavin, we're still waiting on that last score, but it's not going to be enough. So with that, there's 13 minutes left. Red has priority, and I'm going to throw it down to Carla for a heat interview with Cole Robbins.
All right, we got heat winner from Heat 7, Cole Robbins, taking it down. It was a lot of work out there. Tell me a little bit about it.
Oh, yeah, that was exhausting. You know, I was watching it all morning, and it was actually, there's some really good shape, and Pismo was really providing, and that tide dropped, and then this wind swell kind of picked back up again consistency-wise, and it's wave after wave, and it is a lot to try to get these boards through all those set waves.
We were joking because we're both from these, pristine point breaks where you can kind of just like paddle around the set. So having to approach this, was there any different approaches, that you had as opposed to, last weekend when your beautiful contest toes in the cove? How did you take it here with the beach break and the pier there?
Well, it's interesting. I think a lot of waves, a lot of the kind of the inside double up waves really will clean up whether you're at a point break or a beach break. So that's kind of what I was looking for, those kind of inside ones that had a long wall to them. Just because that pure bowl right, it's always there. So if you can find one that holds up, it's really going to provide a good score. And I was lucky enough to find a couple out there.
Well, you're seasoned and you've been here, before, and you've been in this moment before. So for those of you guys listening, you definitely want to take tips on that. How about some shout outs?
Oh gosh, shout out to Wayne. My parents came up, my girlfriend Erin that's here, and pretty much all my friends, family, all my sponsors, everybody that just supports longboarding. And a big shout out too to everybody that came down to Toes in the Cove last weekend. That was a blast. And shout out to WSL and you and everybody here.
Aw, I'm not crying, you are. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you guys. Shout outs to everybody here. Shout out to Surfing for Hope and all the volunteers. There was a priority change at some point during that interview. Red still in first priority, blue with second priority, white with third priority, green with fourth priority. There's 11 minutes left. All scores are in. Red in first, green in second, white in third. Gavin, you need a 3.76 to go into second. Cormac, you need a 6.25. Just under 11 minutes remaining in this final heat. Cormac was riding a wave while I was talking. Under 10 minutes left, guys. So Gavin got that last wave. Will it be the 3.76? And Cormac has a wave to be scored coming in. Will it be the 6.25? Up and riding. That was it. Blue. Cormac getting this little cruisy floater, looking vibey on that wave. Well, that was green. Gosh. Gavin, your last wave was a 4.6. It was enough. You went into second. Raymond, you're in third now, needing a 3.90, and Cormac, you have first priority. Your last wave was a 5, but with that, you need a 3.5 to go up into second. Jack rode another wave that came in quickly as a 3.6, and he's still out in the lead. Doesn't change anything. Most importantly, Raymond, you're in third with second priority. You need a 3.9, and Cormac, you have first priority. You're in fourth, and you need a 3.5 with 8.5 minutes to go. I can't even look out that. I'm just...
Seven minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. In priority sits with blue, then green, white, and red. As Jeff said, the situation sits with Cormac in fourth place, needing a 3.5. In third place, green, Raymond needing a 3.9. currently in second place. In order to take the lead, the white jersey, Gavin needs a 6.41, but your heat leader right now sits with a 6.5 and a 4.5. That's Jack Van Wagoner in the red jersey.
Yeah, and Cormac with the 5, but that nagging 1.4, that's the thing that's bringing him down. And obviously has the potential with 7 minutes left, needing a 3.5.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of these heats change around in the chess match, kind of the pawns moving to different positions in a short amount of time. You know, we had earlier a buzzer beater or someone was able to go from third to first. So definitely a lot can happen with 6 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. We're looking at some replays here, I think, of the surfers. Currently in priority, blue, then red. Waiting for scores to drop for white. I believe there's going to be another one. Yeah, we're going to have green and white dropping some scores here. Green looking for a 3.9 in order to advance.
So yeah, wow, 3 riders up real quickly there. That wave of Gavin's a 5.75 came in quick. So now Raymond needs a 5.76 on the last score. That doesn't happen for him. He got a 3.3, and Cormac needs a 5.36, and his score is going to come in as a 1 or something. So both Raymond and Cormac still got their work cut out for them, and then some, now that the requirement went up quite a bit.
Yeah, it changes the situation, definitely makes it a little bit more hefty of a toll to carry and try to provide. All of them in, requiring a sort of 5 score in order to advance or to move into first. Currently in priority is red. We've got 5 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. Cormac is in 4th place, needing a 5.36. Like you said, can't quite get rid of that 1. You can see his last scores kind of holding down in this 1 range. So he needs to go out there and really be smart about his choice, try to find a decent wave. He's not in the mix yet. He's not in the priority situation. So once he gets out there, he'll be able to kind of find his rhythm hopefully again. In 3rd place and in 2nd priority is green. His last wave came in at a 3.3, and he's got that coupled up with a 4.6. He's looking for a 5.76 in order to advance. And currently in 2nd place, wearing the white jersey, Gavin Idone, he is looking for a 5.26 in order to take the lead. And your heat leader right now, sitting in priority with only 4 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. He's got a 6.5 and a 4.5. That's red, Jack Van Wagoner. But we're waiting for some action on the horizon, wait for some scores to come in. Hopefully these guys will be able to give him another run for their money.
Raymond sails up, went left, now right. Long nose ride on a flat section, really just kind of a straight hander at the moment. Looking for a 5.76. Couple switch stance, little shimmy. I don't know if that will get him the score. That wave didn't offer much going left or right. It's coming in quickly. The judge is not fooled. Not that he was trying to fool him, but it's a 2.35. 3.5 minutes left. Quick paddle out, so Raymond will be in the lineup again to try and find a better wave, a 5.76 to go into 2nd. Cormac, you have 2nd priority, needing a 5.36. Red holding 1st priority, and Gavin with 3rd priority, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. And this is blue, so here's Cormac in 4th, looking for something big. Whoa, he does. He spins to win, hangs heels, and then comes around. That was pretty impressive. This wave, very challenging, not really, again, offering a left or a right, but what he did going on the wave, straight towards the beach was pretty cool.
Yeah, Cormac kind of comes from this younger generation that's coming up into the tour.
They're
that's fun and exciting, and they're unpredictable. And Cormac's one that I feel like has some good style going right and left, which can be, I feel like, a little hard to do for some. But he's still young. He's still got to kind of learn a little bit, I think, some heat IQ, kind of make different choices in order to kind of make that. But I think he's definitely one to watch and somebody that we're going to be seeing on the podium often in the future.
Yeah, he had a lot of fun here last year. He took down some big names and was ripping.
Yeah, so we're just waiting for that last score to drop for Cormac. Doesn't look like it's going to factor into his situation where he's needing a 5.36. He comes in at a 2.75, so he does get rid of his 1.4 with 1 minute and 50 seconds on the clock. Cormac, you are in 4th place, and you need a 5.36. In 3rd place, in 3rd priority, Raymond Sales. He's in the green jersey. He's looking for a 5.76. And still in 2nd place, he's also in 2nd priority, Gavin Idone. He's looking for a 5.26 to take the lead. And your heat leader, he's still sitting with his priority in the red jersey, Jack Van Wagoner, with a 6.5 and a 4.5.
And he has no reason to really do anything but sit there with priority, and if he doesn't catch a wave other than riding one in, he's happy with that, with the win. And Gavin actually, well, he's got that 2nd priority, so he's in a really commanding situation too to sit there on Raymond or Cormac, depending, and close it out.
Definitely both the leaders right now who are currently advancing, sitting in a strong position when you're down to the final moments in the heat. They both sitting with that upper priority position, and they're gonna hopefully play that accordingly. Now, that all said, those sitting under priority could have the opportunity to get a decent score, under, if they're able to find a corner that opens up. Looks like we got up and riding. Quick tip time there. It's gonna be on the left. Looks like it's gonna be green.
Well, we'll see. What we do know is there's just over 20 seconds. We do have a few surfers up.
Yeah.
The scores will come in. That was green. That was Raymond Sale getting his last gasp into the beach, needing a 5.76. Riding behind him, I'm not sure. It's blue, so there we go. Cormac with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The buzzer goes and the heat is over. So 3 surfers rode at the end there, Raymond, Cormac, and Gavin.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. All of them needing kind of the 5 ranges in order to bring it on into advancing position. We'll see if anybody's able to do that. Doesn't look like scores are dropping in that range, so it's like...
Sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
Just ride one time for your mind.